Good morning. This is OMG Series, tournament number 1, and today we are playing Theros Beyond Death Sealed. I have Olli Saarinen here in the booth with me. Welcome, Olli.
Thank you.
It's good to get you here.
Yeah, thanks.
The players are pretty soon starting to build their decks. The last information we have is around about 50 players.
Yeah.
Plus minus few.
I think plus 50. Yeah. More than 50.
So a pretty good number of people today.
Yeah, and very interesting players. I think there is some old players that also joined the tournament, which we haven't seen in a while in Finnish tournaments.
Yes, we have a very high number of pretty competitive players here today.
Yeah, also that. Yeah.
And the one we are having on the deck building here is a Matti Kuisma, who is a several time Pro Tour player, and also a Finnish national team captain at least twice.
Yeah, and I think Matti is most known from his Tredke plays in Modern.
Yeah,
and he has won GP trophy from Modern GP playing with Dredge.
Yep. Yeah. So done pretty well. We'll see how he can make it in the sealed.
Yeah.
This time. So this is OMG Tournament Series. As I said, there are 4 main events we are playing. The first event was standard.
Yes.
And the second was now it cut out of my head.
I think it was standard, it also standard as well. Yeah.
And so this third event is sealed, as I already said, and a pretty interesting limited format, I could say.
Yeah.
At least I like it a lot myself.
Yeah, there is a lot of different kind of approaches that you can build several kind of decks. There is not so many aggro decks, which I prefer, but there is many kind of ways to kind of get value from your cards later on, and games go usually quite long, and you have to have some way to you need to have something to do in the late game, or otherwise your opponent will crush you with his endgame cards.
And a quick question: what is your personal favorite archetype or color combination in this format?
I think blue-black with black removals and blue flyers. I think that's pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah. But the format is overall pretty even between all the color combinations, so there is not that far from the best, any of them.
Yeah, I think you can, pretty much your pool kind of tells you what you have to do, so there is no colors that you cannot play or anything like that. I think maybe white is the weakest color of these 5, in my opinion. But
probably black is probably the best, and at least the deepest color in there.
Yes.
There is not that many unplayables, at least.
And 2 very good common removals, which are...
Yep. So, let's jump into the table where Matti Kuisma is building his deck right now. So Matti has started by sorting his cards, going through his pool, trying to find what are the best options he can have there. And we have also a closer look to Matti's pool here. We have it on our screens already. Yeah. So, Olli, what are Matti's rares here?
At least I can see this Shadow Spear, which is pretty strong lifelink trample equipment. And then there is this green enchant creature, Mantle of the Wolf. And then Heliod's Intervention, which is pretty strong because there is so many enchantment creatures in the format, so it can remove multiple creatures.
Yep.
By ones.
There seems to be, for example, Ox of Agonas on red.
Yeah. And hostess intervention also, this draw a card / counter spell.
Yeah.
Type of card.
Very good option. But of course, Shadow Spear is, I think it is the most effective card here, because whatever you build, you can put it in.
Yeah, and you will.
Yep, no questions asked there. So does it seem so that green and red would be Matti's starting point, and probably also blue at some amount?
Yeah, that's... Matti at least have one Altar of Pantheon for mana fixing, and also this green mana creature Illusion Caryatid.
Yes.
So it's possible...
And there is also Omen of the Hunt.
Yeah.
So Matti has tools to splash colors.
Yeah,
or at least color if he wants.
But it seems like the strongest red and blue cards are double casters, so I don't know if Matti is going to play 3 colors or 2. So
yeah, and he's probably figuring out himself right now as well.
Of course, if you play like red-green based deck, maybe you could splash even Brine Giant if you have a lot of those enchantment creatures.
Yeah, you could have some
also
well-sized bombs in your end curve.
Also this Thirst for Meaning, you can drop some extra cards with that. If you want to splash some blue cards there, but I don't know.
What are Matti's removal options here? He has a couple of Final Flares on red.
And then this Warbrial Blessing, this fighting enchantment from green.
And if he ends up going blue as well, there is this namesake monster Ichthyomorphosis.
Yeah.
Wavebreak Hippo Camp is also a card drawing engine if he ends up playing on his opponent's turn.
Yeah.
But not sure if he has enough tools for those, at least if he ends up being main red and green.
Yeah, I think the main color have to be blue if you want to draw with this pool, if you want to draw enough cards to play this gray or gray.
Yeah. But once again, if you want to play more than 2 colors, the main color almost must be green for its splashing options.
Yes, there is Omen of the Hunt as well as the Illusion Caryatid.
Yep. And so it seems that Matti starts sorting his red and green cards.
What do you think about this Ox? Is it the 8 card is kind of big limitation to get it back from the graveyard compared to other big bombs?
Well, the cost is high, but so is the effect it gives.
Yeah.
And in the end game, as you earlier said, the format is pretty slow.
Yeah, that's true.
So it will easily give you time to cast Agonas from graveyard at least once.
Yes.
And it fills your hand and resources very well when it does. So
yeah.
I'd like to say that Agonas is easily one of the mid-size or mid-effect bombs in this set.
Yeah, that's correct.
So at least, Shadow Spear, of course, is getting in. Red-green as an archetype is usually, of course, an aggressive one, but Matti does not have that much 2 or even 3 drops, so and of course we are playing sealed instead of draft. The decks are not that consistent on hitting your opponent's face as fast, at least, so that will push him to have some good effects on the mid and late game also, so he just can't go all face plan. And now it seems that he may even be cutting the Rage Hound, if that means...
Yeah, maybe it's not strong enough.
Putting it aside.
if it's not, I think it's not maybe strong enough in a slower deck like this, and you maybe want to fill your graveyard for the Ox and not getting this 4-2 pack at the mid game.
And now we're also, Matti, planning about splashing white for the, I have checked the card's name,
Dreadful
Apathy, and Revoke Existence, I guess, is the other card he's planning to splash.
Yeah. Is Heliod Pilgrim only finding auras?
Yes.
Yeah, so it cannot find the Shadow Spear, which don't forget Mystic Way.
That would be pretty insane.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Shadow Spear is on its best with the green and red big hitters, so that's maybe one reason why Matti decided immediately go to this green and red road.
Yeah, and with any creatures, of course, and there is not that many other ways to win outside of hitting your opponent's face with creatures. Rage Hound getting in once again, it seems. And one more removal from white, the Triumphant Surge.
I think this Mantle of the Wolf is quite strong, so you could possibly try to get Heliod's Pilgrim, but maybe not splashing it. It's not maybe good enough to splash.
But I would say there are more or less 3 of the best options you can have in the form of the Wrestling Pants, which is the Warbriar Blessing.
Yes.
And as well, he has the Dreadful Apathy, as said. And then I hadn't noticed it earlier, but if he also has the Mantle of the Wolf, that would easily be worth it.
Cool. Yeah.
And Altar of Pantheon is also there, giving you a chance to play 3-color.
Yeah. That Altar, then the Omen, and then the Caryatid. So three kind of white producers there, and maybe one planes.
Yep. Pretty much the crucial number you need there.
Yeah.
Alright, is this a change of plans now?
But in this format, it's so strange that some of the decks self-mill so much that if you kind of rely on the one basic land which you are trying to fetch, and if you self-mill it away, then you are not able to do this splashing.
And Matti's pool does not have ways to get them back, like the Binding Off. No, I don't remember the exact name of the card.
You mean the green card?
The Saga spell that mills 3 and lets you return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. So blue is now in the consideration.
So there is the Witness of Tomorrow's the big flyer.
Yep.
And Alirios, I don't know how to correctly spell it, but one creature that gives you 2 bodies, it's pretty strong with the Shadow Spear.
Yeah, even though you're able to use them just one at a time.
Yeah, of course, but then you probably won't run out of creatures if your opponent has a lot of removals.
Yep.
So. Is there any way to kind of bounce this or blink this creature?
Let's see.
There is no Chimera, at least. That's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah. When you're able to build around it, it's pretty bonkers.
Yes. There is so many good enchantments with the good comes into play effects, omens, and also those removals. Like this Warbriar Blessing. And this doesn't look bad neither, I think. there is even this flash turtle which may draw you a card.
Yeah, there is Meadowmaid's Prophecy on blue. And as said, Thirst for Meaning.
Then there is
Thaltha's Intervention, of course.
Yeah, Starlight Mantle. I think that's in sealed when there is those final. Is it final end or what is the 5 mana exile target creature?
Final Death.
Final Death. So if your opponent is trying to use a removal for 5 mana and you have a 2 mana hexproof aura, that's pretty good. Good also.
And it's overall a pretty good combat trick.
Yeah. Matti also have one unknown source, but I don't know if that's good enough for playing.
Unknown what?
This common land which also fixes your mana.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely if he ends up playing 3 colors it may be worth.
Yeah.
But right now it seems that Matti is just thinking between red and blue, and perhaps still splashing those white removals, which are pretty crucial also, because in the end he does not have that much good removal in his pool. Blue gives you 1 with the stars, which is mediocre, I would say.
I really like this Helios Intervention, but it's double white, so it's impossible to splash.
Yeah, you should consider being heavily white if you want to be there. Alright.
But it can easily remove like 3 or 4 permanents.
Yeah, that's true. Red is back on the table now.
What do you people think? Is red green or blue green better? Is there any comments in the chat? I maybe like this red green little bit more, but
yeah, at least it looks more straightforward. Altar of Pantheon is now getting perhaps cut. Personally, I don't like the card that much. Of course, it is easy way to splash colors, but then it's just 3 mana thing that you
monolith.
You spend a turn to play, and then it does or may not do that much in there.
I have had one pool with couple of demigods, and then it also gave me this life generation. So then it was, I think, at least playable. But
to be honest, it's just a little plus there.
Yeah. But usually in sealed there is more those bombs you have to deal with than in draft, so that's maybe the reason Matti is splashing those white cards, because he needs to have some removals.
They are all more or less premium removals.
Yes,
so.
Yes. Yes, this exiling effect is much more important in this format than maybe some previous ones.
Yep. So there are now 4, 8, 10, there are 13 creatures on the pool at the moment. Not that much, I would say. And now there is the Heliot Pilgrim question.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it would be worth it to put in, because
you can just curve turn 3 Heliot Pilgrim and turn 4 Mantle. So it's basically, if you get the right mana, it's quite strong play.
Yeah, and it actually seems that Matti is now thinking if there is a chance for more heavy leaning on white, because there is now the Heliot's the intervention also on the tanking position.
With white, Matti has one Reverend Hoplite, which I really much like, but of course you need to be heavily white to get the benefit from that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to fit here right now.
No. Then there is also this quite strong aura Hydra's growth, but with the Mantle of the Wolf, I don't maybe you just play the Mantle. Maybe it's too much to play both.
And the season growth takes time to do that much. I mean, Hydra's growth. So what do you think about Matti's pool overall? Decent, but nothing broken.
Nothing broken, but quite strong rares, playable rares, and Shadow Spear is really strong, and I wouldn't hate to play with this pool. I think it's over the average.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the same. It seems pretty playable.
Yeah. Actually, the pool has 2 Moss Vipers, but Matti is only considering playing 1.
So it seems.
Yeah, maybe if you need to be offensive, it doesn't deal that much.
Yeah, Moss Viper is more of a defensive tool to hold up your opponent's big fatties.
Of course, with Death Touch creature, you are able to destroy anything with the Warp Prior Blessing in the late game.
But it's easily
also
2 for 1 there.
Yeah, that's true. So now it's like more white and less red, but there is still a lot of double casters. I think this Helios Intervention and Anax together, it doesn't look so easy to choose the basic lands.
Yeah, they are both one of the best cards in their colors, but and their rarity slots.
Now we see this unknown source getting in. Matti is counting the different ways to get the colors.
Yep. Now it seems that Matti is more or less locking his non-land cards or non-basic land cards there. Just take one more quick look to the pool and making sure that he hasn't missed anything. So Naya it is for Matti Kuisma today.
Is there any final flares? there?
Doesn't seem to be. There is Furious Rise, which is a pretty good card draw engine. But Matti is leaning on the other removal options he have. As said, there is still the Triumphant Surge, Dreadful Apathy, Revoke Existence, and on green he has the 1 mana removal for enchantments,
Mystic
Repeal,
and also this Warbriar Blessing.
Yep, so that is already 5 pretty good removals. So he may just end up playing those and cutting the final flares.
Yeah, there isn't maybe so many things you want to sacrifice in this deck for the final flares.
Yep. We unfortunately don't have the timer here, so we don't know how much time there is left for deck building, but at least Matti is now pretty much locked to this plan. And it's 20 to 23 cards, so 17 lands will be, including the Unknown Shores.
Maybe with 4 white cards, 2 planes.
Yeah, 2 planes, and then you get to find them with Omen.
Yeah, I think maybe you have to play like 9 forest here.
Yeah.
And then it's only 5 mountains, but
He also has the Relentless Pursuit in the deck, which can dig for the lands you need. Of course, not that effective for splashing, but at least it will give you some card advantage on its way.
Yeah, but I think you have to play at least 9 forests with half of your deck is green. And
yeah. So 9 forest, 5 mountain, and 2 plains. Let's see if you are.
Yeah, you can also play with 1
think the same way.
but
I think that 2 is needed there.
Yeah.
So it seems there are 2.5 minutes on Matti's clock, but as seen, he already registered the deck and just sleeving for now.
Yeah, on round 1 we could see Matti playing. I think it's fun to see how the deck works, which was already built.
I think the same. We could put a message to our colleagues on the tournament area. Usually the Oh My Game series tournaments are played here in Oh My Game in the store, but this time we have a pretty special way. We only have the coverage table and the reserve table for that in the store, and there is Allun Grilli restaurant just a couple doors from here, and the actual tournament area is or the site is there.
Yeah.
So thanks for Allun Grilli for making this possible.
Is there? I think maybe Matti cut 1, so there is only 8 forests.
It seems that 8 forest, 6 mountain I could see, and there is just 1 plains.
Okay, so there's 7 mountains actually.
Yeah, 7 mountains it seems.
So quite a big difference what I suggested, but
let's have a quick count. There is Elysian Caryatid, then there is this 1 plains, then we have the Omen of the Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
I think it got into the deck.
Yeah, it's in the deck.
It has to get in there. But Altar of the Pantheon, for example, was cut.
Yes. So there is basically 4 white sources with the planes.
Yeah, which is not that much.
No. I think there was only 5 red cards, so I think 7 mounted is quite a lot, but
we must at some day ask about Matti's thoughts about it.
yeah, there's also a possibility that because deck was more leaning to red at the first stage, so maybe Matti already decided those lands a little bit before he changed it more white.
Yeah. But it will be interesting to see how it works for Matti. So the deck building time will be over about now, and of course there is also the deck registering, of course, done as well. It is also good to point out that we offered Matti a pre-registered pool, so the other players are still registering and deck building on the other on the Allun Grilli site, so we will have some downtime before the round 1. Alright, let's jump back into the studio. So, it seems Naya. It is for Matti.
Yeah, yeah.
Not the basic 2 color combinations you usually see in this limited, but when you have the tools, why not?
Yeah, I think Matti wanted to have enough removals there, and that was the reason to get the white there.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine reason to do so.
Yeah, I really like the Helios Pilgrim there, because when you are offensive you can find the mantle and get your things running and smashing big, and then if you have to defend then you can find a removal with the Pilgrim, and the Pilgrim may also be a good blocker. There is some 1 toughness creatures also which Helios can basically trade, and it's 2 for 1 then for Matti. Yeah. I really like the card in this Matti's deck.
Yeah, Helios Pilgrim has always been good when it's in the format.
Yeah, yeah.
We will jump into a short break now. We'll see how much time there is for other players building their decks, and we will be returning for round 1 action as soon as possible.
Okay, welcome back. Here I have Atte Vartiainen with me. We are in here OMG game store playing WPNQ.
Yeah.
Terrors Beyond Death. Sealed. Welcome, Atte.
Thank you. It seems we have Matti Kusma, who was building his deck under the camera, and his opponent is Svante Rikberg.
Yes.
Apparently, both players are kind of big names in the Finnish MTG community. Am I right?
Yeah, we can say those who doesn't know Svante is here trying to get his fourth decade in PT.
Yeah. And some players, well, have been playing for like 2 decades and haven't got like a single one.
Yeah.
So it seems both players are playing red-green splashing white, I believe.
There is a white 2-drop in Svante's side, so maybe white is more main color on his deck.
That's probably right. Yeah.
So those who didn't see the deck building, Matti ended up with mostly green deck, some red cards, and then splashing white.
Yes.
White, but it looks more like a Boros aggro with some green splashes if you look the Svante's side of the board.
Yeah, couple of those 2 white drops over there, and a what's the looter called?
I don't remember the name neither, but yeah.
And there's a arena trickster from Svante's side, and he decides just to pass the turn.
Matti didn't have so many early drops in his deck, but seems like he has curved out pretty well, and the board is quite stable on both sides.
Given that Svante cannot attack into Matti's board, and when I talked with Matti before the match started, he told me that he wouldn't like to play against aggro. And well, now here he is playing against this aggro deck, or assumably aggro deck, given that Matti's opponent has played two drops. So probably either there are some fillers, or just maybe he's playing aggro.
Yeah. One big card in this Boros deck is Frapping Flames, because you can hit your own creatures to get the heroic triggers out, and then make some of your opponent's creature unable to block. So the 4/4 comes in, hitting Svante to 16. One of the biggest anti-aggro card in Matti's deck is that equipment which gives lives. Shadow Spear, yeah.
Limited All-Star.
And
there's the Warbriar's what's it called?
Blessing, yeah. And Matti little bit divides the threats to not to give the blessing to the biggest creature. So now Matti has 2 of the biggest creatures of the battlefield,
and there's Svante with the...
That's the rare that makes one of your attacker 4/4 indestructible.
Yes. Now we got our deck lists. So I believe it's called... Apparently it's not a legendary creature. But carry on.
But as we discussed earlier, the format is quite slow. As we can now see, the board is easily stall. Neither of the players have any flying creatures, and there is not so many good attacks.
So now that we got deck lists in our hands, we can see that Svante's deck is white-red. That splashes for 1 copy of Return to Nature. And that's it.
Okay.
So red-white aggro splashing for a instant speed removal ish.
One of the strongest card in Svante's deck is the Elspeth, Sun's Nemesis.
Yes. Let's see if he can find it out.
Also, Svante has the Akron War. On the one Infuriate as a combat trick.
And now he got the Elspeth. So I believe it's a card that, or wait, that's not an Elspeth. That's a Calix, Destiny's Hand. So
Okay.
it seems that Svante has quite a lot of good rares.
So Calix is the green-white Planeswalker, so that's another splash for Svante. Or
Yes.
yeah.
And he also has Hactors in his deck.
Yes.
So 3 mythics and 2 rares. So not too bad, not too bad.
The Wrapping Flames combo I discussed earlier with these heroic triggers, but it seems like Svante doesn't have any in his pool. Because with the Elspeth, those triggers get quite out of hand if you have a lot of tokens in play. But of course, Matti doesn't know that, so he has to be somewhat careful with his attacks.
Yes. And there's Matti with Shadow Spear, and I believe I saw the Ox of Agonas in Matti's hand.
So it seems like Matti have drawn pretty well in this game. Matti already has Heliod's Pilgrim in play, so probably he did find his blessing with it.
And there we can see the Calix, which is on Svante's side. So basically, like an impulse for a enchantment on +1.
Yeah.
And -3 makes one of your creatures into a banishing light.
Yeah,
or
it does the Oblivion Ring effect, but you have to choose one of your
on creatures or enchantments.
Yeah.
And -7 is the what's it called? Replenish effect.
Yes, yeah.
For you all the players there.
Yeah.
And there's Matti Kuzma attacking Svante
with the trigger. It's now 5/7.
5/7 rider.
No, 4/7.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, 4/7, and then the 4/4. And it seems like the Shadow Spear is really hard for Svante to handle.
Yeah, that's not a sign that you're doing well.
Yeah, I think Matti has found all the anti-aggro pieces to fight with Svante's early aggression.
So Svante decides to go with a double block.
I think the whole team almost blocked there. But yeah, it doesn't look so good for Svante.
Yeah, he's at 8 life, whereas whereas Matti is at 22.
Svante is using pretty colorful sleeves there. Matti is playing in the Hareruja team, so he has his team sleeves with him.
Representing his sponsors. And here's Svante attacking for total of 7 with the, I believe it's, is it Ised?
Is this Taranika?
Oh! Does he have 2 of those? Let's check it out.
Yeah, so it's a legendary creature, Taranika, and Svante has 2 of them, so that's one main reason why to play so many 2-drops, because you can get really aggressive curving out to this.
And I remember that Taranika would give lifelink as well, so it would be better for racing, but apparently it just gives plus makes their base toughness and power for 4/4 and gives indestructible, so it's quite good.
Yeah, and if you have those creatures with +1/+1 counters, those are still on top of those 4 and 4.
Yeah, so
base.
Basically, if you have +1/+1 counter, so you'd have 5/5 indestructible attacker rambling through.
And then Svante has this one infuriate.
So it would
to keep this Taranika alive from the early combats, because if you curve out like that, it's your opponent have to block.
Yes.
Try to kill the Taranika.
And there was an Acronian war, I believe, and it was put the Acron war was put
on the bottom.
By
Mystic Repeal.
Yes. So even though Svante has curved out with his bombs like Taranika and Kalix and the Akron War, he's still on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think the Kalix didn't do that much in this game. The effect wasn't big enough.
Yeah. Maybe the game had to go quite a lot longer in order.
Yeah, Matti is running away with his Shadow Spear.
Yes. And now Matti with just single card in his hand, which is the Ox of Agonas.
Yeah, how about 4/2 and Ancestral Recall?
Seems fine. I'd play that. Maybe I'd play it even like a modern deck or...
And of course the Ox has the ability to come back when the graveyard is filling more and more. As we discussed in the deck building section, that it's pretty strong card in the late game.
Yes. And there's the Storm Herald from Matti's side, bringing back the Orb Royers. Let's check that out.
Yeah, when it comes into play, it gives you all the enchant auras back, but those have to be removed exiled at the end of turn.
But does it say that you have to return them back to Storm's Herald, or to creatures you control?
Yeah, you have to put the auras. Yeah. So you cannot get any pacifism effects back to your opponent creatures.
Yes. And basically you can do just what Matti did over there, and he didn't return the Warprize Blessing back to Storm's Herald. Instead he put it on another creature that he had.
Yeah, that 4/4 reach to just get the bigger creature away from. But yeah, with the Shadow Spear, Matti is now at healthy 36 lives, so
Whereas,
it seems like a quite uphill battle for Svante.
yes, not only does the Shadow Spear give haste to, not haste, I mean lifelink to your creature, but it also gives sort of evasion with Tremble.
Yeah.
So Svante is in quite a pickle here, given that he has, 3 cards in his hand, and he's quite a lot behind on life totals and on the board.
Yeah, it's hard to see Svante coming back in this game 1.
I can't see. Does he have Shatter the Sky? No. 0 copies of Shatter the Sky. And he sees the writing on the wall and decides to go to game number 2.
So now when we think about sideboarding, Matti has at least one more Moss Viper. So with these more aggressive decks, I think Matti needs to have those early blockers
Yes.
to stay alive. And Matti was also discussing about this Heliod's
Intervention?
yeah, but not maybe in this matchup. But even though it's double white, still Matti thought that it's strong enough in certain matchups to side it in.
Given that if he sees like a couple of enchantment creatures from opponent's side, then it becomes like pseudo board swipe.
Yeah, some of those blue-black decks or blue-green decks which have a lot of those, so it can remove 3 or 4 targets at once. And also Matti has quite a lot of 4-power creatures, so the mana Caryatid can provide double white.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
But I think here what Matti is looking for when sideboarding, at least the other Moss Viper is definitely coming in and I don't know.
And
I don't know if there is so much more to choose. What do you think? What do you see?
On Svante's side, there's maybe Furious Rise. Like if he thinks that the games will go long and he'd get enough triggers out of it, then there's another late game engine for his deck.
Could Svante decide to try be even faster and play Impending Doom?
Well, that's one approach also.
Yeah, because I think maybe Svante saw there that the late game is not going to go well for him, so maybe he have to choose even a more aggressive route there.
Yeah.
But of course he saw quite a many removals from Matti's side, and of course the Moss Viper blocks quite well the enchanted creature.
So, well, I believe there's not too many cards to cut and not too many cards to bring in. So let's see if the players have decided with the sideboards. I believe Svante is ready, whereas Matti is still pondering. taking his sweet time.
Yeah.
Let's head back to the table.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And both players seem to be shuffling up the decks, or actually Svante has already presented his deck. And
yeah, but maybe we can, this Boros Agro, we can also write it down under the Svante's name.
And on the other backup feature match, Anssi Alkio is up a game against Antti Malin, who won the last OMG Series.
WPNQ here, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I think Boros Agro or something. Of course, basically both are playing Naya colors, but
given the matchup, we think that Svante is the aggressive player, whereas Matti is the control player. And it seems that Svante wasn't happy with his opening 7, whereas Matti saw a Shadow Spear, couple lands, some lands and spells.
Yeah, I think this Shadow Spear is so good in this matchup. So even with not so many other threats, only the Shadow Spear is with 1 or 2 creatures. Matti will keep it every time. So
yes, eventually he will draw a creature. And there's the
Taranika again.
So not too bad.
Yeah, maybe that 2-drop which is missing is quite because with the 2-drop there will be 7 power attack coming in turn 4.
And let's see what Matti has.
Just pray to haste.
Storm's Herald with no enchantments to bring back in.
Yeah, I think Matti happily takes the trade here, and if the Svante doesn't trade, then there is the Shadow Spear to equip on next turn.
So pretty much. Oh, and the second Taranika.
So Svante happily took the trade because he had another, and now the 1/1 lifelink with this Taranika
becomes 4/4
lifelink indestructible. So basically, Svante generated his own Shadow Spear effect here.
Yeah. Not only it doesn't give just +1/+1, it gives +3/3.
But here comes the revoke existence.
Let's see what Svante can do. Just swing for
I think it's the vigilance, yeah. Okay. We have still all life totals, but now first blood.
Yes. And Matti
Moss Viper maybe with the equip. No, but Matti also have this Mantle of the Wolf, but is he afraid of burn spell? If he is, then he shouldn't probably play the aura.
Yes.
It's so if Svante has a burn spell, then it can be
quite
disastrous. You can just lose the game with that play, but Matti decides to still go for it. Let's see if Svante has anything.
There's that omen.
Yeah,
the sun
for example, the red omen could just. But no, there wasn't anything. So, but I think you can also take the decision to just equip the Shadow Spear, and when Svante is tapped out, then play the aura. It's maybe more secure route, but maybe Matti's decision was that he hasn't seen any removal spells in game 1, so he thought that maybe it's safe enough to go with the mantle here. Now is Haktos, this little bit strange random effect.
So 6/1 for 4 mana, attacks each combat if able, and chose at random number 2, 3, or 4.
So only 3. He has protection from everything except 3 mana spells.
Yes, or
creatures. Yeah.
Yes.
So this Mantis, no Mantis, but this Viper isn't able to block it. But
let's see if it's able to raise it.
No, yeah, of course, but Matti can't attack because there is the protect creature still blocking.
Yes. And there's Matti with Furious Rise, exiling a basic planes.
Oh, that's
Akron War. Just bomb after bomb after bomb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Svante decided that if my commons aren't enough, I just play rares and mythics one after another, and let's see if your shadow spare is good enough.
Yeah.
Again, the Vigilance guy is tapped, but
yes.
It's 9 damage to.
And
does it have to change that power and
well,
I think it doesn't.
It cannot because it has protection from converted.
No, but it's 3 mana card.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true.
But does it have to, or is it May ability?
Let's check
Taranika.
Yes.
So you have to do it if you have a legal target. So it was only 7 damage. As yeah, the life totals are already there, but.
And now Matti with Illicit Caryatid.
Yeah. But it was important that Matti had at least any creature to equip it away from the opponent.
Yes. It would be a disaster for Matti. And okay.
And here is the and that's enough for Matti. Yeah. Omen of the Forge.
Yes. So players are now tied up.
Yeah.
So in the first game we saw Matti roll it over with his bombs and especially with the Shadow Spear, and on the second game, well, even the spear couldn't help him.
Yeah, I think Svante found the better side of his deck in the game 2, and there was only these 2 drops doing nothing in game 1, but now there was this bigger creatures, and I think the Akron War is a really good card in this matchup.
Yes, stealing one of Matti's 4 power creatures or 5 power creatures.
Yeah, and if Matti enchants with Mantle, then it's just like 3 for 1 or more. And if you have a fast start with Svante's deck, you can just take the biggest creature, let your whole team attack, and then next turn again, and then Matti is not able to come back. But it's really exciting matchup. What do you think on game 3? Which one is better?
Well, if Svante curves out perfectly, then probably Svante.
Yeah.
But if he stumbles, then maybe Matti.
Yeah.
I can see games where Matti just have like overall like better cards. Like Svante has quite a lot of bombs, but then like these 2 mana 2/2s which aren't that hot.
Yeah, those are good in a really specific deck, but maybe the Svante don't have so much combination and good stuff with them. But the Taranika, so those are basically Grizzly Bears most of the time.
Let's see if players are ready to head to game number 3.
So Matti is definitely choosing to be on play. Because Matti wasn't sure that should he, on game 1, if he wins the high roll, should he decide to play or draw. But at least in this matchup, Matti wants to play.
Yes.
Be the first player to act, and
definitely he doesn't want to fall behind in the tempo game. Just he has one priority, which is to stay alive.
Yeah. Yeah, even without the 2-drop before the Taranika, Svante was fast enough, and I think the 6-power creature, if it's able to attack there and there is no blockers and removal, the 6 damage per turn is quite a lot from a 4-drop.
And one thing to note, that was mulligan for 6 for Svante.
I think Matti is also mulliganing, but is he mulliganing to even less cards than 6?
Or, yes.
Matti only had this Warbriar Blessing and then the Nyleas Forerunner, which is not the best blocker with only 3 toughness, and of course turn 5 is too late to act on the board.
Yes.
I don't know, when I first looked at the Svante's deck, it didn't look that strong, but there is actually quite a lot of good cards, and as we saw on game 2, that it was a total run over.
And let's see if Matti is happy with his mulligan. So both players go down to 6. Did Matti just keep a... He did keep a 2-lander with Omen of the Green Omen.
Omen of the Hunt, so Matti has access to his white mana as well with the Omen if it's needed.
Yes. Whereas Svante has Traveler's Amulet for fixing purposes.
Yes. So, is it Destiny Spinner or what's the creature on the play?
I believe it's
Hyrax. Yeah.
Tauas Scout.
Yeah, it's just this,
Yes.
3/3 vanilla creature.
Nothing too special. Solid filler.
Yeah, with the Shadow Spear big enough to have an impact. It looks like Svante has quite a slow start, and now the Forest, if Svante has Taranika in his hand and he has Forest in play, then the double white cost can be a problem. But did Svante use Traveler's Amulet to find the Forest?
I believe so.
Okay, then probably the case is not that he's having the Taranika there.
Yeah. But if he
drew it after that, it's possible.
But if he got that Forest with it, does it give you any signals? Like what could be his hand?
Yeah, at least there is something green on the hand.
There could be like that cuttings.
Yeah.
Calyx, I mean.
Yeah, I think it's single colored green card there. But probably it's not the Return to Nature, it's something from the sideboard. So in the other feature match, Anssi Alkio has won against Antti Malin 2-0.
I think I saw the Akron War in Svante's hand, but this might not be the time to deploy it.
No, I think Svante wants to play it more later on.
Because now it would be quite bad threaten effect. And there's 4 mana, and that's Haktos.
Yeah. And then let's roll again.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So protection for 4.
Everything but 4.
Yes.
Here the 3 is something that Matti would prefer because he has a 3-cost blocker on the battlefield.
And it seems also that Matti's curve is quite low on 4. He has actually 4 creatures in his main deck with 4 converted mana cost 4 or more. Actually 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also Dreadful Apathy, one of Matti's removal, is 3 mana, so this Calyx Haktos has protection from that, so it's really hard to Matti to interact with this creature.
Yes, so probably just raise it or bust. And if Svante has the Akron War in his hand, then racing is also quite difficult. Unless Matti draws up his Shadow Spear.
Matti has Ox of Agonas in his hand. I think maybe he's thinking that if he wants to discard another card, it was also a spell. But if he needs to raise, then maybe the stronger creature on this turn is the decision. Matti is on 7 mana, so he can't play both.
Yes. Apparently the other spell in his hand is Storm's Herald.
Yeah. But I think the 3/2 haste is not good enough, and you cannot even attack with the haste because there is this protection from 3 mana blocker. So I think, but yeah, maybe Matti still goes for the value and wants to empty his hand before playing the Ox.
Yes. Probably going for a longer game.
Yeah. But of course there is 19 lives, so 3 times 6 and 1 more damage from somewhere. It's like 3 or 4 turn clock there, so.
So he has to, act quite fast.
Yeah, of course he has also total power of 6, but now the Aggro War comes into play and
steals one of Matti's creatures.
Svante could have stolen the highest creature, but the 3/5 can block it, so it doesn't.
Yes.
The haste doesn't help there. Okay, now it's Ox time.
So Ox of Agonas, it's a creature that I'm most familiar with Modern. I've seen that
Into the Dredge deck. That's the new Dredge card there. I even saw it on 2 weeks ago in Brussels in Pioneer tournament. It was some kind of strange Jund deck, which
nice.
Also used quite a lot graveyard.
So definitely making waves in multiple formats.
Yeah, of course in Dredge this escape cost of 2 mana is quite low and you will have cards in your graveyard, so that's a perfect card in that deck.
Yes, and for those who don't know, Matti is known for his mastery with Dredge.
Yeah, Matti has won GP trophy from a Modern tournament when he was playing Dredge.
And there's
Mystical Repeal is removing the Aggro War and it goes bottom to the Svante's library, and now Matti is able to attack with his 3/2.
Yes, and that would bring Svante down to
13, but I think still there is quite a lot of pressure. The 6/1 is.
Yes.
But does it say anything about lands? No. Because let's see first this one.
So if Matti could get Destiny Spinner.
Because this can make a creatures from lands, but those mana cost is 0, so maybe Haktos. Does it say non-land? Sometimes it does.
And
Yeah, Hactor still, those lands are not mana cost 4, so there is still the protection. So this quite unique protection from almost everything effect feels like the MVP in this matchup. Yeah, lands have converted mana cost of 0, so basically there is still protection from those. I was just trying to find a solution from outside the box, but Matti has this Flummokset Kyklops and then Vorasius Typhon. Those are 4 drops which can block this 6-1.
Yes.
But of course Shadow Spear and getting some life back from backswing is also an option. And also Matti now has a reasonable board to try to pressure Svante, but there is only one more extra damage needed from Svante's side.
So
Omen of the Forge, for example, could end the game.
Or
you can't
infuriate.
Yeah, because Haktos is also protected from your own pump spells, except for those with 4 mana, and I think Svante don't have any.
So
now Matti is maybe thinking can he attack with everything? Can there be some sort of hasty creature?
From Svante's side?
Yeah. Of course, Svante can play Hero of the Pride and infuriate him to get 1 more power to this protective creature. So that's one way to do 7 damage. I don't know if Svante has it or not, but...
So Matti decides to...
Yeah, it's 10 damage in total.
Go all in.
Yeah. No, but there was the Planeswalker, so Matti was also attacking, killing that Planeswalker.
Yes. It was hiding behind the...
But for example, Heliod of Pilgrim finding Mantle would have been lethal attack from Matti, so the game is not over yet.
And there's 4 mana from Matti's side. But he decides to go for...
Yeah, there is the 4 drop, which we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Now Matti is able to do the blocking. But now if Svante has second creature attacking, then the Cyclops are not able to block.
So basically he needs a haste threat right here, right now.
Yeah.
Because Haktos has to attack each turn. Let's get that Cyclops from Matti's side. 4/4/4/4, so not too bad for limited.
Yeah.
And it seems that Svante has nothing.
Svante had the Infuriate, but it's not able to pump, so the 1 life there was the difference.
Yeah, and the timely 4 drop for Haktos. Svante had only 1 weakness and Matti found it.
Yeah.
So basically 3 interesting games in total. Game 1, Svante got some rares, some planeswalkers, and all these traditional like limited bombs.
Yeah, but still the Shadow Spear was strong enough, and after game 1 it looked like that Svante won't have a chance, and after game 2 it looked like that Matti won't have a chance. So it was really dependent who was able to find the strongest card of their decks. I think Svante maybe was a little bit flooded that there wasn't so many effective spells from Svante's side, so only the 6-1 wasn't strong enough.
Yes.
And Matti with the Ox found his answer to the Akroan War.
Yes.
And that was maybe the decisive moment of the game, because otherwise the Akroan War would have
run away with the game.
Yeah.
So apparently players have played this round. We will take a short break and check for future round matches.
Yes.
Like check out for standings and go do some guerrilla coverage and find out some sweet sealed decks. Let's see if anyone has opened Kira Best C card. I'd like to see that, or Dream Trawler maybe. Some fun limited cards.
Also, Uro is quite a nice guy.
Yeah. So, thank you for watching. We will be back in a short time.
Yeah. Thanks.
right, welcome back to OMG Series tournament number 1.
3.
Let's be correct here.
Yeah.
We're playing Sealed today. Theros Beyond Death is our format of choice for now. And we are heading into round 2, where we are playing who?
Well, what we have here is our local boy Gon Turku, Jarno Pohjola, against Jesse Juote, who's from Helsinki, I think.
Yes.
And also a bit more experienced player as such, but you never know. This Theros Sealed has proven that anybody can be successful.
Mm-hmm. And both players won their first rounds, and now they are heading into each other on round 2. What are these guys playing today?
Well, Jarno has this very sweet black and green deck, which really should be doing well here. It even has things like Shadow Spear, which we saw in the last game doing plenty of work.
Yep.
So I believe he has a very good deck indeed. And what about Jesse?
Jesse seems to be playing a blue-black. Haven't had that close look yet, but it seems there is at least Tricks the Sudden Storm, which is pretty
very
impressive blue card. There are some Myers Grasp, couple Timorets, which are pretty decent 2-drops.
Absolutely, yeah.
The game is already going, so we would like to jump right into the match. And here we have the game has already advanced into the 6th turn of Jarno, it seems. Let's also correct the decks the players are playing. Oh yeah, and the players are also wrong-sided. All right, better.
So so it seems that Jesse has had a bit of a success here to begin with, sticking the Naiad on the battlefield, having something to do, whereas Jarno's early attempts to create pressure have been nullified so far.
Yeah, both players have traded some resources already, and it seems Jesse is already turning the corner on his favor. Presenting 2 decent threats on the battlefield.
Absolutely, yeah.
Jarno is not low on threats himself either, because he has a handful of cards.
Yeah, and also the escaping 4-1, what's it called?
Loathsome Timor.
Yeah, that one. On the graveyard, and that's definitely coming in play, yeah. That's a decent size threat, as long as you don't end up trading it with X2s and X1s.
Here we have, so Chimera has been escaped from the graveyard with a plus counter on it.
Ooh.
So both players are playing this Mind Rot enchantment, which also gets a lifelink for.
Yeah, and that's, right this moment, that's very good for Jesse.
Yes. That one on a big fatty gaining several points of life.
Oh, and that's Myers Grasp. Dog.
Grasp as well. So Jarno is under a heavy pressure right now.
Yeah. That's not gonna take too many swings before Jarno is done for, unless
there is Gary in his hand. Not that impressive. There is
now.
also a big Colossus, but Jarno does not have the 6th mana to play it.
That's a bugger.
Which ends up being a little problem here.
Yeah, you could say that. And the Brian Giant keeps on hitting.
Red zone, as they call it.
Yeah.
Jarno is not willing to present any blocks, so...
Which is not surprising or anything.
Yeah, that will drop Jarno to 8 life.
And yes, fetches another land with an empty hand, so we're playing pretty much tap out
Alright, that's a decent blocker for Jarno.
Yeah, that will do quick work of Brine Giant if that's what Jarno decides with the blocks. And there's the spider of no-go flying things.
Yep, chain web something.
Yes. Which is a really good card as well, if you ask me.
Yep.
We've been a bit on disagreement of this one, because I'm always putting that card in my decks when playing Limited, and you are not.
Yep, I'm not liking the card that much. But...
And I can understand why, but just... I wouldn't leave that card in the sideboard.
Alright, so we are on Jarno's turn, but he still hasn't found a 6th land for the Colossus in his hand. But he has a play on his graveyard, and this is a Loathsome Chimera once again. So it seems we're heading into a stalling position.
Well, that will change things up quite a lot.
Yep. And must say now the chain web is actually pretty good because it can jump block one turn and then it can come back as a bigger blocker
and
next
kill
time.
the witness on the way out, because that's 4 then.
Let's have a quick look to chain web Arachnir.
Yeah, I can't say that. that's too difficult. But yeah.
Escapes with 3 counters, so yeah, that will do a nice work right now, because it can, as said, block the Sphinx of Tomorrows once, and then just come back and kill it away.
But of course, there is a bit of a problem here, because Jarno has been very active with the Chimera so far, so there is no fourth other card.
Only 4 other cards. Jarno also found the 6th land to play the Colossus last turn, and yes, it's not willing to present any attacks just because of the jump blocking and then coming back and killing. So Jarno is now...
Oh, that's the Wolf Willow Haven, yeah.
And Shadow Spear has found its way onto the battlefield, so now it's turning a lot for Jarno's favor.
Absolutely, and that's, yeah. The Shadow Spear, as discussed before, is doing quick work of pretty much anything, to be honest.
So that is now a 7/8 Colossus hitting for the face with Trample and Lifelink.
Which is fair, and very much okay.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jesse is willing to trade it away. Both players gaining a bunch of life. And I don't see this game ending very
soon, no.
In the near future.
No, not really. Of course, we never know. There is a decent chance that something happens, but we first have to see what that something is.
Yeah. Let's have a look to players' deck list very quickly. Is there anything that could heavily turn the corner for either of these players? Jesse has a bunch of flying creatures here, even though they are now kept in check with the Arachnir, which is actually just dead. And it seems... Oh yeah, Jesse just attacked towards Arachnir, and which made a jump block, and now he has Timuret to eat it away.
Oh no.
So that will clear the way for Jesse's flyers.
Oh yeah.
There are also a couple of Triton Wave Riders on Jesse's deck, which is a decent flyer as well. Entrancing Leer has found its way into Jesse's deck as well, so that could keep the Shadow Speared creature in check.
Mm-hmm.
And while it just a moment ago it looked very good for Jarno, but things are looking a lot more even now.
Yeah. You could say this game is a bit swinging.
Yep. Of course, Jarno is gaining a lot of life with every attack he makes or block. But Jesse really have the power advantage on the board right now.
Mm-hmm. And that's no small thing here. And that's
right.
Lamia.
That will change right now, right here. Because this is... Lamia.
What's it called? Grave Breaker Lamia.
Yep, let's have a quick look here. And it seems it just ditches a land away from the deck right now. So all the escaping threats have already been found by Jarno.
But that's still a 4/4 lifelink, so...
Yep, the racing will be pretty hard for Jesse here.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see.
Oh yeah, and of course Lamia doesn't want to find anything good there because Timmerit is just eating them away. So
yeah.
There may be other high effective escaping threats, but not on this moment of game. So Witness of Tomorrow making a good work attacking here. Another land for Jarno, so no decent plays on this turn.
That's a bit of a bugger for Jarno, really, because now there is some pressure happening from Jesse's side. And just a matter of time when Jarno decides that, well, actually, I have this Death Toucher thingy here. Maybe I should do something else as well. Oh, that's a bad one.
Thrix has found its way onto the battlefield, and I believe at least Lamia is now getting eaten away, and so does Hieroglyph. Also,
Venomous
Hieroglyph.
Hierophant.
Hierophant.
What's a phant? Or Hierophant even? That does sound really weird.
So trades have been made.
Yeah. 1.5 cards for 2 cards.
Yeah, but now there are 8 power of flying creatures on the Jesse's side. Even though the life totals are pretty even and pretty high on both sides of the players, this situation really favors Jesse.
Yeah, and that's a 7 actually. 4 plus 3, but still a lot.
Yeah, true. Yep. Strix is really 4/5, not 5/4.
Which is actually a bit better in this case.
Yep. It blocked the Lamia effectively without dying away.
Yeah, and that's important. Now Jesse is thinking, should I try to kill Jarno? Yes. That wasn't a really long thing at all. There's the...
Uh-oh, this is Shoal Kraken.
Yeah. So that's a 3/5 that doesn't let things through.
Yes.
Not an offensive tool as such, but very good on defensive.
And very hard creature to hit through.
And also, if you are interested, since we have 43 players today, and you may follow your favorite stars of this tournament at pairings.fi to see how things are going on. And that site is both in Finnish and in English, so feel free to try your own language if that's what you desire.
So Loathsome Chimera has now picked up the blade and getting into the red zone. So the life totals are swinging back and forth here pretty quickly now.
Yeah, back and forth indeed, since there's plenty of action happening all the time.
And it seems there is now some tanking position in there.
Yeah.
He's thinking about what to do. And he takes the trade.
Makes sense actually, because there is the Timmerit still.
Yep.
That eats away the irrelevant parts.
And Jesse will do it in the end of combat now, so Jarno will not get a moment to escape with it.
Yeah. How does a Chimera even keep a Shadow Spear? It doesn't have hands. In this...
You concentrate in wrong things.
But that's a flavor fail. How can that be a wrong thing? Well, maybe Chimeras do have plenty of heads, right?
Yeah.
So maybe in one head with mouth? Maybe, yeah, could be. But how can that be effective? Could it just bite? Really weird.
It's all about your imagination.
Well, I guess so. Jarno going for like, yeah, there's plenty of mana. Yeah, I'm gonna do what?
Yep.
That's a 5/4 that gives ID indestructible and some pluses.
Yep.
So Gary goes into the red zone with some lifelinky action and ID, so nothing much happening here. That's a bit bigger. Your turn.
What kind of removal players have in their decks? Jesse has at least and just one final death, but he also has Erebos Intervention and one Drag to the Underworld, which we haven't seen any of them, I guess. So there are a lot of removal left in Jesse's deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Jarno, there is at least one final death. One Mogis's favor. That's already been eaten out, actually. So that's not there anymore. 2 Pariah's Liberations. Libertation.
Yep. Which is not that effective at the moment.
I don't know how to spell it, but what not?
Farkas Libation.
Libation, yeah, maybe, yeah. What not? There's those, and they're definitely not effective here. That's very true. And there's one Mystic Repeal, which does... well, it gets rid of the 3/4 and Tumeret, but not much. And one Return to Nature, doing pretty much the same thing here, but not much else.
Yep. And I must say that both of these decks look pretty decent.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this context of format.
Yeah. Which makes sense. I believe that black is the best color here.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Yeah. Although I do hate the fact that Euro can't be played then, but that's just, you have to splash a few blue sources for that then. There's my Trident.
All right, Trident is a... Well, it's not effective against those flying creatures.
No,
so...
not as such, but it is effective against the other things that might be going on.
Yes, it takes a scry in the end from the Witness of Tomorrow. And then also on upkeep.
Having a look at something, I can't see really. What's that? But there it is. Oh, that's the clone. Constellation clone. What's it called?
Thaumaturg something.
Yeah.
Protean Thaumaturg, yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe it will not be coping Thrix in here.
Probably not.
But I could see the Witness being a pretty good option.
Or the Maya Trident if that's what Jesse desires to stop the lifelinking menace.
Let's have a quick look to Protean Thaumaturge.
There are no enchantments coming through yet, so...
But Jesse has the scrying options built in Witness of Tomorrow, so I believe he will be able to find one.
For sure,
soon enough.
For sure.
There we go, scry one.
No, we eat, because there was only 3 mana left, so...
Oh yeah, sure.
Today we feast. Tomorrow we scry. But not yet. That's something.
Just draw, so there will be something Jesse wants to play.
Ooh, that's the...
Devourer of Memory.
Yeah. That's very good in this board stolly situation.
Here you go. Both players are already pretty deep in their decks, so... Jarno has self-milled a hell lot of cards already, so I think there might not be that many left. Jesse could use Devourer sometimes. Oh, alright, there is a Drag to the Underworld, that will be nice for Jesse.
Yeah.
And Tumeret does its work, gaining some life.
Life.
The fact is that Jesse's life total is started to shrinking away.
Yeah.
And that one removal he just found will come into a good use. Alright, now is a
Red zone time.
Hitting time for both of them. Witness of Tomorrow has stayed away for a while, but now when Jesse found that much needed removal, he will be able to attack with both of them.
Yeah. And there it goes. Attacks and then removal time. Yep, that's it. There we go. And turn has been passed. And then it's eating time again. No, Scry, that's a final death.
Final death is next one. So now things are looking more and more favored for Jesse.
Yeah, that's probably happening right now and just yanking away with most of the creatures.
Yeah, those 24 life will shrink away pretty quickly here.
Oh, Jesse is taking the a bit careful route, so to say. Jarno playing all the lands from his hand. And now it's time to feast again.
I think Timoret has gained something like 20 life in this game already.
Or something, yeah. That's been plenty.
Also, there was the Mind Rod enchantment with lifelink that also gained a hell lot of life in the early game.
And that's the Farigas. What's it called?
I think Jarno found his the final death of his own.
But that's not enough.
Yep, Jarno thinks that I have seen enough. Let's head into the game 2.
Yeah.
And we will head back into the studio for a while.
Yeah, so that was that. Pretty much what was expected, sort of. The Shadow Spear did plenty of work.
Yeah.
And just couldn't cope with the removals.
Both decks leaning heavily on black, both decks leaning heavily on removal.
Yeah.
So we were expecting a long game, and we had one.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's not much time left on their clocks, that's for sure.
Well, I think there will be something like 30 minutes still, so they have plenty of time.
Yeah, for one game. But if there is another one that lasts this long, we might be ending up in additional turns if Jarno were to win.
Yep.
So
it also seemed that Jarno is more or less an aggressor here, because he leans more to a big green fatties and he wants to hit hard. And meanwhile, Jesse is trying to hold his defenses and just trying to turn the corner at some point.
Yeah, and chip away with the flyers.
Yep.
Which makes sense.
That was the exact plan he launched in the first game.
Yeah. So what about sideboarding? Any ideas? What might be coming in through for Jesse or Jarno?
Let's see what we have here.
For sure, what I was thinking, because that game went long. We know that much.
Yep.
Jarno has Underworld Dreams in his deck, and that might be a way to beat through every like board stall or whatnot with just drawing the cards.
Yep.
Of course, that's not a fast way, but that will certainly help a lot if the game goes long.
I can see in Jesse's deck there are at least Scavenging Harpy will be very good against escape creatures.
Absolutely.
And it's also a flying threat as well. So if he wants to go more in the air, that will be.
And why wouldn't he?
Yep. And Harpy will definitely come in. Only because it enters the battlefield ability.
Yeah.
Jarno is leaning on big threats also, so I could easily see Jesse bringing in something like Nyxborn Seaguard, which has just a big butt.
Yeah, surely. Why not? And also, it's worth mentioning that Jarno has Plummet in his sideboard.
Yeah,
so
Plummet will do an excellent work there.
Yeah, that's bound to come in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesse also has, for example, a couple of memory trains. Because if he thinks that Jarno is just playing more and more big fatties, he could just trade them effectively one-to-one with a counterspells.
That's Scries.
That's Scries. Which also means that Jesse has to deal with Jarno's early game, and memory train is not that effective in there.
Yeah.
But if he can take the game into the longer route, that will be definitely a good plan.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, games are going on.
But not really sure about the memory train. We'll see.
We'll see. The games are going on already, so let's jump right into the action and see what's happening there. There are some just creatures on the battlefield, a bit of a removal happening, and that's about it so far. And also that's the Mystic, what's it called? Mystic...
not the Mystic, it's...
Mystic Repeal. That's on
on
Jarno's side.
On the graveyard, yeah.
Yeah, that has already dealt with some pesky enchantment.
While we were saying that Jarno would be the aggressor here, it's Jesse who has already presented a...
Yeah, although Jarno has already been 2 on the aggressive side.
And Jarno has also transformed into a monogreen, it seems.
Yeah, but sure, you can do that. It's probably not advisable, but you can do that. And
I believe that was not intentional, and then there is now a swamp.
Yeah.
I had a quick look to Jesse's deck, and his pool also included couple red-green things like Clothes and Gallia.
Well, those are not good enough for Jesse, which I completely understand, because if I were Jesse, I wouldn't play red and green either, just because it's very, boring.
But red green is very effective.
Absolutely,
as well.
It's effective.
But I can
Malaria is effective, but you can't play that.
Yeah, even though you have a couple of good rares in your pool, if the core common uncommon line is not that good, it's not worth to just.
Yeah, and looking at Jesse's deck list, the red commons and uncommons are horrid. There are maybe 1 or 2 that could be played, but that's about it.
Yep, not that impressive.
No, completely understandable.
And Jesse's blueback seems impressive as well. So
yeah, I wouldn't be like too unhappy with the deck that Jesse is playing.
And it seems that we're not getting same kind of a marathon as the first game, because this looks very good for Jesse right now.
Yeah.
Jarno haven't been able to present any bigger board, and it seems that there is the 5 for Black Creature Exile for Jarno, and there is also the Mind Rod Aura on the battlefield. So I believe there has been final death in response to play that, which is a very big
there's Rix. That's gonna be bad. That's not gonna be bad. That's gonna be actually quite fine.
Plummet found its victim here.
Yeah.
But Jarno has only 1 card in his hand. But Jesse either doesn't have that good attacks at the moment, so things are not looking that bad for Jarno yet.
Not yet. Let's see what's happening now, because if that's an enchantment, then things are gonna go south. And that is an enchantment, so there it comes. There are triggers. That copies the 3/5, and then discard and draw something.
Yeah, Ichthyomorphosis was pretty good play in here.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can just turn the creatures sideways and see how Jarno will dig himself back up here.
Yeah. And so we got the results from our other feature match. That was the reserve feature match, where unfortunately our local boy Teemu Laminamo has just lost to Ville Ahtiainen 2-0.
So unfortunately we will not see our reserve table. We didn't see our reserve table in the first round, and we will not see it on the second round either. But we have clearly picked the wrong games in the.
Yeah, we should have put them the other way around. Oh, that's Gary.
Gary will help a bit, not being the savior of everything. But
no.
Now Jarno has better blocks.
Yeah, Gary is known for his large quantity of butt, so that will be enough to block at least one of them for quite a while.
And I could easily see Jarno double blocking one of the Krakens away.
Well, not double blocking them away as such, since there are only 4 in total for power, but
only 4. So jump blocking this turn, perhaps triple blocking next turn, because there is a Wolf Blowhaven in Jarno's land there. But of course it depends if Jesse does not have any good follow-up here, because that will once again turn the plans sideways.
No such luck.
There is the harpy we were discussing.
Yeah.
So Jesse is not playing the scavenging harpy on his main deck, but now
that's coming.
In this particular matchup, it's very good because Jarno has many good escape threats.
Yeah, and not that many pluggers for flyers, apart from the Arak here. And the Wolf Haven, whatnot, has been broken away. Wolf Willow Haven, producing a 2/2 instead of a ramp.
And it seems Jarno also found the Chimera now. So he will have some blocks now. And now we can see that Jesse changes his plans and goes for the air.
Yeah. Which is probably going to end up being fine.
Yep. He can just stall the non-flying board and just hit couple points of damage in a turn and end this actually pretty quickly. This is still a relevant clock for him.
Yeah. Jesse has been doing a quick work with the very offensive Krakens. So that has improved Jesse's situation massively. Now we'll see if Jarno has found something. That's a land at least.
So what Jarno actually could have? He has some.
Well, the hierarchy. That's the
yeah.
That's spider.
It would actually trade to hierarchy right now.
Not trade, but actually remove it.
Remove it, yeah. Because it's not a fight. It's just damage.
Yeah. So that would be great. But no, that's a final death.
All right. This is a removal, and it will be sacrificed by Mogis in response to draw a card.
Yeah.
So this will buy Jarno at least a turn.
Yeah, or maybe
until Jesse finds another threat, maybe right now. All right, that is not a flying threat, so
the standstill continues.
Yeah, all good for now.
But Jesse is seriously in a commanding position here. There are not that many things that...
All right, this is a brave move.
Yeah, surely, but that just dies and comes back again, so it's not that bad. But that's the grave gun, pretty much. So Jarno better be prepared for whatever Jesse might be having in the future, since that is not coming back again anytime soon. Jesse proceeding to tank a little here and just passing the turn after drawing an island.
So it may actually be that Jarno could climb back into this game. The biggest threat he is facing right now is the Mogis, because Mogis more or less blanks every removal he could have, and it can just dig deeper into Jesse's deck and try to find the threats he needs to end this game.
Yeah, and that's actually...
Because he will not be being hit through in the ground.
Yeah, that's Brine Giant here, so even though that's not coming through on the ground as such, that's still a big one.
Yep, but this is another route. If Jesse finds just enough creatures, he can just brute force himself through.
Yeah, because that's very close already.
Yep.
Because there is...
Also, if he now finds an enchantment, the coping creature will also become a Brine Giant, and that will be two massive threats on Jesse's side.
Yeah.
Set as in trading, so draw a card, see what you find.
Again, it's the life from the...
There is a Nexus Warden, I guess.
Yeah, and there's the Shadow Spear, alright.
So things...
They are quickly turning.
Is it turning once again?
Yeah. Also, although when I say turning, they are not exactly too bad still.
Yeah. At least stabilizing.
Yeah.
So Nexus Warden will keep Jarno's life total in a decent amount, and also the Shadow Spear he found will give him another way to, well, not say race, but stay in this game.
Yeah. So what's that? Myers Grasp on the Chimera.
Yep.
And that's an enchantment, so there are a few triggers, 3 to be exact.
Yep.
2 from the Thaumaturge whatnot, and 1 from the Kraken.
And on the bottom, I could see the Thaumaturge coping Brine Giant, but
yeah,
we'll see if Jesse just wants to keep it as a Kraken.
Probably not. No, there's the pointing action.
Yep.
And what happens next?
So now Jarno does not have a lifelinking blocker, which opens a massive attack for Jesse now.
Yeah.
If he wants to commit for it.
And that's happening.
And Jesse still have a couple of cards in his hand, so Jarno will need to focus on some combat tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty glad to see that we got a pretty interesting game here.
Yeah, that didn't really look like the case earlier.
Yeah, it looked very bad for Jarno for like 10 turns ago.
Yeah.
Alright, just jump blocking. Going to chew.
That's brave.
That's very brave.
But jump blocking here means that the Chimera is coming back very easily next turn if Jesse doesn't draw like Timmeret or something.
Yep.
That would be horrid for Jarno.
Alright, he will go
a bit more of these blocky action.
He wants and he needs to trade one of those fatties away at some point, so why not to do it now?
Yeah. So the Wolf and the Piper are probably getting binned here. Or the Piper and the Gary, but that's... Oh, could be that. It could be that way. Yeah.
I could see Piper and Gary taken away.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Jesse... Jarno thinks as well.
Yeah, that leaves you Jarno only with a Wolf and the Warden, of course, the Chimera as well when it's...
Oh, is that Timmeret? That's a Timmeret,
of course
right
it's Timmeret.
Yeah. So there's a trigger.
So there goes Chimera. We'll say bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably Gary as well, yeah. There we go.
Alright, so now once again things are looking heavily favored on Jesse.
You could say that.
Jarno must find something that is a 2-mana 2/2 creature that will gain a couple of life. Then you will equip Shadow Spear, but it is not looking easy even after those actions.
No. Not in any shape, way, or form.
So Wolf will be gaining most life here.
Yeah. And then there's probably some eating action after that. Or yes, it could be cautious and just take turn. So that if Jarno were to have a instant speed removal, which he doesn't, because that's not in his deck. No, that's...
Alright, drag to the underworld. I believe this game will be it, because now Jesse has lethal attacks there, and Jarno only has the Growth Dancer that may gain his 1 life. And if he blocks 3 biggest creatures, there are still... There are 4 damage coming in, so if he hits a land, he stays alive, but he loses all his board, and now he loses also the Warden, so now this will end the game, surely.
There's the handshake.
There's a handshake from Jarno, and Jesse Juote will advance into 2-0 score here after 2 rounds.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not too surprised. That was a really good deck, as we expected, and Jesse played really well.
Yeah, Jarno's deck wasn't bad either, but Jesse just had all the removal. He could ask. He had the evasion creatures. He had the big butts.
Yeah, and also there is the Timorets and whatnots that deal with the graveyard.
Yep. So Jesse was prepared.
Yeah, you could say that.
And he had all the tools to handle this matchup.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's great to see Jesse succeeding here. Of course, sad for our local boy Jarno, but I believe Jarno might bounce back.
Yep, Jarno's deck looked, as said, very, very potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And could not be surprised if Jarno still could clinch himself into a top seats.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But now it's time to proceed with the beating, meaning that we go eat. So let's see it again together in about maybe 30 minutes or so, when us two have turned into summer boys, basically. One that's coming from a yacht club and the other one's just green. But hey.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And about where we are going to eat, I'll remind you that we are playing the tournament under the name of Oh My Game, the game store in Vantaa. But the actual tournament site is couple doors
away
here in the rooms of
Allun Grilli.
Allun Grilli restaurant, which is a
well, it looks great. I haven't eaten there yet.
They have good foods.
Yeah,
I have eaten there a couple of times.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, we'll finish reporting about that in 2 rounds' time, when we are back here after the summer boys have finished their turn.
Yes. We will give you a report from there.
So stay there. We'll be back shortly, and enjoy Magic.
Okay, welcome back here to the Oh My Game Store. We are playing WPN qualifier and round 3 just started. We have here Joonas Eloranta and Sami Valkamaa on our feature table.
And it seems the player names are backwards. We'll get that fixed. So Joonas Eloranta is on the left side,
yeah.
and Sami is on the right side of the table. And Joonas is playing white, black, splashing green, and Sami is playing
Black green.
black green. Okay. And
So black white. Yeah.
yeah, black, white,
Yeah.
splashing.
Sure.
Green for Polograms, the Unchained.
Yeah, that seems to be the only green card in the main deck. Joonas is one of the big names in Finland from Tampere, city Tampere. At least Joonas has won top 4 finish in Team Limited GP.
Yes, and he has had a couple of PT appearances, I believe.
Yeah, actually 2 weeks ago we were in the Brussels and I think Joonas started 7-1
Yes.
the day 1, but day 2 didn't go that well, but he finished it like 10-6 or something in the last player store in Brussels.
Okay, and well, I've heard that you guys had really intensive limited prep for that tournament, so I believe that Joonas is somewhat well rehearsed for this event as well.
Yeah, I think Joonas is one of the most experienced player in this new Theros Limited. What we have players here. So 5 PT players. There was Matti Kuisma, whom we saw on the game round number 1.
Yes.
Then there was Joonas Eloranta was also in the PT. Then Leo Lahonen.
Antti Malin, who was in our backup feature match. And,
Lauri Pispa was also in the PT. There was quite a lot of Finnish players in the PT.
Yes.
And actually I was traveling with them, also with Roope Metsä. And those who didn't take money finish from the PT, they took money finish from the GP. So the whole team did quite well in that journey. And actually the reason why I'm now here in the booth and not playing, that I accidentally finished on top 4 in the GP, so I already have this.
Congratulations.
Yes, thanks. I already have this invite, so I'm not able to play. So that's why you have to hear my voice here.
So on this game, it seems that Joonas is somewhat on the back foot, trying to stem the bleeding by Sami's side of the battlefield. Now that Joonas is facing up 3 creatures with his 1/3 Lampad, that it doesn't look too good for him.
Yeah, I think Joonas played the 3/6 blocker there, but it's already gone, I think. No, it's a 3/3 which taps when attacking. Or it's the 4/4 which taps your opponent creature when attacking. Consolation. Yeah. Not attacking, sorry.
Yes. So life totals well healthy 1 to 19.
Yeah.
Facing up 3 lethal attackers. So
And 4.
actually, yeah, 4 lethal attackers now. And
that's
Joonas has nothing.
So game 1 goes pretty quickly for Sami's favor.
Yes. And let's see what the players can bring to game number 2. I got the pleasure to chat with Jans before this run started, and he showed me his deck, and he showed me his deck number 2 as well. And he told me that in this event he basically has played against land-screwed opponents.
Okay.
And so he doesn't know how good his deck is really, because he hadn't had so many tight games. And he basically told me that his pool was really hard to build around, because he said that he had 5 good colors.
Okay.
So there wasn't like one single outliner that my green is so powerful, let's build a good green deck with like red accompanying it.
Yeah.
But he has like all the 5 colors as his toolbox.
So it's possible that we will see totally different colors here on game 2.
Yes.
One of the best black cards Jonas had in his deck, that's maybe the best uncommon of the set. This
what's it called?
I think, or did I look wrong? I think he had this Gorgon in his deck, but did I look?
Or is it Sami's deck?
Myyrmäki, Final Death. Yeah, Sami has a lot of black removals. Elspeth's Nightmare, Final Death, Mars Grasp, Venom. But yeah, I thought I saw in the deck list the Gorgon, but maybe I just
wrong deck list.
Yeah. Yeah, both players have 1 Mars Grasp as black removal. Eloranta has 2 Captivating Unicorns, which one we saw on the game 1.
Yes.
And Archon of Falling Stars.
And Jonas has the Elspeth Conquers Death as well. And he told me this sweet synergy of Archon of... What's it called? Archon of Falling Stars and Elspeth Conquers Death.
Yeah.
So basically you can bring back the Elspeth Conquers Death, which can bring back the Archon.
Yeah, and you
So
just get
loop them.
And get every time that removal in the progress.
Yes. So it's really, really powerful late game engine for Jonas. Apparently the players are shuffling up for game number 2, so let's hop back in.
So we will see if Jonas is still playing the same colors or if there is something mix.
Was that green card on the bottom of? Oh, it was Sami's deck. So no, it was Jonas' deck. So Jonas is playing with black sleeves, whereas Sami is playing with blue sleeves. And players haven't restarted their life totals yet. And it seems that Jonas has just sideboarded some cards in and some cards out, instead of bringing in a whole new deck.
Yeah, the colors look same. And Jonas decided to go first. And
starts off with the White Land Bat, I believe. No, it's the
Alseed of Life's Bounty.
Yes.
So 1/1 lifelinker which can
sacrifice itself
to give a protection of any color. I think this code is pretty good. You can play it early and do a couple of damages. Of course, with auras the lifelink is pretty strong, and then if you have a bigger bombs, you can keep them safe from removal.
Yes. And here you can see the quite powerful 1-drop.
On the other feature match, Roope has won game 1, so Roope is now leading 1-0. Saku Valkamaa. So
Yeah.
basically Sami and Saku are brothers and who are both playing in the feature match area.
Yes. And both have started off their tournament quite nicely. And here's Jonas with Venomous
Hierophant.
yeah, Hierophant. And there pops off the Elspeth's Nightmare, which takes a look at Jonax's hand and removed. Actually, it didn't remove a single card from Jonas's side.
Okay, so there was nothing so exciting.
And there's the
Yeah, I was just looking at the black creatures Jonas has there. Some flyers. But nothing so exciting. Maybe these black removals are the best. What black offers to Jonas.
yes, and the Pulchranus as well.
Yeah.
So there's the Constellation Unicorn. What was its name? I believe.
Captivating unicorn.
Yes. I'd imagine that this set would be quite difficult to play alias with. So it's that 3-mana enchantment that makes your creature in the 0/1. What is it? It's the and here's Jonas trying to pressure Sami's life total as much as he can.
Yeah, Jonas plays the Berserker and gives +1/+0 and indestructible for the attacker, and now Jonas has 3 quite decisive threats on the board. 1 death touch and 2 big bodies. And Sami is already down to 7 lives.
And there's Sami with the Acolyte of Affliction.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful cards.
And a Wolberire's Blessing for...
If you have multiple of those acolytes, you can just chain them and...
Yeah, just hope that you won't take yourself. There's this interesting thing about this particular limited set that there's quite a lot of self-mill, and the games tend to go quite long, as we witnessed in the couple of feature matches. So there might be some merit in building +40 card decks, like...
Yeah, especially these slow, grindy, black-green mirrors,
Yes.
where you have to mill yourself a little to get those creatures back from the graveyard and stuff like that, and then the winner may be the guy who has the biggest
Library.
card count in the library, because if neither players has any flyers and the board is really stalled, and then the game just goes on, and if you mill yourself more than your opponent, then you
just lose.
end up decking yourself.
So Jonas now with just 1 card in his hand, whereas Sami has 4 cards total in his hand.
And 1 more threat, it's the spider, I think.
The legendary.
Yeah, and with Renata it comes with the +1/+1 counter, so it's 4/6 reach. And every time Jonas is playing instant or sorcery, it will create another spider.
Which will
It's
get
the Arasta, the Endless Web is the name of this legendary Arasta.
Yeah. Let's get that to the screen. So basically it makes 1-2 green spider creatures tokens with reach, and when there's the Renalta on the battlefield,
Yeah, those become 2/3s already. Yeah, and 4/6 is really hard to beat in combat, and if you are playing a removal spell, you at least get one extra spider out of it. And
yes,
actually, this Arasta was so good that I'm not sure if the Pro Tour team end up playing it in Pioneer, but at least we tested one in our Uro ramp deck.
blue-green Uro. And there's the 6-drop that fights on the end of.
Yeah, of course it's a 5/5, so it's even better fighter against the 4/4. So again,
it seems that Jonas is once again in a kind of a rough spot.
in a back foot.
Yes.
But yeah, Renata has done really much work here. So when both players are playing same size of creatures and you are just one power and toughness bigger, so the match goes already for Sami's favor. Sami wins 2-0. But yeah, maybe the Jonas's deck didn't look, at least in these games, didn't look so impressive. So sometimes it's hard when your sealed pool has something for each color and you just you don't get anything better from there.
So there's players are finishing up their match and writing up their slip. Let's hope that we can get the backup feature match as fast as possible.
How does it look, the Robes match there? Can you check? Yeah, thanks.
Yes. If the players are already in the if the game
if they have started already, but I think they started already the game 2, but if the game 3 is starting soon, we will get that to the camera.
Yes. But well, now that we have nothing else to do, we can answer some questions for chat, or like you can ask us anything pretty much from maybe from this limited set, or probably the next OMG tournament will be Pioneer, and well, it's one of your better formats, I believe. Given that you top 4 a GP, so they're doing quite okay.
Yeah, and of course I was part of the testing group. I was more in the listening side, but the whole player store team, they were there was quite intensive testing also for the Pioneer format, and we went through several different deck lists, and those guys, there was I think 2 of them, Mikko Airaksinen and Matti Kuisma, ended up playing blue-black inverter in the player store, and rest of the team ended up playing this blue-green sweet Uro ramp Delirium deck. And actually the big difference in this Delirium ramp deck was that there was 2 Emrakuls. There was one in the main deck and second on the sideboard. So the ramp deck went even a little bit bigger than the other ramps decks, and the Emrakul really made the difference there.
Yes, and the Emrakul apparently was a good card against these combo decks like Inverter and Lotus Breach.
Yeah.
Because if you take a turn as a Lotus Breach player, you can do so much damage. Like if you play the whole game so poorly.
Yeah.
Like I'll just cast these rituals and okay, that's my turn. I don't have any hand. Okay, you can take your extra turn now.
Almost in every matchup, when you cast the Emrakul, you get the trigger from there. For example, against red burn deck, I use your burn spells to kill some of your creatures, and rest of them attack to my Emrakul and this some big blockers, and the game is basically over from that. So one big difference in these ramp decks now, when they have access to Uro, is that against those burn aggro decks, you will still gain life later on in the game. So top deck burn spells won't be that threatening.
Yes, and the card draw is also quite huge for ramp decks. Usually they suffer from this not drawing enough ramp or not drawing enough threats, but Euro is both ramp and a threat.
Yeah, exactly.
And it stabilizes. But we'll go for a short break right now, and we'll talk about Pioneer and Limited and see some sweet magic. So please stay tuned.
Yes. Okay, and welcome back here. We are here at Oh My Game Store playing VPN qualifier Terrors Beyond Death Limited. We are currently on round 3 and we got one more match to cast here because the first feature match was over so quickly. So we have there is Atte Vartiainen and Olli Saarinen.
Back again, the summer boys.
And here we have Henrik Förström playing Esper deck against Tuomas Helander's green-white deck. And the Henrik's the deck is basically blue-white control, but there is black splash for 4 removals. 3 removals. There's Erebus Invention, Final Death, and Myyr's Grasp.
Whereas Helander's deck, it has some good white removal, such as Elspeth Conquers Death, just like Jonas had, and Dreadful Apathy. There's a funny thing that Thomas had one Omen of the Sun in his pool, but he decided not to play it. There's one Warbriar's Blessing as a green removal, and I think that's pretty much it for the removal spells.
Henrik seems to have the Dream Traveler in his deck and also Rise to Glory to get it back.
That's some really nasty endgame for Henrik. No wonder he's playing blue and white as his main colors.
But there is no islands yet. Of course, we don't know if he has sided to some kind of black-white aggro on game 2 or something.
Yes.
Because there is like maybe 20 minutes in a clock and this is just game 2, but
yes,
at least there is already 2 swamps in. Yeah, it looks like that he have sideboarded the blue totally out.
So
okay,
well, especially that's
maybe he have won the game 1,
yes,
but maybe he thought that this green-white deck is so fast that he has to kind of do things earlier, and that's why he decided to go like a more mid-range black-white instead of this Esper control.
Yes, just hoping that your mid-range stuff will line up and won't stumble, whereas the 3-color stuff might stumble with the greedy 3-color mana base. Given that, does Henrik have any like temples in his pool?
One Temple of Deceit actually, and
well, it's good for either blue-black, or I mean black-white, or for the Esper deck as well, or maybe blue-white decks.
Yeah, there is no Traveler's Amulets or anything like that. Only Artifact is Entrance in Lure.
Okay.
But which, of course, he's playing, that's quite strong, uncommon. But yeah, it seems like after sideboarding, Henrik have decided that maybe more aggressive road is better in this matchup, and that's why we don't now get to see the Dream Brawler in this game at least.
And game there Henrik played the 2-mana Thoughtseize with which exiles. Card is called what's it called? Probably no. Well,
but anyway, the new Thoughtseize / Thought Erasure effect, which exiles the card instead of discarding.
Yes.
You lose 1 life in.
So there should be 1 card in Thomas's exile.
Are you sure that was the card he played?
At least Thomas revealed his hand.
Okay, yeah. Oh.
So, and Henrik pointed out one card. So I figured it's probably that.
But yeah, it looks like the aggressive route is working for Henrik. There is quite a lot of pressure there. But yeah, 2 removal spells from Thomas. Just to stay alive. You usually don't want to spend those better removals on these small creatures.
Yes. And I believe it was...
But let's see. Thomas is at 7 lives. There is only Heliod's Pilgrim. Only Heliod's Pilgrim now giving the pressure.
Yes.
But yeah, that one removal that Jonas played, it's just 4 turn effect that it's not there for rest of the game.
Yes.
And end of turn, Henrik decide, of course, take 1 counter off.
There will be a short judge call, so we'll be having this game paused and we'll be back.
Yeah, you can leave the mic open. So I can stay here and Atte goes to tell to the judges what did happen there. So if the card is the one we saw, there should be 1 card in exile. But yeah, after the judge solves the situation, the game will continue. I'm not so big fan of this white removal spell, which just removes the threat for 4 turns. But of course, against more aggressive decks, 4 turns is enough to stay alive. And also in the late game, 4 turns against one of the bigger threats that can be the difference between winning and losing. But in the end, you kind of lose 1 card just to slow down your opponent, not to permanently remove it.
So now that we have Judge over there, and I heard the longest sigh ever, and we'll get a short brief right now.
Okay.
So basically, the game had gone so much further. So there's nothing judges could and we could do, and there's no way to backtrack the game. So both players receive a warning, and the game goes on from that spot. That the judge was called.
Yeah. So
Even though it could have ended up losing this game for Henrik, but apparently it was just a mild speed bump.
yeah, it was not so big difference if the creature is exile or in graveyard.
Yes.
But yeah, Henrik wins. Okay.
And we'll take Henrik Foster for a short interview.
Yeah, sure. Okay, welcome back to the studio. We will have Henrik Förström here for interview. I have your deck list here. You first end up playing Esper as your main decision. It looks like you had the Dream Trawler there and some black removal.
Yeah.
But on game 2, which was played in the camera, we didn't see any blue cards. Can you tell me about it?
He had a lot of big creatures, so I just removed all my like blue tempo creatures and everything, and just took more removal inside.
Okay.
Like I cut the blue because the Esper colors are like I have problems with the mana. So if I have lost one game and that one was in like mana screw. So if I have 2 colors and just removal, I can like tempo him out. Just win with that because he had like big creatures. It was a Celestia deck. Yeah. So
you thought that you have enough removals in black white, and then if your own game plan is a little bit faster, you can just run over him before.
The blue is mainly for Dream Trawler. And I splash like 3 black removal cards from black, and then I can change the deck to a black white deck if the Dream Trawler is not important enough.
We saw that you have 1 Temple of Deceit just to help the 3-color mana a little bit better.
Yes, I got that.
Was this first time you sideboarded the Dream Traveler out, or have you been playing the black-white earlier?
In the round 1, it was I think Christian who I played against. He had like Uro and like perfect mana because I did red. So I lost because my mana started screwing. So then I just sided every graveyard hate card I found in black. Black white, and then I didn't see the Uro in game 2, but.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's scary card, so every black removal to the graveyard helps.
Yeah. How do you like the format? Have you played this limited a lot? Or?
I have played it. I feel that like white red is quite weak. I think the red is the weakest color. And the black is the most good color. I think black white is good and black green.
Okay. Black has a lot of common removals.
Common removal and Gary. Gary can just win on the spot. Black white I like a lot.
And you are currently 3-0 in the tournament.
I lost 1 game.
So 6-1 games. And 3-0 the matches.
Our pool is really good actually.
Looks good, and I think the that game that we saw on the camera didn't look so hard for you.
Tuomas had a little bit of problems. He didn't have any creatures. He just had removal. I had small creatures. And we made a game error, as you saw. I think I say exile, but he didn't put in the exile. I'm not sure what I said. And then he cast it, but it had gone like 5 turns after that.
Unfortunately, didn't make
any difference. I would have won like faster.
Yes. All right. Yeah, but thank you, Henrik,
you.
and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we see you in the top 8.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back once again. This is OMG Series. Tournament number 1, we are playing... Three. What
This is the second time today.
Second time today. Tournament number 3, we are playing Theros Beyond Death Sealed today, and we are heading into the round number 4. Nalle, who are we seeing on camera in this round?
Well, we have one familiar face from earlier. We have Sami Valkamaa. And
Who beat Joonas Eloranta on round number 2.
yeah, correct. And then we have
or
three. Whatnot. We are very confused with numbers today. And then we have our very own, let's say, homeboy here, Roope Metsä, on the other side. The players are already playing, so let's jump right in there, just so we can get the glimpse of what's happening right here, right now. And as we can see, there is a bit of an, how to say, multicolor theme going on with Roope. It says green, blue, white right in there for Sami, but I happen to know that's not the whole truth. Because Roope has decided that 3 colors is not enough. So he also plays.
You're saying what's better than 3 colors?
Well, 4. Yes. He happens to also play a bit of black for Eat to Extinction.
All right, that's decent.
Yeah.
Roope is already splashing white only for a couple of removal. They are Banishing Light and Dreadful Apathy. But as you now say, there is also... Where is it?
Somewhere in there. It's
Eat to Extinction. It's on the sideboard.
It's on the sideboard, yeah, but that's...
He will be taking it in.
In all probability. If it's a slow matchup, naturally, if it's a fast one, that's probably not going to happen.
And this looks like a pretty good start for Sami now.
Mm-hmm.
Roope has found a Lyra and Dreadful Apathy, but Sami already keeps putting more pressure on the battlefield, and this is a Rasta of the Endless Web.
We've seen that one before. That's most definitely one of the worst cards to see if you are playing some sort of a combat deck, because not combat but instant sorcery deck, because that's a huge creature. I mean, it produces 1/2s with reach, which will wreck everything if so desired.
All right, this is a good way to deal with Moss Viper.
And off it goes. Roope taking in some damage.
Yep. One of the Sami's death-touching creatures picked away from the road. Now we'll see if Sami can put some more pressure. He won't.
Well, that's interesting. What's in Sami's hand? Well, there's a removal straight away. But what else? Another Moss Viper maybe? Or is it the fight pants? What's it called? We're gonna call it
Wrestling Pants, Warp Royal Blessing.
Yeah, whatnot.
Relentless Pursuit from Roope, and he'll pick a land, but not a creature.
Oh, that's a bugger.
Alright, Banishing Light, Eat to Extinction.
Wait a second, there's Eat to Extinction in Roope's...
Yeah, it should be only on the...
Yeah. On the sideboard.
Yep. We'll see if there is a misting in the deck list or on the Roope in here. So apparently there is a judge call right now, and we'll be back very soon to see how it comes out. So this is game number 1, and and Rope has milled a Eat to Extinction, which should be on his sideboard due to the deck list he has registered. So now the judges are figuring out what's the thing. Of course, Rope should recognize this himself as he sees the Eat to Extinction, but he may also be just so focused in the game that he doesn't find the fact. So judges will now see what comes up.
I asked Rope about this, isn't that supposed to be, or rather, is that supposed to be in your main board? And Rope said, yes, it's supposed to be there. So I think there might be just a regular decklist error here. Just maybe Rope had forgot to add the Eat the Extinction to his main board. Might be 39 cards even.
Yeah, if it has been just the only black card he has forgot to mark there, so it might well be just the 14th card in there, which would be just a decklist error.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. We'll see about that. The judges are now working on the issue, and we'll see how it's resolved after this match is over.
Let's have a closer look to Sami's deck. We have already seen Sami on the camera earlier, but what else we have here? Arasta is a good...
That's a good bomb right there.
Bomb,
if I ever saw one, that's bound to be sure. There are plenty of interesting cards such as Renata, Call to the Hunt, which makes things bigger. That's no slouch, that one.
Yeah, they are very decent cards for green.
Yeah, and it all seems very mid-rangey, to be honest. So it's very regular.
From black, he also has Aphemia, the Cacophony, which removes enchantment cards from the graveyard and creates zombies in this act.
And also there is Elspeth's Nightmare, which is very good in many of these matchups, and Mogi's favor as a small removal spells, and Wise Cast as well.
There's a classic trio of black removals: Track to the Underworld, Final Death, and Mars Grasp. One copy of each.
It's like playing Highlander, really. And there is one subject we haven't discussed, which we promised to do before we continue. We had our lunch at Allun Grilli.
Yep, we promised you a report about the quality of the food there, and I would rate it 8 out of 10.
Probably pretty much the same. I have to admit, I really like the what's it called? Some hamburger with fries, basically, and not hamburger in a way that it's a like a small steak between buns. No, the actual hamburger. We just discussed that yesterday.
And the site is very good in this meaning, because the game this tournament is played in the rooms of the restaurant, and there are also served a lunch for the players.
Yeah.
So what else needed? And now it seems that Rope is collecting his cards, so I would guess that this ends up being a game loss.
Yeah, I suppose so. I will go have a check now.
Yes.
So we have information on that, and we'll be right back.
Yes. Yep. So in the featured match between Roope Metsä and Sami Valkamaa, Roope had a misregistered deck, which causes him a game loss. And from the players' ask, we will now change the match. So our reserve match, Anssi Alkio and Tomi Hakala will jump to the stream, if not immediately, at least for their next game. So we'll have a short downtime for that. It seems players are gathering their stuff and coming to the coverage table. Yeah, we'll end up having a pretty short break and come back as soon as possible. Oasis. All right, welcome back again. This is round number 4. And next we will have Anssi Alkio against Tomi Hakala on camera.
Yeah.
Nalle, you had a close look to the players playing their first game. What are our players having?
Well, what we have there is an egg basket against a meat load. So, to be more exact, there's Band Auras, sort of archetype, really strong as it turns out.
On the Anssi side?
On Anssi's side, yeah. And on the other hand, Tommy has this green big things deck, which also seems to be doing quite well. As it turns out, this was the first game loss he had so far. Not the game loss for
Lost game.
The lost game is a better explanation.
You said a green meat load. Is he playing pure green or the?
There's more. There's more, but green is the main color.
Yep.
So,
based on green.
Yeah, heavily based on green, actually. And it's probably worth mentioning about the game we had before on camera, on the situation that was happening there.
So we had Roope Metsä playing against Sami Valkamaa earlier on this round, but they now switched to the out camera table to play.
Yeah, very correct. And the issue was that there was, as discussed earlier, there was a card missing from Roope's deck list.
Yes.
So he should have had that in the main board, but he forgot to mark that one in there.
So Roope had in the last possible moment changed a card in his deck list and just forgot to. He took the card out. He wanted to change away, but he forgot to mark
the card in.
Another card in. So.
Yeah, that's very correct. And as luck would have it, he had 39 cards after this switch, meaning that the deck was illegal. And now the deck list fixed, everything's fine, but Roope, unfortunately, as the rules state, got a game loss for that.
Yes, so the situation in that game is 1-0 for Sami Valkamaa.
Very correct.
And this particular match we are having next on camera is Anssi leading 1-0 over Tomi Hakala.
Yeah, and that was quite a climb really for Anssi. He was already at 1 life after the mid-load had arrived, but unfortunately, Anssi decided that this 1-2 of his should have 1,000,000 enchantments on it, including lifelink and a bit of power.
What else?
What else? And Tommy, in the meanwhile, decided that drawing removal spells would be so 90s, and as a result, I think Algio had more than 20 life when the game ended in his favor.
All right. So that turned out pretty heavily.
Yeah, that really didn't take a long time. It took 3 or 4 turns after Anssi decided that would be the best to just have more life.
And we'll jump to see if Anssi can have that pace in the second game as well, because the game is already ready to go, and we will jump back there right now, right here. So here on the left, Anssi Alkio, and on the right, Tomi Hakala. We will correct the decks they are playing and also the record. So Anssi leads 1-0. So banned auras, you said.
Yeah, pretty much the same as a Roope, really.
Have they broken the format?
Maybe. I really like the deck. So at least they've broken me, if nothing else.
And Tomi Hakala with green meat load.
Yeah, you could say that. Or I could, what not. And to be more exact, it's black and green for Tomi, with a pinch of Polychronos.
There you go. So it seems Tomi may be mulliganing this, as Anssi has already kept his 7, I believe.
Yeah, and Anssi is looking really happy with this hand. Although Anssi tends to look happy all the time. He's a really fun-loving guy, so why not?
So there are at least Eutropia, the twice favored, and Staggering Insight on Anssi's side, which are both pretty impressive cards to have.
Yeah, the Staggering Insight was the one that really put the game in Anssi's hands just before.
Yep, definitely one of the better uncommons on the set.
Absolutely. That's I would really hate playing against it, to be honest.
It is also hard to raise it away, so you desperately need a removal to fight back with those.
To be honest, it's near impossible.
But that is also the weakness for the deck.
Of course.
Woe Strider on the Tommy's side.
Yeah, Anssi, on the other hand, decides to have a look at his top 2 cards in instant speed. That's Preordain instant speed. Very good. Delicious.
Yep. Omen of the Sea has found its way to constructed formats as well. Played both in standard, as also in Pioneer, and even in modern.
Oh, even modern. Oh yeah, true. Because we had this tournament yesterday where modern was played in another gaming store nearby, and yeah, that was quite interesting to see because we were both playing there. To see like a very diverse field in modern as well.
Yep, it looked very good. And now it looks better for Tommy as well, because he has just found his green mana.
Yeah. The meat load's about to unload.
Yep. And it seems Tommy sacrificed his token to find the land, and there is Polychronos.
As we just were talking. Of course, Anssi does have Apathy, for example.
Yep.
And
but this is just what Tommy wants to do. He has curved from Woe Strider into Polychronos, and now we'll see how Anssi will affect on this.
Yeah, because this is a situation where Anssi definitely doesn't want to be in. Because there is a big threat that works as a removal on the battlefield that he can't do much about.
Yep. All right, there is a presence something. Commanding presence, yeah.
Yeah. That's +2/+2 first strike, and it creates soldiers whenever connects.
Connects damage to player.
Yeah. Oh, that's bound to be in hand.
That is a great tempo play from Anssi. Tommy goes for a fight with Polychronos against the Transcendent Envoy, but Anssi has the unsummon effect in response.
Yeah. And now Tommy is far behind. There is no fight going on even on the next turn after this one, so...
I think the unsummon here...
Oh, dog! There it comes. Staggering Insight.
Here we go. Stern Dismissal is probably one of the most undervalued cards in the set, I could say. There are decks, tempo decks that take a very good use from it, and now Anssi is presenting just right that.
Yeah. So that's one more, and there's Brine Giant.
All right.
Oh, Anssi, oh you. That's a Born of the Gods semi-finalist we see here. Proto Born of the Gods semi-finalist we see here. Commanding,
I must say that a few games I have been able to watch besides Anssi's games today it has been very, very impressive.
Yeah, you could say that. It's moments like these you just think like, how on earth one gets a deck like this? I want to have one too. It's getting close to not actually being limited. It's just more standard, really. All right. There's quite a few lands in Anssi's hand, unfortunately for him.
So Envoy will still connect damage, but unless Anssi has another response or removal for Polychronos, it will fight the flying Bogle away at some point. And from that point going on, Tommy may be able to stabilize this, but we'll see what Anssi has to do with it. Brine Giant is also getting into the red zone.
Which makes sense if that's blocked like it is here, then that's one more threat off the table straight away. But that's no slouch, the flying boggle. It has an actual name as well, doesn't it? It's Triumphant Envoy or something like that.
Yeah.
But we'll see if
Transcendent Envoy.
Transcendent Envoy, yeah. It also has another ability. It's 1/2, yeah, and it flies, yeah, but it also makes the auras a bit cheaper.
Yep.
Which is actually relevant in this very matchup. So Anssi here pointing out the first strike happens first, sort of what the name says, and he cracks the Omen before damage to see if he can find maybe apathy or something or other for the Polychronus. So there we have the Flying Boggle, as it has been named now.
Doing a good work on the side of Anssi.
Let's see, Anssi, he does have something else in his, on top of his deck than just lands. Allun as well. That's bound to go to bottom, but...
Unless you have a 4-drop in hand that you want to play on the
yeah, but you have lands already. So you don't need
one.
Well,
yeah, you do.
Yeah. And I think Anssi already played his land for the turn. So that...
Alright, players are discussing about their life totals.
Anssi and Tommy in a bit
back,
of a
back and forth.
bit of a disagreement on what's actually going to happen. But that's a card right here. And what's it going to be? Anssi doesn't tell us. And then
it looked like the Heliod's
punishment, which would be...
Which is in Anssi's deck.
Yep, that's there.
Uh-oh.
Tommy is not happy with that.
Things are looking pretty challenging for Tommy here.
Oh, you can't activate that. You can't activate that. And Tommy notices that himself, I think. Or Anssi points it out, but whatnot. That was a really good top deck for Anssi.
Well, he dug it with the Omen of the Sea, so...
Yeah, sure. But it still was very good.
Yep.
Tommy thinking of what's actually going to happen here. Looking a bit hopeless, really.
There is a Chainweb Arachnir in Tommy's hand, but it's not doing that much at the moment.
No, if it's just that Tommy's dead on the board.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening.
There's already a handshake, and Anssi Alkio takes this match against Tommy Hakala 2-0.
Yeah, very correct. And that's pretty much guaranteed top 8 spot for Anssi here.
Yep, you could say so.
If you were to draw the next 2 rounds, it would be 4-0-2, which should be more than enough.
Yep.
For a top 8 slot. Pretty high one even.
Still, there is a possibility that there are odd number of X-Zeros after this round, which means that at least one of them ends up playing.
Yeah, correct. And that for sure might mean that Anssi doesn't actually get to draw the next 2 matches even.
Yeah, probably some do, but...
Yeah, but Anssi is, well, his breakers are bound to be very good indeed. So, in all probability, that's still going to end up being fine for him, even if he were to lose and draw.
Yep.
But with that deck, I'm not sure if that's ever going to happen. That's really good.
Anssi's pile of cards has looked pretty impressive. Every time I have had a closer look for it.
Yeah.
In action.
Yeah, it's just mad. But hey, Anssi is known for his skills in limited. That's no surprise for any of us.
Yep.
It's a known thing. But right now, we are having a little break, seeing how things go out. Yep. There might be another game coming in.
Yes, we still have plenty of time for this round, so we will check if we can find one more match under the camera. but not promised yet.
Not promised, because they might be all in game 3.
Yep.
That would be grand, but not probably happening.
But we will be back. If not on this round, then at least on the round number 5. So stay on the channel. We'll be back soon enough.
Yeah. Bye for now.
welcome back. This is still round number 4, and we have found another match for you.
And aren't these two very familiar to us?
Yes, and very, very known players in our community.
Absolutely. So we have Antti Malin, known for, well, some championships, whatnot.
Best known for some worlds winning acting.
Yeah, there's a big check of 45,000 somewhere in another gaming store.
Yes.
And then there's the Joonas Eloranta, known for...
The Joonas Eloranta.
The Joonas Eloranta, there's no other. And he has made some success in GPs of late.
Yes, at least a team GP top 4.
Yeah, for example. He hasn't been a slouch in other ones either.
And also played in Players Tour Brussels.
Very correct. But the game's already going on, so let's jump right in and see what's what.
Yep. And tell me, Nalle, what is situation in this match?
Well, they are 1-1 here, and as the luck would have it, Antti won the die roll on the first game and decides to be on play, whereas and the game Antti also won. And after that, Joonas went to be the one that decides whichever goes first, and he decided that Antti should go first. So Antti has started these 2 games already, and as it turns out, Antti, when having the chance to decide again, went first. Mm-hmm. So they are both in very much agreement on Antti being the player here.
Yes.
But that's great, and of course Antti is playing this blue-green ramp of sorts with additional constellation parts, which is great, very usual.
It seemed pretty good deck when I had a chance to check him in action.
Absolutely, that's very much decent. And Joonas, on the other hand, is more on the mid-range part with black and white, a bit of green.
Yes, at least I found a Polukranos from his decklist here.
Well, one might splash it if you have it. Of course, Joonas is already has been on the camera before here today, so that's usual. And Antti, I believe Antti was as well. Oh no, Antti was in.
Antti was on our reserve match.
Yeah, very correct. Of which Mr. Alkia won at that point with the very sweet pile of ores we just had under camera.
And now we're seeing players doing their stuff. Joonas puts up some pressures, doesn't play that many lands, and Antti, in the other hand, responds to what Joonas has to offer, and now he has Ashiok erasered the Sun main Pegasus. Going back to Antti's turn, and well, there are plenty of cards in there.
Yeah. It's good to have a few cards. Antti surely agrees on this, being the thoughtful player.
So just keep calm, island, and go.
Yeah. Of course, Antti is nowhere calm in his mind at this very moment. I think Antti might have something, since we just saw he had 1 drops, for example, in his hand, and he decided not to play them. So in all probability, there's something going on.
Yep. So Antti definitely has some kind of a plan here.
Yeah. Bit of damage. Antti says that's fine.
All right.
And that's a Farigas whatnot.
Spawn.
Yep.
One of the better black uncommons here, and there are a lot of good black uncommons.
Yeah, absolutely. And now another land from Antti, and there comes Brine Giant. That's a big one. Literally a big one. That's a 5/6. Of course, the Dead Touch in 2/1 is ever so slightly problematic for big creatures like that.
And when there is also the protecting guy on Joonas' side,
yeah,
so
that doesn't help. No,
it definitely trades to 2 creatures if needed.
Yeah, bound to happen at some point.
Even though they are 1-to-1 trades in the total amount of creatures, but 2 small creatures into possible to a hell lot of bigger creatures is kind of what Joonas wants to do. A unicorn is very good in here.
Yeah. So Constellation, it says tap things. So that's just great. And actually Antti is not in a high life total anymore. That's just 10. And if I count correctly, that's 10 on the board if Joonas decides to play 2 enchantments.
So that puts
That would be lethal.
Antti has to do something now, and he's now making a hard math on his outs and options. Traveler's Amulet.
Finds a land. That's
All right,
a black.
there is a black splash from Antti now.
For no black cards.
There must be
a sideboard plan. Yes. Of course, as we know, this is that's Elspeth's Nightmare right there. That destroys one of these creatures, and that's the protection one. No surprise, really.
Yep. He has to deal with it at some point, and why not to do it now? Because now he can also remove the Triton, and then the board is more or less even. Even though Jonas has the Unicorn, which may be able to slip in some damage.
Yeah, and probably does. There's only one big creature, the Giant. If Jonas just decides to play any enchantment and tap that, there's bound to be some damage.
Yeah. Even though Triton doesn't want to trade on Caryatid, so
no, but
Mariga Spawn will be good to hit.
Yeah, and absolutely, and probably even the Unicorn itself will end up going to the red zone. And that's Elspeth Conquers Death. That's a big one. Yes, that's a really big one.
There is one of the better bombs on Jonas' side.
Yeah, so that's...
So Giant will get a...
Exile, probably. Oh, that gets actually... Yeah, that gets tapped, and Elspeth's Nightmare gets exiled. Very good, so Jonas, very good.
He's also protecting his hand from the Duress mode.
Yeah, which seems quite reasonable.
Yep, there must be something very good in there.
Well, yeah. If it were lands,
that also makes sense why Jonas wanted to make the Elspeth Conqueror's Death's way to the battlefield already.
Yeah, but that's Starlit Mantle. Yeah, meaning that there is a hexproof for the Giant. So also, it's a bit bigger.
There is another swamp for Antti's side. What does he...
That might be just an additional swamp just to get the lands.
Or Mars Grasp or something more.
Could be anything, yeah. There's plenty of good cards that you might be playing if you are Antti. But it's all in probability it's just another land for just having more access to black mana.
Yep. And there is Temple of Enlightenment, probably only for scry value.
Unless Antti has gone really in the deep end, just like Roope, and having a bit of a splashy splash on white as well.
Let's remind you that Antti is in his main deck. He's only playing pure blue-green.
Yeah, that doesn't seem really.
Yeah, Temple is definitely only for scry value. The black splash has come in for the third and perhaps also the second game.
Yeah. But back on Jonas' turn. Jonas has already upped the Elspeth Conqueror's Death, meaning that Antti's cards are a bit more expensive now, if they are non-creature cards, that is. Oh well, the lands are not too expensive either, but...
Voracio's Hydra was a good addition to Antti's side there.
That's one thick boy.
I mean, Voracious Typhoon, not the Hydra. Alright, Polukranos. Well, that is a bit better for drop on the Jonas side.
Yeah.
And Antti is struggling. What the heck? How can I beat all these?
Yeah. One does not simply.
And was it so that these both players are now 2-1, so their tournament is more or less on the line here?
Very correct. That's just... If something goes wrong here for either one of them, that's the tournament pretty much in tatters.
Yeah. Nexus Wardens is not that impressive when facing, for example, the Polukranos.
Yeah.
Some enchantment end step. Yep, Indomitable will now tap Brine Giant.
Yeah, in all probability. That's tapped.
And now Jonas is setting a big Alpha Strike, it seems.
Yeah. Which would be more or less lethal on the spot.
Oh, see, now he flickers it.
Oh, dog. And there's
So
one
trigger to stack, targeting this on the graveyard, then flickering Elspeth Conjure's Death, exile your thing.
that comes to table. That will tap something.
Tap whole team, because there is the creature it returned is also enchantment, so there should be everything tapped on this turn.
Yeah. Oh wait, Jonas just decides not to, but that's not exactly necessary, right? Or does he actually forgot?
I think he did, because he had three. He tapped Prime Giant on the end step.
Yeah.
And then he have 2 enchantments come in the battlefield this turn, so he could have tapped 2 of them and killed one with the Elspeth Conqueror's Death. So there should not be any blockers.
Yeah, although that would be still one off. No wait, that wouldn't. It wouldn't be one off. But hey, that's life.
And now Antti has some serious magic to do to keep him alive, and those cards will not do it.
No, not even close. But of course, there is always a chance that Jonas forgot to go on the driver's seat and just says go. That usually happens in Arena though, or MTGO, not in live Magic. But you know,
there is a last possible play from Antti, and then he
shakes the hand. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. So that will put Jonas Eloranta to 3-0 record, and he will play for the seat on the top 8 on the next round.
Yeah. In all probability, if you end up with X11, that might be enough for a spot in top 8, which will be draft.
Yep.
So that will be one interesting thing to see right there. But of course, that's still 2 rounds away.
Also to remind, we will also cover you the draft action. We'll have a hand camera there to follow one of our top 8 players. And also we will hover over the table between the packs, so we will have a good look to what players are going to do in the draft.
Absolutely, and we have an idea that who we might want to follow in the draft.
Yeah, we will not tell it to you yet.
Yeah, and there is also a very good place to actually have a say in this, because we are here for you. So if you have an idea who we should follow during the draft, please say it in the Twitch chat, and we'll take a note. And if possible, we'll follow that player.
And of course, because we don't know the top 8 players yet, you can already give good guesses, but...
Yeah, and of course there is a decent chance you might know some of them.
Some of them may be pretty sure on this point, but...
Yeah, and of course during the last round, it may seem more and more certain, let's say it that way. Of course there is always a chance for some very not nice things, let's say it that way. But in general, that should be clear then.
Yep.
But of course, at this point, we'll have a very short break before we will have our next round.
We could actually have a very quick look to our standings at this point.
Oh, standings.
These are... Just a moment. These are the standings before this round.
Yeah. Like so. So Anssi, as we just saw earlier, proceeds to 12 points, which is very good indeed. We don't... Sorry about that. Anssi is at 12 points. And then we don't know about Sami yet. That's to come. And we actually might have the information right now, maybe about Sami's... and Robert's.
Sami won 2-1.
Sami won 2-1, right. So
Anssi Alkio and Sami Valkamaa will at least be on 12 points, and there is also a chance that Henrik Forsström, who we had on the interview earlier today, may also be at 12 points.
Yes.
So there, at least Anssi and Sami are our 2 leaders of the tournament at the moment, but we'll see if there is more.
Both very seasoned players, so we look forward to that. But now, let's have a short break before we proceed to the next round, which will be one of the deciding rounds, round 5. So, Have a good one. We'll be right back.
Yes. Hello there and welcome back once again. This is OMG Series tournament number 3 and we are at OMG store on Vantaa and we are playing Sealed Theros Beyond Death today.
Yes.
And right now the tournament has come to the point that we are just starting round number 5. We have a match between Aki Vainio and Ville Ahtiainen coming soon.
And we've seen Ville Ahtiainen before here in the coverage, I believe. At least we have his seal pool up there already. And Ville is playing this black-white deck, which has some
pretty good removal. There seems to be Vanishing Light and Dreadful Apathy.
Yes, and from black he has Final Death and is there one Myers Grasp, and he even got that Gunora's Hound of Athreus as well.
Death Hound in there.
Yes.
Also pretty decent creatures, for example, Myyrmäki.
Hateful Eidolon. Probably one of the best.
Hateful Eidolon is a very good card if you have any decent number of auras in your deck.
Yes, especially with the single Mind's Grasp. It's pretty nice, and let's see if Ville has any number of Mogi's favor. He has actually one, but he decided not to play one, which is kinda weird, given that it's a multi-purpose card in his deck.
Yep. The match is just started. We will jump right in there. And here you go. Ville Ahtiainen on the left side and Aki Vainio on the right side. And it seems Aki is playing black-green.
And here we can see Ville having a nice curve. Turn 2 Triton into turn 3 Gunoros, Hound of Athreus.
But Aki has actually presented pretty impressive start himself. Turn 2 Hornbeetle into turn 3 Loathsome Chimera, so that will that's close to the best starts you can have on that color combination.
Yes, and given that would Ville have one Farik's, Mogis's favor in his deck, that would be really good answer to that.
Yep.
1-4.
Unfortunately, we don't have Aki's deck list or pool list yet, but we'll get it soon enough. Hornbeetle will trade with Myyrmäki, so that is out of the battlefield, and Aki just passes the turn.
So now Ville is up in the life totals by 10.
And the battlefield has been cleaned up. Ville will probably lead with Helios Pilgrim and probably Lampard as well.
Let's see what Helios Pilgrim can grab. Probably
Mars Grasp is on top of his considerations, so that may end up being the choice, as it is. And probably Ville follows up with the Lampard in his hand. There you go.
So 2 power for 5 mana.
Yep. Not impressive bodies in there, but some pressure on the battlefield.
Yes, and Lampard is probably one of the most impressive black cards for aggro decks, given the really relevant
there we see Setesan
tactics
training being cycled by put on a creature that has already been Dreadful Appetite just to dig for some threats, but Aki is not able to find one, and now he also has to discard his
2 of his cards.
Yep, rest of his hand, so things are looking pretty good for Ville Ahtiainen here.
Yes, whereas Aki just 1 card in his hand. Probably not a threat.
Another Setesan training?
No.
Oh no, not that impressive creature. still. Sutter Grove Dancer or something.
The 2/2
similar.
that puts top card of your library to your graveyard,
Yep,
and you gain
that
one
one.
life from each land. And Ville is ready with that Mice Grasp.
And keeps hitting with not that big, but
Steady to 2 points a turn.
yep.
As someone who's familiar with attacking 2 power creatures,
And once again, Aki is forced to just pass the turn, so not finding a creature of his own. And Loathsome Chimera also got exiled, so no help coming from there. Back to Ville we go, and into
Just
the face
to-
of Aki.
just do damage. Going up to 28.
Alright, Caryatid is not the best able option, but at least something to do.
Probably, well, has to jump Shoonis.
Compared to other matches we have seen, this is pretty
One-sided.
powered battlefield right now.
Yes.
Either of these two players haven't found that impressive threats, although they have already traded a lot of resources, so the game has come to a point where they are just trying to find something good. And that may be Voracious Typhoon for Aki, which is a pretty good draw, although Ville still has Banishing Light in his hand.
Ville's draw has been really removal heavy
Yep.
this game.
Alright, Aki decides to go with the... Oh yeah, there is now a blue splash for Aki, and the card is... Oh yeah, sure.
We don't have the Aki's deck list.
As a reminder, we have two lists here, but they are both Ville's, so we don't have actually Aki's list here yet. And Banishing Light comes up and finishes this game.
So now we have Ville's list, just Ville's list right in front of our hands, but
Let's have a look what he has got there.
like I said before the match started, Ville has one copy of Mogis's Favor, and which he didn't decide to play in his main deck.
Interesting choice.
Yes, and it's an aura that he can fetch with the Heliod's Pilgrim.
Yeah,
And
it is a pretty impressive combo with Hateful Eidolon.
yes, and Ville saw quite a lot of X1s in Aki's side of the table, so I believe that he would bring in the Mogis's Favor in this matchup.
We would also argue if it should be in the main deck, but
Yes, given like the if Aki curves out like turn 1 Caryatid, turn 3 the 4/1
Loathsome Chimera.
yes Loathsome Chimera, that against that curve one Mogis's Favor could be like game over, because first you kill the Caryatid and then you get the kill like 2 turns later the other 4/1, so I'd definitely be bringing that in.
Pretty good plan in there.
Yes.
The first game was more or less struggling for Aki. He had a very good start with leading with Hornbeetle and following up with Chimera, but after that the only creature he played was like Caryatid.
Yes, and the Typhoon was just too little too late.
He didn't actually even play the Caryatid, Typhoon, because it was the blue-green creature and then killing the...
Okay, it was probably the blue-green uncommon card that draws a card when you play. What does it? Can we get
no, it's the Eutropia.
Yes, that one.
So giving counters and
Yes.
flying. So let's mark 1-0 for Ville Ahtiainen at the moment.
And it seems players are already shuffling up their decks. So they did. If they decided to sideboard, it was pretty fast. And let's see if Ville decided to bring in that favor. And let's see if he can find one.
Quick decision of mulligan from Aki.
Yes.
Not spending too many views for his hand. Ville's hand seems to have no more than 2 lands.
But on the draw,
Yeah,
it's probably enough.
It seems that Ville is willing to keep this, and his deck had pretty low curves, so he will be happy to still play with it.
Yes. There's a lot of cards that he can play with.
Just a couple of lands.
Yes.
It's interesting to see the Ville's list, and it really doesn't have that many bombs in there. The Connors is like only rare in his main deck, but the overall quality of the other common and uncommon cards is pretty decent. Nothing too good or impressive, but just okay-ish.
Yeah, like solid cards overall.
And it perhaps underlines the black-white archetypes nature. It can just play little bears and have some combat tricks, pump effects, and just being able to
Close out the game.
Push through enough damage to close the game.
Like going through Wheeler's list, I can't find too many. Well, he got a couple of lands.
Yeah, there is Labyrinth of Scophos and Temple of Malice being just for the scry value and one color.
Yes. And that's about it. And the players are on their way. Aki decided to keep this time and turn to Triton again.
And is it so that Aki puts Ville on the play here?
Probably, yeah. Maybe
unless Aki was on the play but already missed his second land. I actually just missed the start of the game, so didn't see how the things went.
Well, Aki has third land in his hand, so.
All right, then it must be that Aki just gave Ville a option to play first.
Yes.
Nyx Herald is usually a pretty good creature, but it's not fighting very well against these little creatures.
This 2/1, well, this 2/1 flyer and 2/1 Deathpatcher.
Yeah, Aki is just willing to
Yes.
trade that away, keeping his life total as high as possible.
Maybe Aki thinks that the late game favors him because he put himself on the draw,
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
and given that he is willing to trade early and often.
Yep. Venomous Hierophant is on the battlefield now. And it will keep the Lambat in bay, and only the Harpy will be brave enough to move into combat. Will it just passing the turn, perhaps keeping something like Final Death open?
which we can see one copy in his
Yep.
deck.
All right.
Nightmare Shepherd.
Shepherd is pretty good, but as we supposed, Ville had an immediate response and removal for that, so that will not end up being very good for Aki.
And now that Ville got... Given that Ville is the aggressor here, it's pretty good that he got that one extra point damage.
Yep.
Especially that Ville has that Lambad on the battlefield, which can finish off the last remaining points of damage.
Yeah. And Transcendent Envoy is the follow-up. Transcendent Envoy that me and Nalle gave already a nickname when we were watching the Ansys game. Flying Boggle.
Flying Boggle.
It took some arrows on it and hit very hard.
Fun fact, when Anssi was playing against Tommy said that this game won't take too long. Tommy was at 20 life and Anssi was at 1 life, and then Anssi was at 8 life and then at 17, and then Tommy died. So it didn't take too long.
Yep. All right. Ville has found his arguably said the best card in the deck, Kunoras perhaps. And now Aki will he lead with the Shepherd? He already returned from the graveyard. Timaret also gives some life back for him, so this game is still far from over. Even though Ville's board is more impressive right now.
Yes.
Yep, this must be Shepherd.
I'd really hope to see Aki's whole deck list, because I want to know if Aki has any kind of sacrifice outlets for that Shepherd.
Yep.
Like Lambad.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still haven't got Aki's pool list. But well, at least everything Aki does comes as a surprise to us as well.
Yes.
Yep, so we are entering into a slight stalling situation here when Aki has stabilized in 8 life and Ville is not able to present any attacks right now. The next step would be remove the Shepherd away from the battlefield so that he could just continue pinging with the flying creatures and perhaps end the game with the Lampard at some point. But right now he will probably just have to sit and hold.
And probably the late game benefits Aki more than Ville, given that Aki has that Shepherd over there. Ville's doing some quick maths, trying to find out how to push the final points of damage, but just land go, whereas Aki decides to activate.
Aki can also gain back some life with Timaret, so
yes,
it's really good on this situation. All right, Shepherd thinks that he is not going to stay home, but to go into combat. So Aki is actually the one who goes for a brutal force here.
Yes. Well, Shepherd is a 4-turn clock on this board, whereas Aki has, Ville has as well 4-turn clock.
Yep. Laguna will not do anything here, and even though there was some enchantment on the graveyard, Timaret would have eaten them away.
Yes.
So just a vanilla 4-3.
And once again, Atte is deciding to giving the beatdowns with Shepherd and the Chimera.
This is very brave move from him, because he still opens the air for Ville's attacks, and those couple creatures will drop Aki down to 4, and he can still sacrifice the board, even though there is Timuret fighting for the life points, so players must navigate this very strictly.
Yes.
Alright, this seems...
So Ville.
This seems like someone wants to end the game right now.
So this way, Aki can block so that he will go down to 1. No, at this point, if Ville chooses to sacrifice 2 of his creatures, then he would go up to 6, Aki would go down to 5, take 5 points of damage, but Aki could activate
Yeah,
Timuret.
Timuret is his lifeline right now.
So does Ville have some sort of trick up in his sleeve?
It feels so, because the attack he just presented was so aggressive that he must have something to put there, but has he calculated it right? Because if this backfires, he will not survive.
The backswing,
Yep.
yes. I'd say that is not what people do when they have lethal on board or when they have the kill. Usually they don't play it really slowly. Oh, it seems...
This is flicking Timuret, it seems.
So now... Okay, well... So this way, Ville got rid of the Acolyte of Affliction from Aki's side by flickering the Timuret. And Aki chose to return it with the Shepherd's ability. So
A lot of happening right now.
yes. And Ville did gain 3 life from the combat.
Born. Alright, this will keep him alive. Aki is climbing back to 6 life. And now I could see that Aki is back on the driver's seat, because he has the lethal attacks now, even though Ville has to block with something.
Well, Ville can block the 1/1 with a 3/3 lifelinker. And or maybe the forward can trade with something. Probably with the next pawn.
I think Chimera will probably trade with the Undead Centaur there. Drop Ville to 3 life.
Or maybe he'll just block and sacrifice it. Or yeah, he decides it's better to...
And not exile it for the Shepherd, so of course he wants to play it back himself.
Yes. Well, I'd say that 5-2 is strictly better than 1-1 on that battlefield.
Yep, you could say so. Alright, it seems there may be the Eutropia in Aki's hand, so if he just is able to find a blue source and a enchantment, he would be able to make more flying creatures and end this game, but that is not the case just yet.
Actually, what am I talking about? Of course, Aki cannot escape that card because
there is Connors on the battlefield. Yep,
yes.
You're true.
So the 1-1 would have been better.
Yeah.
Probably. Given that Aki might have some ways to remove the Kunoros from the battlefield. Okay, just milled a final death.
And back to Ville we go.
So Ville, not so healthy 3 life though.
I think both players have been on the edge for a while here.
Yes.
There are many hard decisions to do there. So now the Harpy has also lifelink, and Aki just lost the last couple cards in his hand, so...
Did Ville just pay 4 mana from his 4 mana spell that would have cost only 3 mana?
Well, it seems so.
I believe that flying creature over there makes the auras cost 1 less.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Aki goes up to 6 life now. And he can attack with Shepherd. And it seems Ville now is willing to block with Envoy and jack it into face. And yeah, we're just hovering the options that Ville could still have.
Or could draw into.
But must say the situation here is now surprisingly open. Either of the players haven't found a way to end this yet. And also Aki is now struggling how he can put this into an end. And now it seems the attack is the best defense. Just with the Shepherd.
So attacking Ville down to 1 life total. Just playing the
land from his hand.
And that was Temple.
Yep. And how long will there be creatures to be eaten from graveyards? Because that is the life resource Aki has right now.
Whereas Ville can...
If those flyers hit Aki to 3 and there is no more creatures, of course when Ville starts to sacrifice creatures for Lampard, there will be creatures on the battlefield, so it's ±0 there.
Yeah.
Not that effective.
but well, it's mana effective, but
Yeah, this is tricky because Ville will not gain enough life to attacking just with Harpy, because he goes to 3 then, and he can survive the attack from Shepherd if the envoy is removed from the battlefield. So he should also attack with Kunaros to gain life, but then he would lose Kunaros.
yes.
And as so, Ville just chooses to go with the Harpy. Mars Grasp. This will end the game, I think.
Yes.
Because now he can remove the... Oh no, Aki can still sacrifice 2 creatures, but...
Well,
then he will... then he will... Yeah, he can first present the blocks. Oh, he goes for the Kunaros there. Well, that makes sense, because now Aki opens up his graveyard to play Loathsome Chimera. But destroying Envoy out of the way would also cause Ville to sacrifice another creature. And I think that is also something that he can't come over, so I think the right choice would have been Envoy, even though this is almost as good attacks goes. Ville just have to present something. Yeah, sacrifice this, go to 5, then damage go to 2.
So both players at 2 life.
Yep. And the Timoret will win this game because it keeps Aki alive.
Well, Ville has still one top deck.
Did Ville top or bottom the card?
I believe he put 1 to the bottom.
Alright, so it is an unknown card there. I think this may be the last turn for this game.
I think it was a land.
Land it is, yeah.
Yes, just plains.
So Aki will definitely take this game and also the match to the 3rd game, because now this will pretty much end this game. Set as some training, I guess.
And swing with everyone. Making the block.
And dying to damage.
Yes. And Aki ties it up to 1-1.
Yes, that was a tight game.
Yes. Given that Ville was on the play there, and Aki put him on the play, and now Ville has this decision: should he be on the play or on the draw?
I'm pretty sure that Ville is pretty confident being on the play himself.
Okay, so Ville might think that he is the aggressor on this matchup.
Yes, I could see so at least.
Well, he has the Lambats that's better on the aggressive deck by gaining those last point of damages that you need, that final reach.
Lampad is also a grinding creature. It can turn around some stalling situations, even though it demands that you have a whole lot of creatures to do so.
Yes.
And that was not the case. Lampad would have been good on the second game, but Timoret was just better.
Yes.
It was that close.
Yes, it was natural for the Ville's plan.
Yep. And things ended up to a point where both players was more or less top decking things one at a time, and Aki was able to be the winning one in that race.
Yes. So it seems
very good game to watch and follow.
Yes. It seems that players are already shuffling up their decks, so probably not do big changes. So let's head back to the feature game.
And unfortunately we don't have timer here, but I could easily see that there is not that many, something like 10 minutes perhaps left in this round.
Yes. One feature on this limited format is that the games tend to go pretty long.
Yep.
And especially when there's some black-green or black decks
Yep.
playing against each other. A lot of removal spells back and forth.
We also have some results from this round already, and those that are interesting for us is that Sami Valkamaa won against Jesse Juote. Sami was at 12 points before this round and Jesse was at 9. So this will put Sami Valkamaa at 15 points, which is more than enough for a top 8 already. So
Yes.
Sami Valkamaa will at least be one of our top 8 players. And Jesse Juote will most likely be out, although some X2 may sneak into top 8 depending how the results go. On the table 1, Anssi Alkio and Henrik Forsström tied up, so they are both at 13 points.
Yes. Probably there should be like a couple of X2s, given that there won't be too many players with.
Yeah, we'll have to do the math after this round. When we have a look for the standings. Let's jump back to our main game, and it seems that
Aki is having quite nice curve right
yes,
there.
and is it now Aki who is still on the play, or has Ville has plenty of lands, so he probably haven't missed those. So probably Ville had put Aki on the play here.
Yeah, so maybe both players decided that this is really grindy matchup and
they want one extra card there, and
rather than the tempo advantage.
yeah, try to get the advantage by the cards. And as seen, the Shepherd was played and immediately removed by the Sherds. So now there is just Death Toucher hitting against Lampard, and well, this is something we have seen before.
Deja vu.
Shepherd was killed and then it was returned to hand by Acolyte. So once again Ville have to face that recurring threat.
And there's
Alright,
the
there is
Pegasus
Sunmain Pegasus we were seeing, or hoping to see last game.
And there's the Shepherd.
Moss Viper goes to the red zone and Shepherd was played before, so if there would have been some trades made, there would have been another Moss Viper on the battlefield.
So 1/1 Death Toucher becomes into a 1/1 Death Toucher.
See this? There is Minor Grasp on the Shepherd now. Or as said, Ville has a Mogi's Favor in his sideboard.
So he can pseudo 2-for-1 himself.
Yeah. But every creature the Shepherd creates is technically 2-1 also, so...
Yes.
Alright, Hornbeetle is good. And Typhoon is better. This is now very good start for Aki. And soon enough we'll see if Ville Ahtiainen has the tools to fight back this. There is the Lifelink Mindrod Aura, which will take Aki's hand away. And interesting to see them put on Pegasus that already has the ability for Lifelink, not for example for the Kentaur. Well, yeah, against Kentaur would just trade immediately for something, so now there is no need to invest any more mana on Lifelink. But Aki definitely is the one with the power here, so he will just go for the big attacks.
So swinging for 5.
Not willing to attack with the Hornbeetle yet. Let's just wait a couple more turns to grow it bigger. 5 damage to Ville will even things to 14-15. Flicker of Fate. Oh no, it's Corsair. 2-4 for 3 mana.
So Aki decides to jump block with the
Yeah, he gets
Acolyte.
he gets the 1/1 token and returns something to his hand. Oh man. Well, that's some sweet synergy.
Yeah.
So this is something Aki was speaking about when he said that his deck is sweet.
Now I know what he was talking about.
Doing a hell of a lot of work. And now it really feels that Aki is very confident with the situation.
Yes. Basically infinite recursion.
Yeah, more or less. And final death was the draw.
That's nice, that's nice.
That will put Ville into a pretty desperate situation. Even more than he already was.
So Ville has 1 card in his hand?
Yeah,
You?
and it's something like the Laguna. Let's see. Laguna Band Storyteller without any enchantments on the graveyard to return, so not that impressive in there. Down to 5 life. And if Ville is not able to find anything
Just the land.
that impressive here, he will fall soon.
Swinging for...
And final death will take care of Sunmane Pegasus here. No life for you, sir.
So... Let's see if Aki wants to... actually he gains 2 life by sacrificing the Pegasus to Lambad and sacrificing the Lambad to itself as well.
Yep.
Deciding
I
to
would
kill-
also see Aki just trading the Moss Viper for Nyxborn Kentaur, but he will not take it because he would once again get another
Yes.
Death Toucher.
Or let's see, he
Yeah.
decides to go for
Yeah,
it.
he does that one. So Shepherd is now really showing its power,
Yes.
even being only 1/1 himself. I'm still here. So Ville has now 4 life gain in his hand because he has the Laguna Band Storyteller, but he decides not to play it because probably thinking it's not good enough.
But on this board,
Hornbill is removed from the combat.
okay,
There is
He
a
had
Mage of It effect in there.
yes. So that makes sense why he wouldn't play the
Yep.
Laguna.
And now he almost hopes to draw a land, or probably doesn't hope for that, but that would let him play the Laguna and also use the Scophos. But yeah, things are not looking good for Ville here. And we'll see soon if Aki can manage to make another top 8 on the OMG Series. He already had one on his belt.
But still no wins. But
It wasn't that far. Aki had a very good semi-final last tournament, if I remember
yes.
correctly.
Taking his loss against Lauri Törnström,
Yeah.
I believe, yes. By drawing quite poorly, if I recollect So there's the Omen of the Dead, returning Typhoon.
Typhoon is decent.
And what else did Aki find?
Yep, this forces Ville once again to block somehow and trade away his, or not even trade away, but jump away his creatures.
Yes.
And once again, Ville does not have a way to sweep any boards.
And now that Ville doesn't have the Labyrinth of Skophos up.
Yeah, I don't really see any way for Ville to come back from this.
Well, he has to block 2 of the biggest creatures.
Still go to 4.
Well,
He could actually take Chimera in.
then he would go down to... So now he's going down to 1, right?
Yeah, he gained some life from the Lampard, but not being that helpful.
Yes, so now he's going down to 2. And once again, I cannot find any Shadow Disguise. Nor...
Alright, Aki still showing. I had all these.
Yes.
Going straight to the Shatter to Sky.
Yeah.
And this is nothing that will save Ville from being death on next turn. So Aki Vainio ends up winning this match 2-1 over Ville Ahtiainen.
So that means Aki Vainio will proceed to 12 points.
Yes, which will be pretty close to top 8.
Yes, so probably he can draw into top 8. Maybe he has to play for it. Hopefully he has to play for it. And we could see some more sweet Nightmare Shepherd in action.
Yep. As Aki had already pointed out, the deck looked pretty sweet.
Yes.
And it rolled over very well.
Yes.
Another results from this round. Ismo Laitila won Roope Metsä, both at 9 points, which will put Ismo into 12 points. Very close to top 8 as well. Joonas Eloranta won Matti Kuisma, both also at 9 points. There was a huge game.
Yes. Unfortunately, we missed it.
Due to the names.
Yes.
And yeah, this game between Aki and Ville went for the favor of Aki. Let's actually see the
standings if we
can find them here. Yes, so here you see the results from this round. So table 1, intentional draw. You will actually not see the results on this screen, but we'll tell them from here. Sami Valkamaa won Jesse Juote, and as said, Ismo Laitila won Roope Metsä on this round. Joonas beat Matti. And Tomi Hakala also kept his tournament alive by beating Tatu Salonen.
yes.
Alright, the round is about to run out of time.
Yes.
We will jump into a short break and then we'll have some round 6 action for you. There will be some win-ins.
See you soon.
See you soon.
All right, welcome everyone here for the round 6 of OMG Tour number 3, I believe. And right here, right now, we are having a win and in match under the camera right there. And who we have there, Olli?
We have Ismo Laitila. Ismo is currently 4-1, but he was down paired, so he have to play.
Oh, right.
So there was no possibility of drawing to the top 8, which is usual that you would like to do after winning 4 matches in 6 rounds. Swiss.
Yeah, most definitely. But he's against Karo,
Yeah.
Karo Karesvuori. And that's going to be one interesting match. Because I believe Karo is also in a very good situation. If he happens to win,
Yes,
he might
yeah.
very well be the number 8 right there.
Yeah, I think it should be enough with 13 points.
Yeah, in all probability. Unless something happens, that's always a possibility.
Yeah.
But right now, right here, we are having our match underway. So let's go right there and have a look what's actually happening. The players are already having their first draws going on. And as it happens, Ismo is on the play, and seems like Karo is having the first real play, though. As it happens, that's the carry at it.
Actually, yeah, it's black and red. This Ismo's
good.
deck.
Yeah, indeed.
And no splashing, at least not in the main deck. Black, red.
Slowly and surely. It's actually...
So Karo's deck is Jund.
Yeah, a bit more colors on that side of the table, but all the same anyway. So yeah, the...
Mana creature got destroyed.
Yeah, by Mogi's favor, which is a really good card actually, because that's just... It doubles as a, a pump spell of sorts for some people and some creatures. Of course, in this situation, it's just straight up a removal spell here. But
Yeah, and it only needs 2 extra cards in the graveyard to get it back.
yeah, that's a recurring pump / removal if you ever saw one. And that's Mars Gasp. And there's some discard action going on. Yeah, some more lands for Karo, and then the discard. The looter goes away. It's a Naiad of whatnot. Can't remember the name anymore.
So 5/3 trample.
Yeah, and that's gone with Libation. Fargas Libation.
Yes.
Ooh, that's 5 mana for 5 power. Or 4.
Guys know that the format is quite slow, so they are having quite a fast pace on the actions.
Yeah, which is great to see, because usually you notice a good player by the way they play, and playing quickly but still well is the way to go. So Karo takes his pen. I think that there is some damage to be dealt, which is probably correct. That was some pumpy action for Ismo. Dealing more damage, and then Venomous Hierophant. Some self-mill, but most of all, it's a 3/3 Death Toucher. Hill Giant gone bad, really. And not bad in sense of bad card, but as a Death Toucher, it's not nice.
Yeah.
And
the self-mill in this format is quite good thing to have as a side effect with the Hill Giant, because now there is this recursive removal spell for the smaller creatures, and of course you can use it to pump one of your own creatures as well.
And you might as well do that.
I'm trying to check the Ismo's deck list. If there is any Eidolons in there. Yeah, there is actually... No, there isn't. Yeah. Because Hateful Eidolon is pretty good combo with this. Yeah, because you can always get a card when the creature who has this on dies. So.
Yeah. Or if you have multiple of those,
yes,
just get more cards.
Yeah.
Which seems only fair.
You can even try to use it as a half of a skull clamp effect to your own tokens or something if you have any. which, for example, an axe could produce.
Yeah. Easily. Alright.
I think this black-green list looks quite aggressive, but there is plenty of lands in Ismo's side of the board and one more.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bugger, really. Ismo doesn't really want that many lands.
But now he uses the removal spell for pumping and probably bashes in. How big is the creature on the Karos side? Small enough to get destroyed.
Yeah. And there we go. That's some pumping action going on, and that's a lot of damage for Karo. Ismo really turning the gears here.
So was it the final flare? The
Final
removal?
flare,
Yeah, so he got some food for the final flare by returning this aura. Yeah.
Yeah. And off it went.
That's actually quite nice combination also.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have many final flares, you can always use the same aura from your graveyard. So I think it's much better than it. I first looked at the card that it didn't look so good, but it has turned better and better when I have been playing this format more.
Yeah, and it most definitely looks to be maybe even a winning play here, since Kara does have the Chimera in hand, which is X1.
Yes,
so that's not gonna survive it, and there might be another creature, I'm not sure. But it might just be... No, I can't recognize the red card in Karo's hand. We'll see. It might be Infuriate. Yeah, it's Infuriate. That's not gonna do much.
No.
Let's see if there is another creature. No, there's the 2/2. That's enough-ish. Ismo drew something. We'll have a look at it right now. And that's Storm Herald
bringing some auras in.
Yeah, that's going just there as a pump spell of sorts, and now proceeding with the beating.
Yeah. So it's 5/1, the hasty creature, and 3/3, and
that would be 6. What happens? The
Five.
final death. Oh, right. So those two trade. That doesn't exile anything, since that's already in the graveyard.
And Karo goes down to 3.
Oh, it is. Does it exile?
Final death.
No. These storms herald.
Yeah, those cards will be exiled at the end of turn.
Yeah, but
if they would leave that play, also they would be
right.
exiled. I think mostly those cards have that.
Right. That explains. All right, Karo at 3.
2/2 with some pump effect.
Yeah.
I think we still have a game here. Ismo is in top deck mode, and there is big enough board to handle those attackers.
Of course, if Ismo decides to just attack with both, Karo would have to block both.
Block both. So then the board is totally cleared.
Yeah. But we'll see. That was a final death, if I saw correctly. That might be enough, depending on what's in Karo's hand. And that's a final death. That's exiled. These two attack. That's blocked. Pump once.
Yeah,
and
that's enough.
Dead then.
Okay.
Alright, so as luck would have it, Ismo proceeds to 1-0 in this down pair of his against Karo. So, what do you think? First game over. What about the next one? What's gonna happen? On Ismo's side, at least.
I'm trying to see if there is anything so good to sideboard in. There is almost all of the cards in the pool are already there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Karo, on the other hand, might have plenty of different options for his deck. For example, there's the Blight Breath Kato Lebos, as I call the removal elephant.
Yes.
I'm not even sure if it's an elephant, but I call it elephant because
Is it the 4/4?
No. It's the 6 mana 3/2 with devotion.
With devotion, yeah.
-1 for
So
it.
it's not in the main deck.
Not in the main deck,
Okay.
no. So that might be coming in. Makes sense because there's plenty of creatures in.
But it's double black, so I don't. It's maybe.
It might be too hard to cast.
Yeah. The black is maybe just a small splash, so
and it is. It's only the final death in main board.
So probably the double black is too hard mana cost for.
Might be.
Karo.
Might be. And there's Omen of the Dead. Might be relevant. Don't know yet. But for the most part, it would be more aggressive stuff. Of course, since Karo has to be on the defensive side here, the Moss Viper might come here.
I realized that in Ismo's pool there is one blue-black Skryland, which isn't in the deck. So in a 2-color deck which doesn't want to flood, I would maybe even play that tap Skryland.
Probably,
at least in sealed. So
yeah, it's a slow card, but the format's slow.
Yes.
So why not? But as it would happen, the players are soon getting ready for their next game. So let us proceed again towards the gaming table itself and see what's happening. They are just shuffling away, getting ready and sideboarding a bit to get ready for the next game. And Karo is thinking of whether to play this or that, because I've actually heard that plenty of players today have 2 decks sleeved up after the sealed part, since May had a good pause that had plenty of stuff for 2 very different color combinations.
Yeah. If you can choose, you prefer to get everything in one color, but sometimes that's not the case. And if Karo thought that Ismo's aggressive deck is so fast against his main deck, maybe Karo has some better defensive options in the sideboard.
Might very well be, yeah. And I've heard of a player today that had a black green deck, as the one that they played in the game 1 that they registered.
Yes.
And they had completely just sleeved up blue-red instant speed deck.
Yes.
In the sideboard, so to say, since there was enough good cards in that deck as well, and that might catch the opponent by surprise if they just swap the decks real quickly and real discreetly. Of course, if they just take another deck on the table and take the other way, that's not probably gonna work. But
and sometimes if your pool, when you are building it, all the colors are quite even. You may even make a mistake. You maybe think later on when the tournament goes on that maybe I should have chosen the different deck, and then, but you still have to play the first game with the one you registered. But then I have even done that in a GP, that I realized that I did my deck building a little bit wrong, and every time on game 2 and 3 I went with the different deck.
Yeah, but that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
there's no way around it.
Yeah.
All right, and Karo being on the play here in all probability, since, well, that's sort of what you want to do against an aggressive deck. I know, I'm a control player myself. And hand looks somewhat decent. Not for Ismo though, the Ismo is mulliganing hard. But Karo has what Rove used to call lands and spells, and that's usually enough for him. And that's what Karo says as well. Although Karo's hand did look quite decent, there are early game plays and whatnot. So we will probably see a good start for him. Ismo presenting again, Karo cuts. And let's have a look what's next. There's the lands and spell combination that I like, having both. Infuriate goes to the bottom, and Ismo is on the play. Alright, that's a brave move by Karo. of course, paying off well here, since Ismo had the mulligan.
Yeah, more you have the mulligan, you wish you could have the extra card.
Yeah. Myyrmäki Trident by Karo milling 2 very good creatures away, at least 1 good and 1 decent. So that might become an issue at some point. Ismo drew Stampede Rider, which probably come to play right here, right now, unless there's something else, and there is. That's a 3/2 Storm Herald, just casually coming through, and that's been blocked. Gone with the wind. And 2 mana for 2/2. That's a good grade right there. There's the Stampede Rider, passing the turn back to Karo. And Karo decides to play a 4-drop. That's the pump thing.
Yeah, Devotion is 2, so hitting for 4.
Hitting for 4. Oh,
And
great.
Ismo decide not to trade because the 2/3 is basically laughing at the 2/2 for most of the time, so only this turn that will get through.
And let's see what else Ismo finds. More lands.
Of course, there's a possibility to still trade the creatures. But
Yeah. And that's a big one, so...
yeah, you have now 4 power, so you can smash for 3 damage, and most probably Karo is not trading, but...
Most probably not, since Karo's board is also looking to be quite aggressive. Of course, the 4/3 is not getting through the 4/5, but that happens. Oh, there's the aspect of what's it called? Aspect of Lamprey, meaning that lifelink and discards are on the way, like so.
Yeah, especially against this mulligan to 6, it was pretty strong to take the last cast, the premium removal away from your opponent's hand.
Yeah. Ismo probably thinking here, if I only had kept the cards in hand and just played draw go there.
Yeah, just leave the 5th land on your hand. Yeah.
Or whatever, but hey, that happens.
Yeah, when Mind Rot is in limited format, you always have to think maybe you keep something that you don't lose your best card.
Yeah, because that would have been a great draw here.
But yeah, the 4/5 is so good blocker that Karo still has no attacks. But it will be gone on next upkeep. I don't see that Ismo has any way to keep it alive.
No, not really. And there's just more lands.
And now flooding, so maybe that he played the 5th land was a little bit now hurting him.
Yeah.
That decision.
And not only by little, it's gonna cost him a lot.
Yeah,
Maybe
the removal here would have been so important.
And that's some more removal by Karo. Here they come.
Attacking for 7 and 4 with the lifelink, so down to 9 and 20.
And that's another land.
I think that's enough for the Rakdos aggro.
Yeah, well, which makes sense, since there's not much that Ismo can do anymore at that point. But hey, that's magic. Tends to happen when things go south. If you are just playing the limited, it's sometimes you just get the the floods and whatnot.
Yeah,
but part of the game.
But I have to say these both players have played really well today, because if I compare these pools with some of the better ones which we have had already here in the camera, I think it's much more harder to take the wins with this. There is only commons, no premium bombs or anything, and maybe some removal, but sometimes you play great, and you curve out your commons, and then maybe no bombs are needed.
Yeah, and that's probably the way they have to go, since if the games go long, usually the bombs get better.
Yeah. So that's maybe the reason why those lines are so aggressive in these deck lists. Yeah. And that may also be the reason why the temple isn't played, because you want to hit your lands on play untapped to play creatures on curve.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, I don't know. Most of the control players always take the scry decision, but aggressive ones maybe want their lands untapped.
Yeah, you might say that. And of course, now we've seen two very different ways to approach this. Not very different, to be honest, because they both decided that, it should be actually Ismo being on the play here.
Yeah.
So, going to game 3...
Now Ismo can choose. So if Ismo knows that Karo
would want to be on the draw, would Ismo actually go for draw himself? Yeah. That's going to be the next interesting questions. And a question, only one. And the players are already thinking of actually starting playing. Ismo, as being the more aggressive player, has already presented, of course.
Yeah.
And Karo being more thoughtful as ever. But we'll have a look there and see what's happening as we proceed with the beating, or rather, probably they proceed with the beating, either way around. In all, probably not going to see many board stalls here, at least.
No.
That would be weird, so to say. And the games have been really fast. It's taken maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes per game, max. And we're all probably gonna finish this match early, which is great, because next is what's coming up is draft.
Yeah.
If you were to play draft today, what would be your favorite pick one?
I think I need to say something else than obvious, mythic or rare, but if nothing that strong, then maybe the blue chimera, which returns your enchantments on upkeep. And I think that's a nice card to start draft with, because then you can build around different kind of omens and stuff like that, which you can do once every turn. And especially with the black omen in your end game, even though your chimera is already dead, you get it back, and then you can return one by one all your threats again.
Oh yeah, that seems real good. Karo here decides to mulligan a bit, and Ismo keeping his 7. So probably a bit better hand than in the last game, which is not going to be very difficult. The hand was
he already mulliganed to 6, and there was still some creatures to play and lands, and then you just need to hope that you get some help from top of your deck. But after the discard 2, Ismo was only drawing lands, so
we'll see what happens here. Of course, this is the most important question here. Of course, is what's it gonna be? Who's on play? Because that's the one that we don't yet know.
I think that still maybe Ismo rather chooses
might
to
very
play.
well be.
But then everyone is happy because both get to do what they want.
Yeah. Karo is putting card in the bottom, and Ismo is on the play. Yeah.
If limited format is low and both decks tempo is kind of the same, then usually drawing and one extra card is better. But in a faster formats, or with the formats that have creatures that only want to attack, usually you don't get the tempo back so easily.
Very true. That was thrill of possibility,
Yeah, it was in the sideboard, so he boarded it in.
Yeah, and actually there's the removal elephant.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As discussed earlier. So that has come in.
Oh, maybe it was in the main deck already with Ismo, but Karo had it in sideboard.
Right, and we don't yet know what Karo has done with that.
But Ismo didn't play this drill on main deck, so he decided. Maybe after this flooding, he thought that maybe I want to prevent flooding with this card.
That would make sense. Ismo played. That's a 4/5, right? Or 4/4. No, it's a 3/4. Sorry. Yeah. That's why the Stampede Rider didn't attack.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the 4/5 costs 1 more mana.
Yeah.
What else does this 3/4 do? What's the name of the card? The red one.
It's the Labyrinth something.
I can.
We are really professional on this one. That's the Scophos War Leader. Scophos Maze Warden. Yeah. There we
Yeah,
go.
the uncommon one.
Yeah, the uncommon. Yes.
Yeah, you can pump it, and it's also a combo with the rare land, but you don't see that combo that often in limited.
But that has happened. I've seen it once,
Okay.
maybe, but still.
But here you can pump the Scophos Warden if you want to attack with 3/4 trample instead of 3/4 without trample.
Yeah.
And you can still have the Scophos Maze Warden as a 3/4 blocker. So
Yeah.
because if you pump it, you don't probably want to trade it to your opponent's 3/3 creature. But
No, but Ismo decides to just attack here.
yeah, because he had to use all the mana for playing the next creature. So
Yeah. I don't blame him. That's
that's
very much alright. And that's
a 5/3. That doesn't kind of combat so
anything.
much well with these 3/3s. So
no.
Karo would rather have 3/4 than 4/3. That's the problem of this card, that
Yeah.
there is so many 3-power creatures in this
Yeah.
format. So it trades quite often.
And not only those, but there is cards like the what's it called? The hour that Myers,
-3.
yeah,
You mean
Myers Grasp, is it?
Yeah, Myers Grasp.
Yeah, that if you are trading
5 mana creature for 2 mana common removal, it's
Yeah,
not
that's-
a good trade.
that's not a good trade. Definitely not one of my favorite creatures of all time. That 5/3.
So now the Maze Warden got pump, and then all the creatures attacked, and Karo decided to trade with the 3/3 Death Touch. So I think Karo maybe has a bigger threat on his hand because he didn't want to trade with the uncommon one. Because
Let's see what's it. Oh, that might explain as well, but that might just be a bit too slow.
Yeah, 2/3 isn't battling so well against these 3 toughness creatures.
Yeah.
Because I assume that Ismo is going to attack with 4/3 and 3/4 next turn with
In all
1 mana.
probability, yeah. I would be surprised if not. Let's see what.
And then if Kara doesn't block, you can pump the Mage Warden even more. So I don't know about this Karo's decision to kill the Death Touch and not the 3/4 in the combat.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
Because the Warden unblocked can deal 6 damage instead of 3, so it's quite a big swing.
Yeah. But there comes Storm's Herald.
Yeah,
It doesn't bring anything back though.
but it's still 3-power hasty creature, and there was the pump that we assumed already.
Yeah.
I think Karo needs to trade. He can't just jump block, but there is
And
Infuriate, and that's enough. 10
That's
damage.
the game there.
So Ismo Laitila is the winner of this round 3, and he's going to go to the top 8 with 5-1 record.
Yeah.
And hopefully in a while we will have Ismo here in an interview.
Yeah, in all probability that's true. So right here we'll have a very, very short, not really a break even, since we'll get Ismo here right in a second or maybe 2. So be ready for what's to come. We'll discuss shortly of his tactics for draft, since he's in. He's in top 8.
Yeah.
And after that,
He may even be in a seat 1 because other did draw, so he can choose whether to play or not on his top 8 matches. And after this interview, we wait for this round to end, and then after that we will have a coverage of the draft. So it will be really interesting. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
But I'll let you interview Ismo. Yeah.
All right, join with me here is Ismo. Congratulations on top 8.
Thanks a lot.
So, what just happened? You won.
Yeah, I won. Had a pretty floody match there. As probably everybody's seen. Even the first match was quite floody, but still managed to get that few last points of damage in.
Yeah.
So.
And that seemed like a really tough matchup, really, because there was plenty of removal on both sides and whatnot, but yours just happened to be quite a bit faster.
Yeah,
and that was the key
yeah.
thing here.
I had a quite nice synergies going on with that.
Yeah.
I could get 2 pumps with 1 mana, so and the Infuriate kind of protected my creatures if anything would have gone wrong. So I was feeling pretty safe.
Yeah, and it surely looked like that because there was not much going on Karo's side.
No.
That's now that. And in all probability, you'll be on seed 1 here since you are just you won 5 matches and lost 1, so that's probably enough for a very high seed. And as I asked Olli before, as you were playing, you are also heading to draft now. So what would you want to open on pack 1?
Well, Dream Draw is probably the word you want to hear, but I'm always going for the 4/4 Cyclops reach. That's my inside joke, and with that I will win most of the games.
It might not be the best card, but but just
I want to see it because it's
the
going to
power
wheel
of meme.
and it's going to come to me.
Yeah, the power of memes.
Yes.
That's going to be powerful today.
Yeah.
But hey, that's about it. Thank you, Ismo.
Cheers.
And we are now going for a short break, after which we will have draft action. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back to this OMG Series tournament number 3, which is also a VPN qualifier.
Yes.
And we have our top 8 announcement ready. Here we can show it. So in the first place, Valkamaa Sami with 16 points. We already see Sami playing a couple of times in the camera today.
Yes.
Then we have Laitila Ismo, 15 points.
Yes. Ismo won his last round on the camera and secured his spot in the top 8 by.
Yeah, and when he had to play, but now he can decide starting on the quarterfinals and semifinals at least.
Yep.
And then Algio Anssi, first from Henrik, both at 14 points. And then at 13 points, Hakala Tomi, Eloranta Joonas, Vainio Aki, and Puolakka Jon.
And the players are already starting, so let's jump right
into the
there.
draft. So we will be following Eloranta Joonas here. And this is booster 1, pick 1.
Myers Grasp
On the top, yeah, black removal. Then there is Anax, foil 1, and also this rare black enchantment which creates some zombies.
Yes.
Of course, when you have 2 strong black cards, you take 1 and then you pass a signal of passing black to the left. So one reasoning for that could be that you want to take the Anax there, but I think Anax is not the strongest card of the pack. So
yeah, I think Myers Grasp is pretty decent start, as Jonas thinks the same.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I would have picked also this Grasp there.
Yep.
It's very flexible. It doesn't need to have any specific kind of deck, and
Yep. Load some Chimera for green, Glory. Final Death seemed to be there as well, and Renata is pretty solid green card.
Pretty good. Pretty strong pack there.
And clearly Jonas focuses on, of course, the another black removal, and it seems he is thinking between that and Renata, which is one of the better green.
Yeah, and one of the best uncommons in the set also.
Yeah. So could easily see. Yeah.
Okay. So decided to already but choose a second color because
just pick the strongest card from the pack and see what comes up.
Yeah. Because Jonas don't have to be black and he have already passed some black cards, so we'll see how does this draft progress.
Yep.
Revoke existence. There is this Devotion
Nyx
black.
Herald is a
but
good follow-up.
yeah, Nyx Herald with the green drop. Both are enchantment creatures.
Venomous Hieroglyph is also a good one, but not as good as Herald, I think, in this pack.
And even this black Devotion destroy a creature, but it's a 6-drop, and you usually get those later on if you are.
Yeah, no need to take that as a third pick.
No.
I think we both could easily agree with Jonas' choices.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
For this first 3 cards.
Yes.
Horn Beetle, easy one.
Yeah.
So heavily leaning on green now.
So this Beetle, 2 mana 2/2, but with the green fatty creatures, it can quickly also get out of hand, and that's all you can ask for a 2-drop.
Yep.
So
easily one of the better 2-drops in the format.
pretty good start for Jonas in this draft.
And he has been passing pretty good black cards to his left, so no surprise if there would be a red player there.
I would maybe even consider cutting just green, because green is getting flowing all the time, and he hasn't passed anything good green to the left, so most probably in pack 2
he would get all the green cards from the left as well.
Yeah.
And it seems it's pretty open on the right side as well, so this seems pretty well, I could say easy picks for Jonas. Mogi's favor.
There is also Temple. Is it Temple of Deceit?
Yep. Citizen Training is the one Jonas is considering.
Yeah, that's the plan, to cut all the green. It's not maybe the best one, but is there anything? So nothing so strong that need to switch a color. So Jonas just took the green card there. I don't know. Sometimes it goes to your deck. Sometimes it doesn't. It's not maybe the.
Another very good 2-drop in the form of Spinner.
Yeah, I think green
Spinner.
is so open here. This is already pack number 6, and this is 2 mana 2/3. And the can't be countered ability. It's also there is quite a lot counter spells in the format.
It's surprisingly relevant in many spots.
Yes, one of the reasons is because exiling is so important, and this format has the remove soul, which exiles. So that's a commonly played card.
All right. Is there another cut of green cards, or is it now a pretty okay another black card? We'll see how Jonas thinks this up. Yep.
If you have 2 of those, what was it? Citizen tactics.
Training.
Citizen training. Then maybe the black Eidolon can get easily out of hand. So maybe he might be thinking about that. There is, I think, pretty good removal for green. I think usually in this format you will main deck this card. There is so many enchantments. So
and you can also notice the first pick was Myyr's Grasp, but Jonas hasn't committed to black by any other pick. So
no.
The other color is pretty open here still.
I think the one for reach is here pretty good. With
Loadsome Chimera in this point is pretty decent as well.
Okay. I also like the reach creature with so many enchantments. But yeah, of course there is. Chimera is going back from the graveyard and
Omen of the Hunt is there, Gift of Strength.
Yeah,
this has been very straightforward.
It's possible that Jonas can be even the only green drafter, but most probably there is only one.
Yeah,
one in the.
It seems board. That he gets like all of them.
Yeah.
Two
to choose from.
Yeah, medium commons there.
Here Jonas chose to take this fatty 6-drop because he already has so many 3 and 2 drops.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will see if Jonas is going to play that or not. But sometimes you want to curve topper, which hits hard.
Yep.
And it's an enchantment creature, so with the 3-drop, which gives +1/+1 and trample, the 6/7 becomes really good threat.
Yep. And I believe now we will have a quick look to other players as well, at least on this side of the table. We'll see. But at least Jonas' draft has been very straightforward so far. And looking very good.
Yeah, and when you have only kind of one main color after pack 1, whatever you open on pack 2, you can switch your secondary color there. Maybe not Dream Trawler or some of those, which is harder to cast, but
you can as well hate pick it away if needed.
Yeah, even. So I think Jonas is in really good spot.
Black-White seems to be on Tomi Hakala's hands.
Yeah, and as we saw when we were checking the Jonas picks, he was passing quite a lot of black. Yep. So most probably Jonas is not going to get so much black cards back because drafter on his left is also
he passed all
black.
of them to his left. So
it was black-white. But green plays also well with red. There is some good green-blue enchantment synergistic decks.
And pack 2 it is.
Yeah, after the draft we will show you how Jonas builds his deck, and also this quarterfinals we will show Jonas playing this deck he's drafting right now.
Yep. All right, there is green troller.
So I called it.
Now we'll see if he really just hate picks away.
Yeah,
Nice.
because with the green deck, that's pretty hard card to deal with.
Yeah.
And if he thinks he needs to win all the three matches, it's possible that he have to face it if he doesn't pick it right away.
Yeah.
Is there something else?
There is a green saga in there, but don't see it being worth of
Yeah. So.
just taking
And,
this
and,
away from.
and of course, green has all the best fixers of the set, so it's even possible to play kind of blue-green with
and
white splash.
It's very interesting to see now if Jonas starts
Prioritize,
to push this.
prioritize those fixers. Because of course that's one of the most strongest card in the format.
Now is he already considering on Sunman Pegasus there?
Yeah. And
Another option with the
there is also the Pantheon, but maybe not this early. The mana fixer.
Yep.
But of course, double colored splash are really hard ones. But what was the pick? Did you see? So here we have this blue-green creature which gives +1/+, counter and flying whenever you play enchantments. Jonas has quite a lot.
Yeah, but Karjat is so important now if he wants to go with several colors.
Because if you have a 4-power creature, this can give you both white manas.
Yep.
And when the draft is so early, Jonas can find 2 or 3 of those, which easily then you can splash the...
This is getting exciting to see.
So that was first fixer.
Yep.
So I think Jonas is trying to do it. But of course, he don't have to.
We want to believe.
Yeah.
Alright, there is a good removal on black once again. And Agonizing Remorse is also there, but Final Death is probably better option if he wants to keep the black open.
There is also second Chimera.
If he decides to just keep on black, splashing just a few good removal could easily be worth it.
Yeah, Final
So
Death
it seems.
too. Yeah. So I think Jonas is quite open now.
Yep.
So I think he's basically green-black at the moment. But if everything goes well, he can even consider being like banned colors with mostly green cards.
He's Omen of the Hunt at least.
But he's not getting that strong green cards from the right, so I don't know.
Left.
From the left. There is this 2-drop. Jonas has some of these enchantment creatures which make this 2-drop hit 3, but I don't know.
Yep, Lampard is higher on Jonas' list.
So he
here.
took the 1/3 lamp.
Yes.
But yeah. It's also an enchantment creature.
Yes, it does. Loathsome Chimera is there. Is that Acolyte?
I think it's Acolyte.
Alright.
More mana guy. I think we are getting there.
We want to believe.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Devourer, the blue-black.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, I think this is pretty easy credit.
Yeah.
Getting there.
But yeah, basically, now Jonas can try to be like blue-green with splashing white or green-white with splashing blue.
Yep. Moss
There
Viper
is
is good.
Viper.
Relentless Pursuit is good.
There is Gift of Strength, but I don't think that's...
Yeah, he already had one.
Okay,
on the first
okay.
deck.
So maybe you don't that easily want to play 2 of them.
Yep.
Only with more aggressive decks.
Yeah, it's good combat trick, but probably would not like to play several of them.
Is this Viper? What's there is one more big dude. Jonas can even consider this because now he has the 2 ramping creatures, so he can play 4 power creature on turn 3 and then go to this on turn 4.
Yeah, that sounds pretty.
It's pretty strong curve, but I don't know if he can.
Traveler's Amulet.
It was Amulet. Okay, I missed that
makes
one.
Perfect sense.
Yeah. I think I'm now like 80% sure Jonas is going to play the Traveler.
We will have a closer look to his deck building, so
Yeah.
we'll make that show in there. Forerunner is decent.
Jonas has quite a lot of big creatures, so that trample for everyone isn't irrelevant.
Return to nature, and there is also altar there if he decides to go to heavy splash.
He also have one Renata there to get some life out of it, but it's, as we discussed earlier today, it's not the main reason for that card. But
Yep.
And-
Nyx Lotus.
yeah. Nyx Lotus, of course, only fixes for one of those 2 colors, but he's going there.
Just a rare pick or mythic pick away.
Yeah. I don't see Jonas playing still the Nyx Lotus.
Yeah,
No,
definitely
the
not.
Caryatids are so much better. And if you are already in 4 mana, getting 3 more isn't that exciting if you don't have something very, very costly.
That's true. All right, the draft got a pretty interesting twist here.
Yeah.
on the pack 1 pick 1.
Yeah, it was fun. I called that
Pack 2 pick 1.
this is almost the only rare that it's not so easy to switch on, and Jonas is still switching gears.
We'll see.
Yeah, there is those 2 black removals. It's also possible to, I don't know, is it possible to be 4 colored with if you have enough fixing?
To be honest, I think Jonas will not be going for Trawler.
Oh, okay.
But we'll see what is in his mind. Yeah, it seems like he is thinking about green-black.
Yeah.
Heavily leaning on green.
Yeah, Jonas is professional. He don't let his feelings guide him too much. He's trying to make the most efficient deck to win. Maybe the Trawler is spicy, but sometimes it's...
He has also left the Caryatids away for now. They were not in the pile he was first-hand considering, so probably just going semi-aggressive green-black and forgetting those ramps and splashes.
But there is still a possibility in some control matchups that you sideboard those Caryatids and Traveler in. You don't have to have them in your main deck.
Yes,
but in some
much
matchup, if you see that your opponent can beat the Traveler, then maybe it's a good decision. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice plan B, I would say.
Yep. Keeping options open. My Triton is decent, at least.
Yeah, it's the Death Touch 2-1.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think about this 6 mana flyer?
Don't like it.
Yeah, me neither.
Dreadful Apathy is also considered. Another good removal if and when you have possibility to splash them, it may be worth it. And if you get some other good white cards, there is even more reason. But yeah, my Triton is decent pick here.
Looks like Jonas sticks with the black-green plan.
Yeah, it
at least for the main deck.
Seems pretty obvious now. Fastest Oracle.
It's so sweet to win a game with this in limited.
Is he just considering cutting it
Just
away.
not to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though his deck puts a heavy pressure on, so he may not lose it otherwise, but there are not that many good cards for his colors
Yeah.
in here. So
But we are playing for a player store invitation, so I don't think Jonas is considering rare picking here because it was a foil one, but I think maybe he considered that he don't want to lose to this
yeah,
type of effect.
and really there wasn't anything else.
Yeah, he didn't miss anything.
All right, there are stuff.
Oh,
wrestling pants.
What about
and
this?
Wrestling. Oh, this more.
One more.
Tough decisions here.
I think I would take the 5-drop. It's just so good with in some board states.
Yep. Even though the other green cards are so good as
Yeah,
well. But
all of them. There has been 2 packs almost nothing for Jonas's deck, and now
this is like a jackpot.
which one did he take?
we both missed it.
Yeah, so we will see on deck building. Or
Chat.
you can help us.
See, we can
One
check it
more.
from here. This comes. We have also the actual stream here, which there is a delay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
But
he took the 6-drop.
okay, but now there is this 4-mana 4/4 which comes black as a 7/7. It's pretty
Typhoon
good.
is good.
There is also Arachu's spinner or
Chainweb
same-
Arrakis.
Yeah, one of those plummet spiders.
Yep.
I think still 4/4 is the pick here.
Typhoon is pretty easy here. Gary is there.
Plummet for sideboard. But Jonas is mainly green, so the Gary doesn't drain so much life in this deck, so I don't think 5-mana 2/4 is big enough.
Yeah.
But Plummet for sideboard is pretty okay.
Yep. That wasn't either a very good pack, so.
No. But there was 2 in a row that he got really premium cards.
Yep. Venomous Hierophant. Here something.
This is this Hydra's growth.
Yep.
It's kind of a... I don't usually like auras, but of course in couple of turns this goes out of hand, but...
Yeah, but Venomous was the pick.
Yeah.
And I think that was the right
correct one. Yeah. I think Jonas' deck is so good that he don't have to offer these 2-for-1 trades for his opponent.
Yep.
Here is a
Not so good 2-drop, but
enchantment removal and then... But does Jonas have many 2-drops yet?
he has the Spinner and Horn Beetle.
Yeah.
Couple good ones.
Yes.
Return to Nature was the pick.
Yeah.
There was also the Cling to Dust for black, which there are situations where it's awesome, but yet again, then on the other side, there is at least as many situations where that's not as effective.
I maybe would hate pick this flyer away. There is nothing so special for Jonas.
Yep.
I think I wouldn't play the Omen in my deck. And yeah, that's the chose.
Only playing 2 colors, and you already have the Caryatids for ramp if you want.
If you really want to, but yeah.
No need for Omen here. Pursuit is decent, and so is the Minotaur.
Yeah, but the Minotaur is double black, so if Jonas wants to play like 10 forests, 7 swamps or something like that, you don't prefer to have double black 4-drop.
Yeah, and second Return to Nature was the pick. At least second. I think he took 1 on the earlier packs. There is a much needed
there is a 2-drop, and then this 3-drop, it's not that...
No, it's not good.
Yeah. The life gain is so small there, and 2/2 body for 3 mana isn't good enough.
Yep. What to cut from there?
I would take Wrapping Flames away because then that's one of those cards that you might lose into couple of heroic creatures and then
Yeah, some more aggressive deck could go under you. Nexus Wardens is very good here, I think. So Warping Flames gives an out for your opponents to just go under you, and that's a way to lose.
Yep.
I think Jonas already has 2 setters in
Now
training.
there is 3.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he's playing any of them. Maybe 1.
Yeah.
Okay, and
All right.
here we are.
How would you rate Jonas' draft? Something like 8 out of 10?
Yeah, of course, if 10 out of 10 is everything possible that you could hope for, but I think Jonas' draft went pretty well, and he got all the good green stuff almost that you can ask for, and then he has those good black removal spells.
Yeah, it was like the first pack was only a queue of auto picking.
Yeah.
It looked so easy.
Yes. I haven't seen the decks of the others, but I would say that most probably Jonas have one of the strongest decks of this 8-player draft pod.
This is easily over the average we usually see in drafts.
Yes.
Interesting to see. I think you agree that Jonas is not going to play Dream Journal.
No. But
even though the option was open during the second pack.
Yeah, but then so many good green creatures kept flowing afterwards, so he don't have to do anything so spicy. He can just make.
You don't have to risk your mana base just to play one impressive or sick bomb.
Yeah. Your deck is good enough that you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
These spicy tricks. But of course there is this sideboard option which Jonas, I don't know, if there is a removal heavy deck, for example, then the Traveler plan can be pretty strong. Yep. No counter spells, lots of removals. That's a possibility.
It would be interesting to see during the top 8.
Yes. But yeah, now we have
there is a deck registering going
on right now.
It will take like
I think they have something like 10 to 15 minutes, but if they are already earlier, then. But is the building at the same time as the registering? Yeah, should it be?
Yep.
But it haven't started yet, so are.
Yeah. Yeah, they will just register the decks first. That will take some minutes. Let's do so that we take a very short break. Just return immediately when the deck building time starts.
Yes.
That will be something between 5 and 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay. So see you soon. Stay tuned.
Alright, welcome back. So yeah, deck building is going on the same time, and with no surprises, we have Joonas Eloranta putting green and black cards into his deck.
Yeah, I think Joonas has a lot of options still, so he has more than 23 of playables from these colors, so now Joonas is figuring out how he wants to curve these creatures, and maybe if he wants to place those sates and cantrips, one or more, and
at least one Caryatid is now finding its way into the deck. It seems that, of course, Joonas has many of 4 plus drops, and he is kind of skipping the 3 drops in here, so it is a good question whether or not you want to play those Caryatids. It is very good play on turn 2, but it loses its value very quickly after that.
yeah, of course the nut throw is like start with the Caryatid, then play the 4 power creature, and then
go for the Colossus,
yeah, but there isn't that many 4 drops with 4 power actually from the Caryatid, because what is the green legendary creature? Is it Renata, the name? Renata has only Devotion 3 with the Caryatid, so you don't get straight to the 6 mana with that.
That's true.
And also this 3/3 dead, that's only 3 power.
Yeah, there are only Typhoon and Nilea's Huntmaster that give you the
6 mana from there.
6 mana for turn 4. And he has many 6 drops in there.
But only 3 black cards. These 2 removals and then the 3/3 dead. That's.
Yep. Is Joonas really considering playing the overrun effect for Devotion? What do you like this, or how do you like this card?
Is it 6 mana,
Yeah.
right? What's the exact name?
Do we have the deck list still
But
somewhere?
does it give trample or not?
That is a good question.
I think that's the. If it doesn't, then it's not good enough. But if it does, then with these heavy big hitters, maybe the trample and he also has like 3 green mana symbols in this 6/7, and when he's fully green, not black green, he most probably will have a lot of devotion for green. So there is no trample there. And I think the creatures are big enough on their own. So I wouldn't probably main deck that card, that Clothus design.
Yep.
But yeah, if all your creatures are green and then you have 4 or 5 green creatures in play, any one of them is almost lethal at that point. So so there is a lot of jump blocks needed after that. And yeah, Joonas has these 5/3. Is there even 2 these which already give your team a trample?
Yeah, there are 2 Forerunners.
So with 2 Forerunners, maybe I could consider playing this overrun effect.
Usually you need a very dedicated deck to play that card, but it's here and there if it's good enough here. Because there are options like just for Return to Nature or something like that too.
Yeah, which is always a good card.
Yep.
With the overrun effect, it's so bad when you are defending, and of course those kind of cards get better if you have some sort of tokens or ways to create more creatures with one card. But there is only these big creatures on their own.
Yep. And Joonas's curve is ending up being pretty high here, because he has 6 drops.
3 6 drops.
3 6 drops excluding the overrun.
Yeah.
And there are still 5 drops as well, so I could see the Caryatid have a good enough use here.
And of course those Caryatids get better if you play the overrun, because those can still hit quite a lot.
Yep.
Without the overrun, they are just accelerating for mana. Joonas is laughing for the Dream Crawler there.
Still had all these.
Yeah. But I think even though Jonas is not playing the Dream Roller, he's happy with his pick because most probably he don't have to face one. We don't know yet, but at least this this copy of it, Jonas don't have to face. And his deck is strong enough that he could use that one. That it was okay to use that one first pick to get the Dream Flower out from that other players won't get it.
Yep. And I got a word from Atte that many of the people on this table were on blue.
Okay.
So there would have been many people interested in picking Dream Trawler, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know if it's even the best bomb in the set or...
It's very close.
Very
I think
close.
it's like top 3 cards in the whole set.
Yes, yes.
Kiora Best the Sea God is also in those top 3, I would
Yes,
say.
yes. And it's monocolored, so...
Yep. Those two in the same deck and you are halfway there.
Yeah.
I really like to back to pick one, hate picking just a
Yeah.
massive bomb away from the table.
There is now 24 cards, if I count correctly.
I'm not sure if Jonas is playing those 2-drop Satyrs and stuff on there, and he have.
I think there is
9,
24,
30,
24 in the
15,
two lines.
18. There's 24 cards. And Caryatids.
One caryatid, or is it
There
two?
are two of
Both
them.
of them.
Yeah.
So, but I think 16
They are-
land
they-
is too few,
Caryatid-
even with the caryatids.
Caryatid is something like half of a land, I would say. And then there is Pursuit, which also digs 4 lands.
Yeah. But still, if you have now 4 6-drops, I
Yeah.
think 16 lands is not enough.
Yeah,
So I think,
I think the same. This deck needs 70th land.
and
But-
you wanna play those lands on curve. If you play a caryatid and then you miss your land drop, the caryatid doesn't do that much.
Yeah. What would you cut from there? Just one card. I think all the 2-drops are good enough. Although there is one, the Satyr.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe it's
that-
1 2-drop. Maybe you don't need 6 2-drops in
Yeah.
this deck.
You want to go big in this deck, so of course you want something to play on the early turns, but they size out pretty quickly.
Also the 2-1 death touch, because I don't know how many swamps is Jonas going to play. But of course the death touch creature is so good, it's so much better that it's not the cut.
In 2-color deck, it is pretty easy to play early from your secondary color the 2-drops as well, so it could easily be something like 10 and 7, and it's still enough for both colors, I think.
So,
You're right,
but he's cutting
Yeah, Myyrmäki seems to be the cut now.
because you can even play like 11 forests or more. And with your caryatids, it's easier to play those 5 mana black removals. But if you play turn 2 caryatid to get the black mana, then it's not a turn 2 play anymore, this black 2 mana spell. So you more rather play then this 3/3 death touch,
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
which mills you more and this bigger body.
There are now escape synergies in the form of Loathsome Chimera and Voracious Typhoon, but those are the 2 Jonas has.
Jonas can even play turn 2 caryatid, turn 3 Loathsome Chimera, and then another 2-drop. That's also quite sick sequence of plays.
How about Caryatid on turn 2, and this, and Hornbeetle on turn 3?
Yeah, and you will get that Hornet Beetle at 3/3 already. Then maybe turn 4 you play this 6/7 dude, and then overrun it.
But yet again, you can once again ask, if you have all those 3 cards in your hand,
What
do you
would
still want to lead with Hornbeetle and then turn 3 play this? It depends on if you want to ramp after that more.
Yeah, it
to
also
lead with Caryatid or
it also
Hornbeetle.
depends if your opponent has mana open. For example, you don't want to let your opponent kill your with red omen kill your beetle, because it's so much stronger that it already gets to a 3/3.
Yeah, even though the Caryatid will probably also eat the omen if you play that on turn 2, but probably giving that away more likely than Hornbeetle still.
Yeah, because then after that you can play those in sequence. 4-1 first and then the Hornet Beetle.
Of course, it always depends on your current hand, what you have there, where you want to rump or not.
But if you think that your opponent is anyway going to kill your 2-drop, you want to give your mana creature away and have the more efficient one for the beatdown. Because if you only have those mana creatures left, those won't do enough in the battle zone.
But it really seems that Jonas is considering playing just 16 lands.
Okay.
There are still 24 cards because he traded the Triton for Return to Nature.
It's possible that Jonas is playing 41 cards also. 17 lands with these 24. This is not the kind of deck that you want to play like 45 cards or something like that. But I think in this format you can even have something like 20. Some of the decks maybe want some more. At least after sideboarding, when you have these grindy matchups with a lot of self-milling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is 16. But how many swamps? What do you think?
I would go with 10 and 6. It still gives you decent enough to chance to play the early drops, for example, Myers Grasp early enough. But still 10 Forest should be enough for example, Colossus to be played on curve.
Yeah. Of course, this deck cannot keep any hands without the forest, but you at the beginning of the game you only need one.
Yep.
What about Jonas' sideboard options? At least there is this one Plummet, which most probably comes in against the Flyers.
There is Plummet and 2 more Return to Natures when needed. Might return if an opponent plays Fatties as well.
Did Jonas have any of those 1/1 Death Touchers from green?
I think he skipped all of those.
Yeah.
And there was also one Citizen Training in his deck, and another is left in the sideboard.
I think there is 2 in the sideboard.
There is Gift of Strength at least. Oh yeah, there is another
second
Citizen.
one. Yeah, he picked 3 of them in total.
Yeah, so one is in the main and 2 on the sideboard, I think.
But yeah, that's also a cantrip, so maybe 16 lands is okay. I just don't want to lose on mana screw, so...
Personally, I'm also a bit greedy with limited mana bases, so I tend to be 16 land if able. Sometimes it punishes me, sometimes not, but I usually like to play a bit under the average.
Okay, because of course it depends about the format, but I think I have played 18 lands more often than 16, but it depends which kind of deck you have.
Yep. Let's jump into the studio just for a while.
Okay, then is there old chat messages or?
Yeah, these messages have come for some time ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So the deck building time will be over soon, and we don't have the bracket yet, but I believe we will get it pretty soon.
I think in drafting those seating will be randomized, so we don't know it from the final standings of the Swiss.
And we don't know much yet about the other players and their color combinations.
Okay, so Aki from 7th seed is going to play against Sami from 1st seed. Henrik from 4th seed is going to play against Jonas. So Jonas is playing against Henrik.
Yep.
And rest of them, Ismo is going to play against Tommy.
And
so
Anssi against Jon.
So 2 and 5. And Anssi against Jon. So Henrik is going to choose in a game against Jonas who will go first.
Yep. And we have a very quick look on Henrik here, and let's see what he has got. There seems to be blue and white cards and some black cards, so it could be Esper.
Yeah, blue and white, but not Dream Roller. Most probably not.
You don't know.
I don't know. Henrik was also playing Esper in the sealed section, so maybe he really likes to play Esper.
Yeah.
Does it look more control?
There is the card drawing hippocamp here.
Yeah.
It seems. There is Rise to the Glory.
Yes.
And I think that's the guard for black and white.
Yes. Okay, it seems like Henrik is playing white-black mid-range, so no blue.
Right, yeah.
There is some blue
he
cards,
blue
but
there.
yeah. And Aki is playing black-red aggro.
That's pretty usual choice for Aki.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll see if we can find something else here.
Ismo is playing blue-black, kind of tempo-ish control.
Yeah, there is the Devourer at least.
Yeah, the new Factor Fiction
yeah,
guy with Menace.
Yeah, the uncommon as well.
You mean the one which is unblockable if you mill yourself.
And then, as you said, the Factor Fiction guy.
Yeah.
This is Jon, I guess, and he seems to be on heavy white. Perhaps.
Also with red.
Yeah,
Boros aggro most probably.
I could see.
And Sami is playing blue-red tempo. So in blue-red archetype you have a lot of cards which you benefit from playing spells on your opponent's turn. And
yes.
Joni is playing Boros aggro as we already mentioned.
It seemed pretty obvious.
Yeah.
We have some picture from the draft tables here, so we try to figure out what's going on there,
Yeah.
and then we have text coverage also from our floor casters.
Yes.
Interesting to see how this lines up.
Who do you think who is going to win this top 8?
I'd like to say I hope that Henrik Forsström could take this home.
Okay.
It would be nice to see Henrik on the Players Tour, but
Yeah.
I think of course Anssi Alkio is pretty heavyweight competitor here.
Yeah.
So wouldn't be surprised if Anssi takes home the invite and the
Yeah.
win here.
I also believe that Eloranta has pretty good chances.
Yep.
Also, at least with this deck.
Yeah, as we saw, Jonas' deck is very consistent looking and very powerful.
Yeah, if I have to guess 2 players, my guess is Anssi or Jonas is going to take
And
this
how was the bracket? Are they able to meet in the finals or?
I think it's possible. Yeah, Anssi is first playing against John, and then so it's possible to see that finals happen.
Let's call it now.
Yeah.
Anssi Alkio against Jonas Eloranta.
That's my personal guess.
Let's see if you can find that correct.
Yeah, I already knew the Dream Troller, so believe what I say.
All right, players are now gathering to the table, and it seems, it will be Henrik against Jonas. So
yes, Henrik on the right and Jonas on the left.
And once again, Henrik is playing the black-white mid-range.
Yes, let's go to the
I'll just
table.
I'll quickly put the names.
Yeah, right names
right there. Alright, Henrik.
Please make a comment in chat. What do you think? Who is going to win? Am I totally wrong, or do you do you agree what I believe?
We want to believe.
Yeah, in finals, game 3, Jonas splashes in the Dream Trawler and it takes the finals home.
Now you're going deep. Alright, let's jump to the table.
Okay, so there is... Yeah, Jonas took the Dream Trawler while passing to Jonas, that's true. And there is also one guess in the chat that it's probably Jonas or Anssi, so it's not only my guess.
Let's put the record correct. So this is currently 0-0 and not round 6 but the quarterfinals.
And Soukka says in the chat that you can switch colors with the Dream Trawler. Okay.
OMG Series tournament number 1 sealed main event, and the top 8 is ready to begin. Jonas Eloranta against Henrik Forsström.
Yeah, rest of the decks, Tommy is playing green-black mid-range and Anssi Algio is playing blue-white, staggering insight.
Correctly named.
Yeah. But now we are on the Hendrik's and Jonas's game.
Let's take the Chimera away for now.
Yeah, I think Jonas' deck is so aggressive that you, and most probably in the draft section, you usually want to play if you have the possibility.
Yep.
The decks are more streamlined and maybe a little bit faster, so
Yeah,
you don't want to give the tempo away.
Yeah, we will see a bit different kind of sealed magic here in the top 8 than on the sealed portion. Monogreen has tough time with Anssi's enchanted flyers before sideboard. That may be. So yeah, Henrik chooses to be on the play and leads with Leonin. Getting there. Turn to Caryatid. Do we have a 4-drop for 4 power? Renata at least there seems to be.
I think they are discussing that if the block happens, can he exile the Caryatid or not?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, Jonas is not willing to take that trade. Not a big surprise there. Another Caryatid, and I think the Renata is the last card in hand there right now. A lot of lands as well. Yup, Renata it is. So no 6-drop on 4th turn this time.
No, but you can play 2-drop and 4-drop if you make the devotion to 4 before adding mana from the Caryatid.
And Renata makes sure that they come into play bigger than usual.
Yeah. So actually with Renata, if you play the 2-2, it gets 1 counter, then 1 more, because Renata has 4 power. Yep. And then you can, after the combat, you can add 2 mana from the Caryatid.
Ooh, Underworld Dreams from...
That's spicy.
Yep.
That's spicy.
But I think Jonas will not give you enough time to win with that.
No.
Although, if Henrik somehow can stall this game long enough.
It depends about Jonas's draw.
If there is enough removal in there.
But that's a spicy choice, that Underworld Connections. I haven't seen that being played that much. 5-3 with Trample. Yeah, with the counter also.
6-4 with trample.
Yeah, and now Renata attacks for 4.
So Underworld Dreams is not that effective in this position.
No. 1 damage dealt by Underworld connections yet.
Not quite there yet.
No.
I think Henrik would have removed the Renata quickly if he had any answer to it, but it doesn't seem to be so. So now Jonas can build his presence on the board pretty freely.
Yeah, Renata only has 3 toughness, so it's not probably going to attack, but
Yeah, it has other purposes.
at least before the lethal attack. Now when the whole team has trampled, the Renata can hit quite hard with the trample, because there is only 1 toughness.
Yep. There seems to be the overrun effect in hand.
Okay. Go big or go home.
Yeah. So now Colossus, next turn overrun.
Okay. Okay.
Getting there.
Jonas is getting the maximum amount of damage here.
Yep.
With the overrun effect, the devotion is now 7.
Sick beats. And now we have also all the deck lists from players. Here is Henrik.
Okay.
Is there anything like Shatter the Sky? Alright, Archon is the play from Henrik. I think we're now getting there.
Yeah.
Overrun into go home.
So who counts? How much is this? Renata is hitting like 14 and...
I hit, you count.
Yeah. I don't think they have to count.
Yeah, this will be enough in any day.
Yeah. 8, 14, 15.
Renata itself will hit 14 damage.
Yeah. Karjatit hits 8 with trample.
Sick.
I don't know what's Jonas counting there. It's probably enough. Or he thought it's enough without it, so he don't want to show it.
Is it instant?
No, it isn't.
Well, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
No, we didn't get it. Yeah, why to give information for your opponent? Because all the creatures still have trample.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Still had all these.
We would have liked to see that, but not this time.
Jonas could have added 35 power to the battlefield with that card, and he didn't even have to take this game 1 to home.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So the deck played out pretty well,
Yeah.
it seems.
Yeah. It seems like the Underworld connection was a bit too slow.
Underworld Dreams.
Underworld Dreams, yeah.
I could see easily it
Reprint from Legends, or where was it originally printed?
Something like that.
It used to be a really expensive card in those days.
Not doing that much of an effort now.
Yeah. There is Bird of Meletis, Archon of Falling Stars, Eidolon of Obstruction, Idyllic Tutor in the main deck of Hendrix.
Oh, what targets does he have there? Well, the Birth of Meletis, yes.
Yes. But is there anything even stronger? Yeah, the Idyllic Tutor is pretty good with the Kiora enchantment that we talked about.
Yep. You don't usually want to play the Idyllic Tutor, but the payoffs...
Yeah, I think you need to find something really strong, or then have some sort of toolbox with removals and good enchantment creatures and...
Yep, Helios Pilgrim does almost the same thing, and it's also a body.
Yeah. It's possible to find the Underworld's connections there. Yeah, okay. But I don't think... Maybe there is a matchup where the Underworld Dreams is good enough, but maybe not in this one. I think we go back to the game 2 is now starting, so we
Yes, let's
move to follow that.
Let's jump right back.
Yeah.
And the game is now 1-0 for Jonas. One of obstruction is the...
It's an enchantment, but it's not still maybe worth to find it for 3 mana.
Yep. Well, 2 mana, 2/1 first strike is decent on its own.
Yeah.
Harpy has found its way onto the battlefield. And now let's see if Jonas once again has a 4-drop for...
Oh, Henrik has Nightmare Shepherd. That's probably the one he's searching for.
Well, that is probably good enough.
And he also has one Gary with it, which is also a combo in the standard environment.
And pretty good synergy in the limited environment as well.
Yeah, so that's probably the reason why the Idolic Tutor is also in the deck.
So Caryatid gets under the red zone here. Wolf Willow Haven from Jonas.
Yeah, the Trump spell, which gives you later on a 2/2 body.
Yep.
And now Jonas have quite a lot of mana for turn 4.
Yep.
The 6 mana that we are asking for. Okay, there is 4 damage coming in.
Yeah, now Henrik has also presented some kind of a better board than on the first game. Alright, that's Erebos.
Erebos, yeah.
Let's have a look what Erebos can do.
Yeah, Erebos is also enchantment, so it's possible to also tutor that one. I don't know how.
Alright, now the Idyllic Tutor
doesn't seem so bad.
starts to look pretty good in here.
Yeah, but yeah, Erebos, this devotion to 5 may be hard to gain in this.
But the effect itself is pretty good, both of them.
Yeah, drawing extra cards and then some sort of removal effect by sacrificing creatures.
Yep. Relentless Pursuit from Jonas, and there are couple of good hits. Escape spells. He considers taking Chimera just to get to play it on this turn and boost the Hornbeetle.
Yeah, and then you have the 7/7 ready in the graveyard, which you more rather get back because it's so much bigger.
Yep.
Of course, there isn't that enough cards yet, but now the beetle is already starts growing. Is Jonas going to attack, or does he leave this beetle to block?
Beetle will block the Obstructionist, but it seems he also wants to chip in some damage.
Yeah, and Jonas isn't sure if there is some sort of combat tricks which is devastating to just lose the beetle.
Yep.
Because at this point, beetle is the strongest card of Jonas's side.
Underworld Dreams would now make Erebos a creature.
Actually, that's probably the reasoning why the card is in the list.
Yep.
I didn't realize that combination.
Well, we didn't see Erebos
yet, yeah.
in that time.
Yeah. And also it gives the Grey Merchant much more stronger, so there is some synergy to play that card.
So Henrik is basically playing Black Devotion splashing white.
Yeah. Yeah, there is still 9 swamps and 8 plains, so...
Temple Thief.
Okay.
Not that impressive card on its own, but
2 more black mana symbols.
Gary would do it.
Yep.
Shepherd would do it. And then we have a hard-hitting Erebus.
It's possible here that Henrik wants to kill that 4-1 when it's attacking to get an extra card. Maybe, or just trade some of his smaller creatures there.
Yep.
Maybe block the beetle and then kill the 4-1. Or kill the 4-1 so that beetle won't get the counter. That's also a possibility.
Jonas has an option to play... Oh no, he has only 2 cards in graveyard.
Yeah,
so-
Now are they in the main phase? Yeah, I think they are in the main phase.
Henrik wants to deny the counter for Hornbeetle.
Because if you're in beginning of combat, does the trigger already...
Yes, it goes into stack, so this must be on the...
But does it when it's resolving...
Yeah, does it check it again on the resolution?
Yeah, if it does, then it's better to do it beginning of combat, so Jonas cannot play this 4-1 back from the graveyard. Okay.
And players are now thinking what to do. And Henrik decides to draw a card, no surprise though.
I think it was
scary.
Grey Merchant, yeah.
That's scary.
Seems like both of the players are doing really strong stuff here.
Yes.
Jonas already at 10 and Gary is doing 5 more damage and then Erebus may attack.
And there is a flying creature dropping Jonas to 3, so that will not need many more points of damage.
Yeah, and Jonas have to jump block the Erebus.
Yep.
So it goes away. I think it happened beginning of the combat.
The carry was an excellent draw now.
Yeah, it was the best you can ask for.
Yeah.
5 damage is so much.
And
at
it
this
seems
point.
Jonas took 2 mana into pool in response, as he still had the 4 power creatures on the battlefield.
I think he is going to sacrifice the enchant land to get a 2/2. Or maybe Henrik did this on main phase, so now Jonas gets this back. How does the beetle say? Let's check if it's possible to kill the 4 power creature at...
Let's have a look here.
So beginning of combat on your turn. I think it probably won't check it on resolution. It's already, the trigger is already in stack and yeah.
It checks in on resolution, sure.
It checks also in resolution. So then probably it's better to use this removal at the beginning of combat.
Yep.
So there was a small...
But as you said, now we get into Gary, and there must be just a jump block, and Jonas will drop to 1.
Yeah. And also Henrik is going to 15, which is way too much to this green deck to handle, because there is only 1 turn to backswing.
Even the overrun will not be enough this time.
No, especially without trample on those creatures.
Yeah, because Gary is also doing a blocking duty.
Yeah.
So, drain 5. Yep, both players presenting pretty decent strategies here.
Yeah. But yeah, in the chat, Valera said that it checks also in resolution. So, and if you do it beginning of combat, it's not possible to float the mana in a way that Jonas did.
Yep.
Or of course you can float the mana, but not to use to cast the creature. Okay, 1 life left on Jonas' side.
And Henrik has a lethal attacker in the form of Harpy. And of course, Jonas still has to present more blockers to even survive from here.
have seen quite a strong plays on game 1 and game 2.
Yeah. Both players putting their best efforts here. Such a growth dancer, was it? Scholar growth dancer, yeah. You don't say there is a shadow in the sky?
Yep.
There is?
Mm-hmm.
So there really was an out
Yeah,
for Henrik in first game.
Yes, there was.
So yeah, Henrik really has this.
Shatter the Sky in his deck list. And Jonas doesn't know that.
Yep.
And I think Jonas' game plan is so straightforward. He just have to slam all the creatures.
Yep. Henrik is probably able to win this game even without Shatter, but it will be a game changer in game 3.
Yeah.
At least it has possibility for it.
Yeah, it's strong in this.
Alright,
Okay,
there is a removal.
I think that's enough. Okay, Sami has won Aki 2-0.
Yes, so Sami Valkamaa advances to the semifinals.
Sami was the winner of the Swiss.
Yes.
Oh, there is no more Devotion 5.
Yep, that's true.
But those blockers aren't that big neither. Yeah, the 2 power creature wasn't able to block it.
Yeah, because of the ability built in Temple Thief.
Yeah.
Alright, we will see a third game here.
So there is quite a lot of nice rares in the Henrik's deck. There is this Shatter the Sky, then this Erebos, which we saw, this mythic rare, and then there is also this this 4/4 flyer Nightmare Shepherd.
Yeah, I want to see the third game going so that Jonas, who will probably be on the play, slams everything on the board, and Henrik just tanks with the Shatter.
Yeah.
It at some point clears the board and starts to build it himself.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Jonas can affect on that.
Yes. If Jonas would have seen the Shatter in game 2, I think maybe he sideboards the overrun effect out.
Yeah, and
because it's so poor after you get all your creatures removed. It's like a blank card to draw.
Yeah, and of course Jonas didn't see the Shatter in the draft also, because it was probably picked pretty early.
Yeah.
On the other side of the table.
Yes.
Interesting to see.
Yes.
This was not as overrun as the first game.
No.
Literally.
Literally. Yeah.
But still pretty heavily on Henrik's favor.
Yeah, Gary plus Erebus really did the job there.
Yeah.
And yeah, even without the Underworld Dreams, Henrik got the Devotion to the 5 and was able to make one attack with the Erebus.
But Henrik needed a pretty great top deck in the form of Gary, which he did.
Yeah,
because he didn't have it in hand before he sacrificed the Obstructionist to kill the Carotid.
Yeah, but that was definitely right choice to sacrifice the white creature to get the Devotion up and.
Yeah, he opted to draw it.
Yeah. A Gary or Shepherd or something. Is there more double black cards? There is no Nyxborn Marauder, for example. You more rather have these you would like to have these double and triple costers now because the Erebos is in the deck.
There is, by the way, also minions returning.
Oh,
That is quite spicy. All right, let's at the same time jump back into the game.
yeah, of course. But minion return doesn't work with the Shepherd. You have to choose whether you exile it and get a 1/1 or get the same creature back.
But could you see that Henrik already have, for example, Erebos? He already has the Gary.
Yeah.
He puts those pants for Gary and sacrifices it for Erebos.
Yeah, and gets the trigger again. Yeah, it's possible.
Cool tricks in there. But I think it seems that Henrik is perhaps mulliganing here. Not too punishing if he is, and as we think he is on a draw, but
Yeah.
of course you would like to play with 7 cards instead of 6.
The new mulligan rule makes those mulligans not so
Punishing.
yeah. Especially it's really good for limited format because you really need to hit your land drops, and if you're mulligan into 5 and don't get to choose the lands from the 7 cards,
Yeah.
it's
As it's
harder.
now happening, Henrik is going to 5 cards.
Oh. 4 lands and Shatter the Sky.
that could do it.
Yeah.
It's a very easy way to even up the resources.
Yeah. Then some acting, I'm just hitting my lands, and then
That would be something to see.
so this is a keep for Henrik. He's thinking which 2 cards to put on the bottom. I think Harpy and land.
Harpy and some black card, I think.
Oh, okay.
I mean white card.
Okay.
Gary, or is it Erebos?
But he has this
Meletis.
yeah, which is pretty good when you mulliganing the Bird of Meletis. It gives you a blocker. It gives you an extra land.
And when you're going for the Shattered Sky plan,
Yeah, this is a perfect. Yep. So it wasn't so bad 5 that.
Yeah, we will easily see a good game here.
Yep.
Nexus Wardens. Not that aggressive start from Jonas either.
Is this the 1 for each guy or?
Yeah, 1 for each and gaining life from enchantments and entering the battlefield.
A little bit buffed Hornet Turtle.
Exactly. Henrik's deck seems the opposite of Jonas' consistent deck. Lots of very medium filler and few trumps.
Yeah.
So Voracious Typhoon was the follow-up for Jonas. Bird of Meletis has done its thing. All right, Shepherd has found his way on the battlefield. There is the 1 mana green removal in Jonas' hands. So Shepherd will not stay on the battlefield too long.
I don't know if Jonas saw that many flyers, so most probably he maybe haven't sideboarded this Plummet in which he had in the sideboard.
I think you still do it because white has so many good flyers that you can suppose your opponent to have them.
Yeah. And then there is most of the white bombs are like flyers, like the Pegasus, which makes more life linkers and
and the common Chimera, which is also a very
good card.
Impressive card.
Yeah.
Get this out of the way.
This is most probably the most efficient answer to the Shepherd.
Yeah.
1 green mana. Oh.
No life, no basic lands. It's just the green swords to exile without any downsides.
Yeah.
Top 8 pairings and results. So yeah, the top 8 bracket is not on the pairings.fi, at least yet. We have to notice our other 4 people to put them there.
So Henrik is jump blocking the 4/4. Of course, the 3/3 has death touch, so the 0/4 wall doesn't do that much in this combat.
Please tell me there is a shadow at the sky. Yes!
Yes.
Let's go! How many cards is there in Jon's hand? Enough? And there is also
he exiles the 7/7. I mean the 4/4, which may become a 7/7.
Now we have a game.
But I don't know if there was a way, just wait 1 more turn. But because Henrik has shown no, he hasn't seen the overrun effect.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
There is a good follow-up.
Because I think, there is a chance, you can choose to wait for 1 more turn.
Revoke
Revoke
existence. Now we are getting there. Is Henrik really going to turn this around?
Yeah.
There is 3 cards in Jonas's hand and 1 in Henrik's, so I think Jonas is still more or less on the driving seat here.
Yeah, but of course the Vigilance Lifelink Flyer works both ways.
Yep.
So Jonas has 1, and now he draws his second card.
Yep. And due to the fact that Henrik mulliganed to 5 this game, he has been like everything he needed to be in this battle.
Yeah.
There is 1 more removal. Oh wait, yeah, it's Archon. And then there was some black removal perhaps in the hand. Archon of
Falling Stars.
Well, it already got removed. Was it exiled? Oh yeah, Final Death hit it.
So he didn't get any enchantment back.
Yep. But now the players are on a situation where they are just trading resources back and forth. There is now Minions Return in Henrik's hand, if I see correctly.
Henrik also has this graveyard card exiling effect on his graveyard, so he will get some lives back from that.
And cards as well, if you need some.
Yeah.
Although it costs like 5 other cards in your graveyard, so not that effective.
Yeah. But the Lifelink Flyer kind of does 4 damage total difference, and the ground creature only does 3, so...
Yep. And Jonas has been forced to remove a couple threats from Henrik now, so we'll see if he is able to build his own board soon enough. Harpy takes 1 of the cards away. Yes, and now the top 8 bracket should be on pairings.fi.
Yeah.
Yes. And as we can see, Sami Valkama has already won Aki, as we were noticed already, but other 3 matches are still going. And more colossus. Omen of the Dead. It doesn't... Does it hit the enchantments? No, it doesn't.
Is there any creatures?
And now, is it like we have skipped already the takes it back step, or yeah, it seems so. So no value from the other from the scry.
Yeah, neither scries in the upkeep. Because one reason to play that out is to scry to get the better draws.
Yeah, Henrik thought he could return the enchantment in his hand. I believe, but it didn't work this well, so it was a pure misplay from Henrik. Yeah. And he chose not to attack with Harpy, so is he just going to blocking duty with it?
I don't think that's so good plan, because you can give +1/+1 and trample to the bigger creature, so it doesn't do that much when blocking. So I think Jonas here only give pump to the bigger creature and only attacks with that one.
Yep. So I think Henrik just made another mistake by not attacking with Harpy. And now the Sunburned Pegasus is also removed, so things are once again turning in the favor of Jonas.
Oh, it should die. Why?
He's going to sack this in response, I think.
Yeah.
There is Connors not doing that much. Because now Henrik just has to find an answer to the Colossus, and then of course for the Herald. So that's a lot asked.
Yeah, the Wrath of God is already gone. I mean the Satyrs.
Let's see what other Henrik may still have.
There is no final deaths in Henrik's deck.
There is another Triumphant Surge. There are 2 of them.
Yeah, that what destroys 4 power or bigger creature.
Yes,
yeah.
And you gain some life. But yeah, I think the heart removals are pretty much it.
The Harpy didn't attack and it didn't block, so that's usually not the way you wanna use your creatures on the battlefield.
Rise to Glory doesn't find anything good enough, because there is not that much stuff on his graveyard.
Oh, there is also Kunoros in Henrik's deck.
Yeah, Henrik just saw it on the scry, but it probably wasn't good enough.
Yeah. So there is so many rares and mythics.
That was Cutoff Elves, but it's not killing other than Herald. Well, the Trample will be gone there. And then you have couple turns time to jump block the Colossus.
Yeah. There is also the wolf in the battlefield, so...
Mental game seems to favor Jonas now. Yep, seems so.
I think if Jonas attacks with both, I think Henrik has to block both. I don't see just jump blocking the bigger one. He's not getting anywhere with that.
Yeah, it will give him only 1 more turn to draw.
Yeah, the big removal, but still the wolf is a problem. So if you double jump...
Oh no, that was the minion's return. Or was it? Oh, Funeral Rites.
Okay.
You could still find it. 2 lands.
Oh, and which way it says? Does it draw first or mill first? Draw first, yeah. But I think that's the game.
Yep.
No? He gets
he
3
gains
more.
5.
Yeah.
He keeps 1 more turn. Sweet. And now the other Triumphant Surge from top of the deck, and that would be nice.
And then it goes down to 1.
But if Jonas has another creature to play, it will not be enough. No, there is just a land. Rise to the Glory? definitely is Rise to the Glory. It will give you 2 creatures, which means 2 more turns.
You can take a creature and the raised omen to get 1 more creature to your hand, to get the scries, to find the destroy target big creature thing.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Ah.
Jon has won his match against Anssi, so we won't see Anssi versus Jonas finals
Yeah, that's
here
true.
today.
And Jon is one of our hometown heroes here.
So what did he choose?
Rise to the Glory returns to the battlefield something. So
Yeah, but don't it return both? It maybe the enchantment was already exiled. It's possible that it was already gone.
So now Cling to Dust is a way to dig deeper once again. And it will still give him a turn if he now could jump or remove the Colossus away. But this is just living on the edge. Yeah. Now, it was a good fight from Henrik after mulliganing to 5 cards, but not quite enough.
I think maybe Henrik played the Shatter the Sky 1 turn too early. Maybe if he could have waited 1 more turn.
But on the other hand, there was not much reason for Jonas to present any more pressure there. So he could also just play around the Shadow Sky, even if he hadn't seen it at all.
Yeah, that's also possible. But when Henrik was mulliganing to 5, yeah,
the odds are pretty low.
You can think that you just want to finish the game before he has time to draw the cards he needs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jonas wouldn't have played anything on the board, but maybe.
But the end result is Jonas Eloranta will be one of our semifinalists. The other 2 we already know are Sami Valkamaa and Jon Puolakka.
Yeah.
And the last match between Tomi Hakala and Ismo Laitila is still going, I think. The other match is soon coming to the coverage table, but for now we will take a few minutes break. Don't go anywhere. The games will be going again very soon. Or did you have something to say?
I think, chat, which one semifinals do you want to see? Do you want to see Eloranta Jonas versus Sami Valkamaa or the Puolakka Jon versus the winner of the... Or maybe we can get the semifinals running already.
Yeah, the other semifinal is already ready to start, so I think they will jump there.
Yeah, okay, let's do it that way.
But let's make a quick change in with the people in the studio.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We'll have a couple minutes break and we'll be back very soon.
Yeah.
welcome everyone here in Vantaa. Oh my game, we are having our tournament number 3 going on, and we are at semi-finals.
Yes.
So only 4 remain, or actually there's still 6 to be exact, since the one quarterfinal game has not
Finished.
4, but what not? One of the games has not yet finished. But let's not get to that yet. We have some very interesting magic coming up very soon. But before that, a short shout out to our sponsors, since we haven't really mentioned them before. Other than, of course, Allun Grilli.
Yes.
That was the other side of today.
Yes.
Basically, 40 of these players usually were playing at their place. Basically because, well, their places are a bit bigger than ours.
Yeah.
And also they fed us, fed both of us at least. And that food was great. And I really suggest you go there anyway. Even if they weren't our sponsor, I would still recommend them. And also, we have 2 other sponsors that they've been here with us for quite a while now. So,
Ultimate Guard, probably the best sleeve maker in the market, at least.
one of the best for sure.
Yes, I would not recommend anything other sleeves than katanas. They're the best.
You're the fanboy of katanas. I can sort of see why though.
Yeah,
they are great. They are great.
Yeah, smooth.
Yeah. And also we have Varustelega that has been with OMG since pretty much the beginning.
Yes.
Really. Not only here on tour, but also in the past.
Yeah.
So great thanks for them as well. Go visit their site and go visit their store. They opened a new store maybe a year ago or so. And that's a great place to visit. And there's a bar, which is important here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now, before we miss too much on the magic that we're actually here to see, let's jump right in the action and see what's happening in the semifinals. Right here we have Joonas Eloranta and Sami Valkamaa. So, we've just seen Joonas on cam.
Yeah.
But
he was the featured draft.
Yeah,
Drafter.
and he was also the featured drafter. We've been going through with him here for quite a while. But Sami here is playing blue and red.
Yes. One of my favorite archetypes.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like to draw some cards. I like to play on my opponent's end steps as much as I can. So, and there we can see Sami deploying the 4/2 Minotaur that has ability that it deals 1 damage to any target if you play the first spell of your turn on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, that's great. That's one great creature. And Joonas goes with more regular stuff, being basically a 2/2 for 2 mana. That's a bear, if you ever saw one. It's an enchantment bear, but still. And there comes the Trident on, is it Wave Finder or Wave not?
There was the controversial pick of Joonas was probably pack 2, pick 1, Dream Trawler.
Yeah.
He was heavy on green and decided to still pick it because why not?
Yeah, I actually talked with him about that pick, and he mentioned at that point it's so strong, and he was still like 30% to actually play it, even though he was
green, yeah.
He was heavily committed to other cars, because that's just so good. But as it happens, no go this time, unless Joonas decides to sideboard wildly. But that's probably not the case. We'll see, of course. Never say never, I suppose.
Yes. So Sami has the common Triton.
Yeah, that's not actually flying at this very moment, but
yes,
it could be flying. There's another one. Flying Giants.
Just 3/3s.
Yeah.
But, well... And
4 mana 3/3s. That's a good rate if I ever saw one. At least if it was alpha, that would be great. And there's one hacking big Hydra
Typhoon.
right there. So that's gonna block for days. If Sami doesn't find enchantment. If he does, then those creatures are going to fly over them quite easily.
Yes, and
Let's see, that's 3 mana for...
Ichthyomorphosis, probably.
Yep, that's a fish
Yes.
right there. And with the fish being deployed, how to say it, and the 6 mana damage dealt via air, Jonas is under some pressure here.
So currently, Jonas is on a 3-turn clock, or actually 2-turn clock if Sami happens to have 2 enchantments. And looking down at his list,
I think Sami does. There are plenty of good ones. For example, there's 2 Open of the Forge to
And-
start with.
yeah, and 2 Annex harden it in the forge.
Yeah,
So
and at least 1 Ira's Blessing. So there is plenty of things that can go wrong here. A Meadowmouse Prophecy, there's one.
yes,
And Wavebreak Hippocamp. Wasn't that? Yeah, that's enchantment. Witness
Yes.
of Tomorrows. Yeah, there's plenty.
yeah, plenty of constellations.
So
Constellation
now would be a
triggers for
good
Sami's-
time for Jonas to find removal spells and or reach blockers. But none to be seen so far. So there comes the 5/5 goes to the red zone.
And
Sami goes into tank.
debating whether he should block it with his 4-2 maybe. And
Which would be alright, sure, but that's just a jump at this point. There is the Infuriate in hand, so that would trade, yeah, but probably not do much else. So let's see.
so apparently no blocks were assigned.
No. Blocks were assigned, there were none, but
Yeah.
and some damage has been dealt. I'm proceeding with Sami. What was that?
Is it Witness of Tomorrows in Sami's
Could be,
hand?
yeah.
3 mana. Oh, it's probably not that. It's the
Let's see, what's it gonna be?
Wavebreak Hippocamp maybe?
Yeah, that's an enchantment as well.
Triggering Constellation, giving flying to Tritons.
Jonas goes down to 6. Turn has been passed. And here we are on Jonas' turn. Jonas has to find something. Blockers, removal,
Overrun.
overrun.
And by
Whatnot.
overrun we mean
What's the green card called? It's not an actual overrun since it doesn't give...
it doesn't give trample,
no,
but
but it does give plenty of pump.
yeah. I can't find it. Cluster's design.
Yeah, design, yeah. Yeah, there it is. A bit of a pump action.
Yes.
Not a shotgun, but... Yep, that's a lot.
And so in response, Sami decides to go for Infuriate and decides to use it as a draw card and a removal spell. So it's a 3-for-1, basically.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's value.
That's value if I ever seen value.
But-
That's there. And the design does
Well, now it was
in a pumping a bit less
yeah.
after that one, since the ping works.
So basically now it was 2 for 2 or 2 for 3.
Something around yeah. But Nyx Herald does give some trample action as well, so that might still be enough.
But
of course, depending on what Jonas actually wants. Everything goes to the red zone. There's one that trambles. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot. Enough.
that's game.
That's game. Right there. That really turned around quite fast.
Yes.
It only took basically one card.
Yes.
Maybe a minute or so when we were thinking like, oh, that's gonna be difficult to. Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, yeah.
It didn't really take long. So, what's next? A game 2?
Game
Some
2.
sideboard action.
Yes, and let's see if they have something that might come handy.
I believe so. But of course, there's at least some return to natures for Jonas' side.
Okay.
Which, he just saw 2 creatures that really cared about Constellation. Yeah, I could imagine bringing those in. Not sure if both, but at least one.
In Sami's side, I can't really see a lot. There's, like 3 mana 2/2s that loots.
Probably
not good enough.
No.
Glimpse of Freedom, maybe for grindy matchups, but not creature matchups.
Probably not here. Yeah, I could imagine the only sideboarding being about Return to Natures, and that would be whether I'll play 1, 2, or none. So, we'll see.
Well, Jonas saw quite a lot of enchantment creatures. The Chimera, or is it Manticore? Manticore, yeah.
The Manticores enchantment as well.
And the Hippocamp. And,
That's
Jonas...
2 creatures that care about enchantments, the Constellation Flyers. Yeah, I imagine they bring some in.
Yeah.
Maybe even both. Could be both.
Yeah, could be both.
Could be both.
2 mana removal spell. Basically a Doomblade here.
Yeah, basically a Doomblade with a similar downside.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Can't kill everything, but kills most of the stuff.
Yeah. It wouldn't kill the problematic flyers though. That might be something to think about. But we'll see. The players are getting ready for their match right at this moment. So let's jump right in there and see what's what. And Jonas is now actually thinking whether to actually sideboard the cards in or not. I think I just saw 2 cards leaving Jonas's hand and going to the sideboard, which would it's either mind games, or it could be that Jonas brought them both in.
I'd wager for bringing 2 of those in.
Yeah, I imagine that's the case. Of course, we'll see.
Whereas Sami, when we jump right back in, he was already shuffling, so I'd guess that he didn't do much.
Yeah, probably not much in terms of choices either.
Yeah. So, given the game 1, let's say you would be on Sami's side of the table. Would you let Jonas be on the play or draw?
Not sure, because this has been a weird limited format.
Yes.
Where people tend to agree on who is going first.
Yes.
And that usually means that someone's wrong.
Yeah.
Because probably what your opponent wants is not the same that you want. Right. So I suppose in this case, I personally would be on play, but I could easily see why it would be the other way around.
Okay. I would like to be on the play on Sami's side because there's some 2-drops as Mischievous Chimera and the 3-drops that care about playing stuff on your opponent's turn, you really like to get them on curve, so you could spend mana on you could better spend mana on opponent's turns. And Jonas she won Carotid, so that would put you behind on tempo as well.
Yeah,
So
very true. And of course, the caryatids are great for Sami if he happens to find his Manticore,
yeah,
because that's gonna be ping all over the place.
yes. Suddenly those Omen of the Forges become lightning bolts or arc trails.
Yeah, or arc sprays. That's a very good point. Oh, Sami is going down to 5. That's not nice. Not for Sami.
At least.
Jonas is probably over the moon.
Yeah,
be
crossing
honest.
his fingers.
Yeah, I would be too. Really, after all, it's a great situation. We are talking about a chance to play at the Players Tour.
Yes.
That's no small thing. Not at all. That's huge.
Yes.
And probably more important to Jonas than many of the other players here.
In the room.
Jonas has tasted the actual success with some Pro Tour competition in the past. So I think he desires to go back to the train,
Yes.
and heavily if it's something. Of course, not claiming that Sami wouldn't want to be there either, but I could see Jonas being even more passionate about it.
Does Sami have any lands in his 7-card hand?
Not sure. Can't really see.
If this is a mulligan 5 without
I
any...
believe there is one mountain, and that's it. That's not a lot.
And
That's-
down to 4.
That's down to 4, yeah. That's not nice anymore. I think Jonas even doesn't enjoy this one anymore. Of course, we've seen people climb back from 4-card
Yes.
hands, but this is limited.
Yeah.
Limited usually punishes you for mulliganing more, just because resources are scarce and
Yes.
they're more important to play on curve and everything, and that doesn't really help. Although the new mulligan system does help a lot.
A lot, but I'm not sure if it helps in 4 cards.
No.
At 4
And
cards.
if Sami is on the play, it will be even harder for him to
Yeah.
combat the situation.
Although Jonas has a story that he where he almost won a game where he mulliganed down to 2, although he was playing Dredge in Modern.
Yeah, that's a different story then.
Yeah.
Oh, but I've seen people to win from 3 cards, and that's just that was 3 lands.
Yeah.
Oh, they were Tron pieces though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the draw space something along the lines of Khan into land into Yugin into.
Yeah.
But
GG.
anyway,
Yeah.
anyway, he won from 3 cards.
Well, let's see if that can happen here.
Yeah.
Like
Could
2-drop into 3-drop into the nuts.
Something among those lines would work. Yeah.
On the other side of the bracket, Laitila Ismo is up a game against Pulakka.
Yeah. Of course, Ismo was just having a short discussion on after this last match of his in Swiss, and in that he mentioned that he wanted to find the 4-mana Cyclop in his first packs and wishing it the wheel.
4-mana Cyclops, okay?
Yeah, the one that can't block,
Yeah.
basically. That was an interesting take on this, but of course, why not?
And, well, Ismo ended up going on blue-black.
Yeah,
Yeah. Blue-black control.
yeah, or tempo, whatnot.
Yeah. And, okay, there we can see Sami has curved out, well, quite nicely, 2-drop into 3-drop, but just one card in hand, whereas Jonas has a healthy grip and a 4-drop on turn 3.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. This is getting a bit hairy now already. If it wasn't given before. Yeah,
So-
that sort of multi 3 that is mentioned in chat doesn't really. It's not the same thing that's here. That's happening here, even if you want to, because this format doesn't have that sort of bombs. Of course, if there is Kira Bestasi or something among those lines, yeah, sure, those could turn the game around on their own.
yeah, if your opponent stumbles a bit and you can curve like land, Kira best as heat god.
Yeah,
GG.
yeah, that would be great. Not sure if that's happening. I believe Sami unfortunately doesn't have that in his deck.
Neither he has mana to cast that. No Kiras. This time, Tassa won.
Oh. That's a bit unfortunate.
So
There are lands in Sami's hand. Unfortunately, not a lot in terms of gas.
Yes.
That was Maya's gasp for Jonas there. Meaning that something's bound to happen very soon. And that kills the annex in all probability. Could be either one though. Yeah.
Okay.
that
Goes
it.
for the
What's it called? Protean thaumaturge.
yes.
That one.
That one.
Yes.
Old fella.
That's 4 mana for a bit more of the mead load.
Yeah, good old so-called fireball.
Yeah.
So +3/+3 to Hierophant. And Sami goes down to 7.
And there's land and what's that? Well, we're about to see that one soon.
Witness of Tomorrow.
Yeah, Witness of Tomorrow. There we go. Sami passes the turn back. And let's see what Jonas has in stock. Is that design again? That's design.
Yeah.
There we go. Have some design here. And these go like so. Alright. Jonas won the slightly unfortunate game of Multi-4 for Sami. Less surprising, to be honest. Which is a bit of a shame, of course, for both players that were wishing for a very good game indeed. But no such luck this time. Now, we are having one finalist at this point.
Yes. Jonas Eloranta.
Jonas Eloranta. Talking about probably right now as we speak about how he really wants to go to PT. That's probably what he's talking about right
Yes.
now. So let's be happy for him,
Yes.
but not too much yet because we have one more semi-final
Yes.
going on.
It's Jon Puolakka versus
Ismail Aitila.
yes.
Very correct. And Jon is really known for his skills in limited.
Okay.
That's Jon's strong point. He recently joined the team OMG
Yes.
as one of the
Okay, they're going to game 3 right at the moment.
right.
So, yep, go on.
Yeah. So that means we will have game 3 on the camera really soon for them.
Yes.
And of course, Jon talking about Jon slightly more. He's actually a great bartender.
Okay.
if you didn't know this one, that's a bit of a interesting quirk, because that means that Jon is if for some reason he were to lose today,
Yes.
he can just go practice his profession and have some nice drinks to just
Yes.
enjoy the night and focus on what's coming up next, which is of course being drunk. Naturally, that's a different story. Let's leave Jon to think about that.
Yes.
In later in the evening, if that were to happen. But at this very point, we are having a bit of switcheroo, which means that we will have a short break, a very short break, to see what's going to happen, and we'll be right back with you after that. See you soon. All right, here we have our other semi-final. That's in game 3 at this very moment. And as luck would have it, we have, as we just mentioned, Jon Puolakka. There's actually an A missing from his name, but no matter. And Ismo Laitila. And you were mentioned that Ismo is very
Proficient.
proficient in draft environments as well. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Since Tampere opened a new shop called Sensei Divining Sensei Divining shop
shop.
like
Yeah.
4 years ago. Since then, there has been held these draft tournaments every Tuesday in Arturi, and Jonas and Ismo has drafted ever since. Every Tuesday.
Yeah.
So that's quite a lot of drafts.
That's
And
you could count them, and that's among like 200 or something.
yeah, like
And of course, add up the GP and tour experience, whatnot.
and probably MDGO drafts and arena drafts and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Matti, we noticed, and Jon would probably want to do that, but I think that looks kind of funny, so might just leave it at that. But we will fix it at some point. Just a moment. And also, I really can't pronounce the name. That's clearly Finnish, but Asilanajoi, whoever you are, you mentioned that I should do this for living. Thanks a lot for that encouragement. I actually sort of do. But so this is a great hobby. You can do this for hobby and just talk to people. Well, not through camera usually, but whatnot in your working life.
So
It
seems-
Alisa, thanks. Right. Anyway, now we have the decks fixed. Jon still doesn't have a vowel, and won't have. But and getting to the game, we have some flying action going on, and of course there's the Pharika spawn, which is a great creature.
One of the better uncommons in the set.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas John's thought, it's at first it seemed that it wasn't too, how could you say it, effective, just doing 2/1/1s with 3 mana, and now
that's arrested.
arresting that Pharika spawn.
Yeah.
So he's kind of behind on the board. And
not only kinda, he's clearly behind on board, but what's coming up next might change it. That's the Cyclops that Ismo prefers to have in his opening pack.
well, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
End of
There's
turn, Ismo goes for Thirst for Meaning. One of my favorite cards in the whole set.
Well, you are a bit... You enjoy that sort of thing, just drawing cards endlessly.
Yeah, and not doing
Much else.
Yeah. If it affects the boards, it's not my jam.
Or it might affect the board if it means that your opponents and you don't have anything.
Yes.
That's very much okay. Completely understand that. And into the red zone they go.
And they 4/4 can't block.
Yeah. And there comes the Pharika spawn back again. And sacrifices token. Not that powerful. But that's a... Is it a 5/6 now?
Yes.
That's one.
No, yeah, 2 counters, so it becomes 5/6.
That's one big spawn.
And here's John with double spell, Stampede, and a
Stampede Rider, and what's that other thing called? Is that Manticore? Oh no.
I don't think so.
Not sure.
Well,
We'll find out in a short while. That might be the 2/1 shocker.
that dies when
the
dies.
dice it shocks, yeah.
Okay. I left my Ursus goggles back at my place, so
Yeah.
can't see the cards.
That's an enchantment right there. Says Ismo, and attacks with 2 rather large creatures, one being a 2/2 and the other being a 5/6, which is actually a quite big one. Blocking happening.
So decides to double block the
This is
5/6.
the order, says Jon. Not Ismo says that, and Jon goes, alright. Nothing much happens, so it probably wasn't the shocker.
It had to shock the
Oh, he had to shock the Pharika spawn to get rid of it.
yeah.
Alright.
2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6.
Oh, so it does that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That happens. There's some scry action on upkeep for John Pollock. And John really thinking what he's gonna do. Ismo having 2 cards in hand. The other one was Island. The other one was something else.
Probably
not-
spell.
Probably spell, not an island. That's much we could see.
And there's John with the
It was actually a John Avon Island. Yeah. That looks good.
So one could say John's Island.
Yeah. Probably not John though. Oh, that's a 0-5. That's flashy though. Very flashy. Also very defendery.
Yeah, in the quarterfinals, I saw Ismo double block a Gary with 2 0-5s.
Did they get through? No.
No.
No, they didn't. Okay. Okay. What was played is Atris. Atris is an interesting card.
Okay, eat to extinction or 2 random cards.
Yeah, so that's basically a blind factor fiction for a bit less,
Yes.
basically. Though it comes with a 3-2 menace body, so that's no slouch either.
Would you take the monies or the tricycle?
Always the money. Eat to extinction gets rid of John's only creature, basically.
And John with only 1 card in hand.
Yeah, this is looking increasingly depressing for John. And these 3 go for attacks. Did the 3-2 just enter the battlefield? Or was it the turn? It was the turn before, yeah. No worries there.
It seems that Tampere is setting up territory.
Yeah, that sort of happens. And now Ismo is taking turn and just attacks with
Swings
everything.
with everything, and that's game.
John has had enough. And that means that we are getting ready for our finals.
Yes.
Huh, that's an interesting one.
So 2 teammates facing off in finals, both from Tampere.
Yeah. So, funny. That if someone told me before that there would be 2 people from Tampere in top 2 players in the finals,
Finals will not be played.
I would be surprised. And now we have some interesting information. We'll be right back very shortly after this message.
So welcome back here in the studio in OMG Vantaa. Here we have finalists Ismo Laitila and Joonas Eloranta. Welcome. And so as it happens, both of the players are in the same team, and apparently Joonas is a Pro Tour semi-regular, and Ismo is a stay-at-home dad.
Yes, that's correct. Dad magic.
Yes. So they decided to split.
Yeah.
And congratulations for both of you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And really nice performance. And what I've seen, Joonas, I've seen some of your sealed leagues or preparations. How did it affect this tournament?
Yeah, it helped a lot. And I was also in the Brussels player store, so I had to practice draft for that, and that helped a lot during the draft.
Yeah. I was part of that training group, so basically I've been helping them out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was helping us. So.
But as I said, I think he's more committed to the game, and I think he's the one that's going to bring Finland the glory in the future.
Okay, great. Yeah. So basically you both worked off by the same hive mind, so to speak.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Joonas was with, in the Switch you were playing what colors?
Black and white mostly, and I was splashing Polychronos also.
Okay.
Green.
And you had some really sweet sideboard deck, like that blue-red tempo.
But I didn't. I didn't play that at all because my main deck was so good. So
okay.
I didn't have to go that far.
And how about Ismo?
I was basic Rakdos, not so good creatures, good enough to removal. So I got a good tempo all the time, and I managed to remove the threats that were kind of in my way to finish the games.
Okay. And in the drafts, Ismo was in blue-black?
Yes, correct.
So how did your draft go?
The two first boosters I was pretty happy, but the last one was a little bit sketchy, so I couldn't quite get what I wanted, but still good enough, obviously, to get here. So
okay.
Pretty happy with it.
I want to note here that this was probably the first time I see Ismo not playing red, so that was surprising.
Yeah, I wanted those 4/4, Cyclops. That's my pet card.
Okay.
Didn't see any, so had to skip it.
But basically in the semifinals you did beat a opponent with that Cyclops.
Yeah, true. Well, on camera, so that's important in the end to put him in with the stars,
Yeah. So, do you have any closing thoughts? Anything you want to?
Well, he's a great guy, as said. It's a pleasure to give him the win, and I want him to see, as said, in the Pro Tour next time. So he's gonna win that whole thing.
Cheering for me, and we came here by same car from Tampere.
I had a bit sketchy morning.
Okay.
So maybe part of the scooping was that we want to go home. It's a long drive ahead of us.
Okay. Yeah. So without further ado,
I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
I'm gonna probably hear from the Helsinki friends a lot, because this is my second PTQ final in a row, and both times one of the Tampere guys has scooped to me, so let's see if it happens in the future as well.
Okay. So if you want to go to Pro Tour, you should move to Tampere and get some good friends.
That helps a lot.
True.
So, that's for us. Basically, thanks for the whole crew, for Lasse, for the technology, Mikael, Olli, for the players, for our sponsors, especially for our sponsors, Allun Grilli, the newcomer, Ultimate Card, and Varustelleka. Without you guys, we couldn't do this. Thank you very much, and next time we'll be playing Pioneer, probably, and it will be most likely WPNQ as well. Mm-hmm. So
information will come soon.
Information will come soon. So stay tuned. Good night.
Thank you.
Night.